away. They get an early pick on a Varian, and that's all they needed to do, because for KCP, this is now an incredibly uphill battle. And as T-Bills drops, it's up to Slothy in the 1v3. Bubba already up on top. Damage dealt all the way through. Slothy no longer for this world, and that's Envy winning map 1.
KCP has a little bit of an uphill battle. They have to try and find an isolated pick. Look how split Envy is. That being said, they have 2 lights. They are able to dash, bob, and weave and peel for each other so quickly. And that's truly been the strength in this HL comp.
Look at how Uni and Bubba are on 2 completely different angles.
Yeah.
Crucial information is needed here from KCP, but instead of looking for that information, they're going to try to bait them out into the box. But that's the thing, Sotoyo. It's not bait if that's what they're expecting. And Envy, they're about to dive in straight on top of KCP. And again, Slothy, he burns his dome for almost nothing. Gremlin, his dome is well played into, and Slothy goes out so early. Variant goes out so early. T-Bill still up, but he's in the middle of the crosshairs, and that's Envy with another team fight.
Kansas City Pioneers, they are not baiting the cash out. They are the bait.
Wow, I mean, just, there's one more fight, Sotoyo, that's it.
One more fight, a minute left on this cash out. It's not without opportunity for KCP to find this run back, but ultimately they have a lot of ground to make up, even if they do get this cash out. Envy just looking so strong. And now here they go. They're rotating in, gonna try and find this opening, Artie.
They're looking for it, but I mean, oh no, that's not the greatest set here. Bubba doesn't even shoot yet. It's all kind of wiring down to this, it seems, in the final moments of this cash out. KCP, one last push, but they're going to have to do it without their light. T-Bills and Slothy last standing, but they're not going to be able to do anything. Envy finishes the fight before it even starts.
Envy, the team that nearly ended their season, now just 1 week later, there's little standing between them and the title.
The last seed in, but the first name on the trophy. Congratulations, Envy. Your road to Stockholm is open.
Well, talk about action-packed. Let's sit tight for more spectacular moments from today's competition on the road to the Grand Major.
Today we're doing something a bit different. A proper sit-down with one of the America's finest.
Different? How, Scotty? You're not conducting it, are you?
I'm not conducting it, June. Caroline is conducting it. I am doing the introducing.
Thank goodness for that.
Part 1, and this is the warm one. How they met, what they eat, and one extremely memorable cat noise.
Huh, a cat noise.
A cat noise, June.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for doing this interview with us. I'm super excited for it. To begin with, who are you? Who are Team ED for someone watching that first show today?
My name is Lamp. I'm the heavy player for Team ED. ED comprised of myself, Graduating, and Normalize. We were formerly SSG at TGM26, and as of Cycle 2, we've been competing under the name Team ED.
How did you 3 first meet before Space Station?
I met Noah, or Normalize, super early on in Season 1 through a mutual friend. And we've been playing together. He's kind of been my medium since Season 1. And then Graduating was kind of in that space as well. He was in that same circle of friends towards like the early competitive days. But we didn't necessarily play games together all that much. It wasn't until PHL Season 0, which I think was summer or spring of 2025. And then basically Grad and I have been attached at the hip ever since, and so we've just been running it.
What does a normal Team ED practice day look like? Like, do you just wake up and grind, or like, I don't know, do you go to the gym? I don't know, maybe you do a little facial, maybe you go grab your coffee.
I have my whole routine. I'm up at like 9 in the morning. I take my 100 grams of carbs and I hydrate. Then I go to the gym and then I come back, and everybody knows I eat my eggs and my sourdough and tomatoes and sardines and stuff. So I have my routine, but Grad and Noah, they typically just like wake up right before scrims and then just carry me for the entire day. So that's usually that's usually how that goes. I have to do my whole routine just to keep up with them, bro. Like they're just naturally gifted.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a very random question in here, but I feel like we all need to know this. Obviously, the most important question of the interview. What is your favorite fast food restaurant?
Ooh. In and out. I think in and out. That's like the Venn
Oh.
diagram when it comes to like cost from like price to quality to just like yeah. The only bad thing about in and out, I don't like the fries. The fries aren't like crispy enough. They're too
Ooh.
soft. The fries are terrible. And
Mhm.
then usually just the line. It feels like you can go at any point of any day and there's just like a line wrapping the whole building and you're gonna be sitting there for a while, but it's kind of worth it.
Yeah,
Yeah, in and
yeah.
out's my favorite.
Sometimes you just gotta, wait. There's a saying in Swedish, like the one who waits for something good can never wait too long. So I guess that goes for
What's
In and
that
Out as
one
well.
fast food place that's popular in Sweden? Grad
Max?
and is it Max Burger?
Yeah, I think so.
It's
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't try it. I didn't try it. I know Grad
What?
had it.
Nah,
I'll
no
have to
way.
try at TGM26. I'll have to
Yeah,
try
now
Max
you have
Burger.
to make
Yeah,
it to the
pretty good.
major so you can try it. Obviously, like
Exactly.
that's
It's
gotta be the
kind
goal
of
now.
the priority for
Yeah,
qualifying.
yeah,
It's not even really to
yeah, yeah.
participate at the major. Really, it's just Max Burger.
Exactly. Yeah, makes sense. It's been very exciting to like watch your journey from last year. We were sitting in the studio during the close qualifiers, and it was
Mhm.
honestly nerve-wracking seeing you qualify to the major the last second. We were all jumping and screaming out of like pure excitement. I think
Yeah.
there's even a video about like seeing us doing this. But you did qualify and you stood on the stage at the very first Grand Major, third in the world with Grad and Normalize in front of the Stockholm
Mhm.
crowd. When you think back to that weekend, what is the one moment that you'll still be telling people about in a few years?
The most memorable thing was when we punched our ticket to the grand final. We beat Envy. I just remember that last box with 30 seconds left on it. I am stealing the box right next to the gateway, and I managed to take the gateway. It was perfectly timed. That was not synced up at all. It just happened to like land that way, but it was perfectly timed that as I took the gateway expired, so they couldn't follow me. But Grad died on height at that time, and so I land right on his piece, and Noah's just dead, and I don't even know how Noah died. And
He was just not
my
there.
whole world was closing in a little bit. Because I'm like, there's less than 30 seconds left on box, and I'm the only one alive. Feels like just the last couple seconds. But I'm just rezzing Grad right there on that rooftop because there's really nothing else to do. And there were no comms like at that moment. And then Brandon just says, let's just 2v3 them.
Two versus one. Only busy left. Holding in the last few seconds. Go, 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 go. And booked themselves a spot in the grand final.
A best of one with more strategy, more thought than I have ever
And then I heard the wipe sound. I saw like Busy die, and then I heard the wipe sound, and then realized that we won the map. And so that was just like a huge weight off my shoulder in that moment. Like that felt really good in particular because the whole month of scrims against Envy leading up, I would basically like Busy would teabag and meow on my body
Yeah.
permanently, like on cooldown.
No,
The whole
every
month
time.
of scrims every day, bro. He never let up. So like,
No way.
and that's why I don't know if people actually notice, but at box 2 on Bernal, it's just Busy alive, and I'm on the other side of the wall, and I actually meow right before I come around the corner, just to try to like get it. I tried to like get that in bro's head a little bit.
That's so funny.
And so
I
yeah,
can't
that
believe I
one
missed
felt
that. I
good.
need to watch it back
Like,
and see if I
it's
can
just
hear
a little
it now.
detail, but yeah,
Yeah.
box 2 on Bernal. We're sitting on opposite sides of the wall, and I meow before I swing and kill him because he spent a whole month meowing on my piece. So
Yeah.
that was like my favorite tournament event. My actual like low key favorite memory is the meet and greet. I brought this up a couple of times. The meet and greet was really cool, and that's kind of where things sort of clicked into perspective because I come out of the elevator and I walk into the lobby and there's just a sea of people. Like I could never have imagined that there would be so many people there for the finals. And then, because I had modest expectations, but literally as I'm approaching the crowd, I haven't even like gotten into the crowd. At the very edge, kind of waiting outside the hallway from where the elevators are coming from, there's a dad and probably his son who's maybe 12 years old at the oldest. And like they wanted to like take a picture and stuff, and he was a big fan, and so like it was just the sweetest interaction, and that was my very first like real fan interaction because everyone I had ran into prior to that was like a player or someone at Embark or a creator or some sort of peer.
Yeah.
And so that was like my very first fan interaction, and I don't think I'll forget that.
That's why like I feel that too because I also like even for us like we obviously planned and like we knew about this whole event, and like it's been months of figuring out what we wanted to do, but like being in the lobby as well and like seeing how much people actually showed up was also like a click moment. So I get what you mean. And then meeting people that you've been like interacting with online for quite a while and then just seeing them in person was so cool. It was amazing.
It's very surreal.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't wait to run it back. I can't wait.
Yes, same.
Run it back. 3 words, Scotty. Do you know what they actually involve?
Winning, June.
A great deal of winning. Rather, a lot of it.
And he signed up for every bit of it, folks. You heard the man.
Ladies and gentlemen, come one, come all to the greatest virtual show in the world. It is Cycle 3 of the top 8 here in the land of the freeze. It's the AMER segment, and I'm joined by 2 men who know exactly what the definition of freedom means when it comes to America. I'm joined by Sunsoyo and not Artie. Nah, we decided to go for the second most luxurious haired man. It's Dread. Dread, how you feeling having to take a step in quite big shoes here?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm trying to channel my inner Artie today. I got my hair up. I got the Artie bun going on. So I'm excited. I'm ready to go.
Sunsoyo, we're going into top 8 for the 3rd time. It's getting tense up here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting extremely tense, and this could be a big day, but we'll talk more about that later. I'm super excited to see what is coming up.
Well, let's remind you of what we've been through for this cycle. We started off with the Swiss stages, where nearly 120 different teams entered into the Swiss stage before we then narrowed it down to the top 16. Last week, we then had to cut that in half to then get to where we are right now. But this is only 3 out of the 4 cycles. Why is this important? Because the points that come with it. If you are first, you get invited to the Grand Major directly. But if you are within 2nd to 5th, you get a pass into the closed qualifiers. And then from 6th to 9th is a boost, an advancement, a jump up from the grueling open last chance qualifiers. And I tell you what, that is definitely a series and battle I do not want to be sitting in. But we look at our top 8. What will be up for grabs? Dread, tell me, what's up for grabs today?
Yeah, just like the other cycles in here for the top 8, you get that 100 that first place spot, you get the 100 series points and big whopping $2,000 in the prize pool. But everybody in the top 4 is in the money there, with 2nd place getting $1,000, 3rd getting $750, and 4th getting $250. And everybody getting a little bit of series points in the top 8 as well. But the big bang for your buck is that first place spot with 100 series points.
Yeah, and this has affected that global leaderboard as we quickly look at that. APAC has finished up their 3rd cycle, and it is close between those top 3 as Haibu, KZ, and DRG merely 30 points away. EMEA is currently happening for their top 16 in the background of all of this, but Sunsoyo, this could be called. We could crown a golden ticket here and now. How is that even possible?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, Unfazed in the lead by 30 points with Envy just so close behind them. That being said, if they do take first place today, and Envy, if I'm not mistaken, is 5th place or below, Unfazed could find themselves guaranteed with that golden ticket. That being said, Pulsar's still narrowing in. Hyperactive, what do you think there?
Yeah, Pulsar must finish 3rd or below as well. That is the 2 criterias that Unfazed need to see for a guaranteed victory. Of course, they have to win on their side. If they do not win, then that golden ticket goes into Cycle 4. That is the stakes today. But we look at who made it into that top 16 is probably the biggest factor here. Dread, 8 of those people have disappeared. Is there any of those 8 that stand out and you're quite surprised about?
Yeah, I think the big one is definitely Auntie's Goo Boys right off the top there. That one was pretty surprising. I think kind of the meta change a little bit going into this Cycle 3 was a little bit crazy for the Auntie Goo Boys there. And another crazy one was the Defy match at the very end of the top 16 to get them into the top 8 there. Was a pretty crazy match too. A crazy reverse sweep in the last one to bring them out of the top 16 there, Hyperactive.
We also know that JSA was a big talking point. Of course, Slothy being removed from Kansas City Pioneers, creating his new roster just shy in 10th as well. Which then talks about, of course, the biggest change, Sunsoyo, Luminon Gaming. A new name into the scene.
Yeah, Team Ed now signed by Luminon Gaming. That's going to be normalized grad and land. Big congratulations to them as well. But, I mean, they got second place in this seeding following Nightmare's destructive first spot as well. I mean, they glided right through that top 16, right into this top 8. But that being said, we do have a new player joining the party here who has not seen top 8 before, and that's Team Defy. That's Nomad, Boom, and Defnox. It's going to be interesting to see how they stack up against people who have experience in this top 8. Darkside also returning, but I think everyone knows the rest of the teams here.
Yeah, familiar names across the board. Of course, a little reminder, NTMR walking in with 0 points as the most of their roster went to Luminon Gaming, which means that their points got stripped. So technically speaking, yes, this may be their second time returning. However, they walk in with 0 points. So they have 2 cycles to build up enough points to get them into that 5th spot, as they are 100% not possible from getting that golden ticket. But let's talk about how this day will go. It is going to be fun. It's going to be chaotic. It starts with stage 1. We're very familiar with a ranked cash out. Finish your cash out, top 2 advances to the next round. You'll have to do that twice and we'll find ourselves in a final round. The team that wins that final round will get advanced to the finale, but this is the kicker. The bottom 2 from that very first cash out will drop to that lower bracket, where the loser of that cash out will get eliminated off the rip. And then the team that wins that top 2 that goes through, the winner of that final round, then goes into the top and upper bracket. Moving on to stage 2, we then continue that format, that same mentality of the promotion. Do your cash out, go into the final round, best of 1, then advance to the finale. We will rinse and repeat for a second time, we rinse and repeat for a third time before we touch on the finale. The finale, where all 4 teams have qualified, will have 1 cash out to go. The top 2 will then go and fight for the best of 3, and then the winner of the best of 3 will be crowned champion of Cycle 3. Sunsoyo, it is a brutal setup, but it really tells the difference between men and children in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that again. That being said, starting off with momentum is extremely important. You do not want to be the bottom 2 teams in these first cash out rounds, because that means you're going into that elimination round. You need to start off hot to get that momentum going. It's extremely important, Hyper.
Well, talking about really important, how about we introduce our first 4 teams? Nightmare, Pulsar, Kansas City Pioneers, and Defy will be the first 4 games as we line them up. Dread, it's 3 names we are so familiar with, and Defy added onto the side. What are we thinking about this matchup? What's kind of the narrative and feeling going into it?
I mean, it's definitely a banger match to start off for sure. I mean, you got some big titans in the scene, and then Defy coming in the first time that team is in the top 8. So we're going to have to see how they perform stacking up against these big teams, but they made it through that top 16, made it into the top 8 here. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going like Sunsoyo was saying. It's going to be really important here in these first few matches.
And of course, talking about these first few matches, there has been a nerf and buffs to a few of these weapons. And Soyo, will that be something that these teams have to factor in as well?
I mean, medium might be a little bit in play. I do think the model is extremely well. It got buffed towards the start of the season, but that being said, alongside it, the chaos was massively buffed with a little bit of a pullback in this last patch. To that being said, I still think we're going to see a lot of Chaos 23. Will it be double heavy? I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see what people are pulling out. I think right now, maps will kind of determine what we're looking at for their weapon picks.
Of course, map-wise, we even know Galaxy Estate is just sitting there, so waiting for us to use it. We are still holding out on using Galaxy Estate. We are still figuring out how we can implement it in the best way possible. So no Galaxy Estate and still no Soul. We're still reworking on that side of things before we can bring it back into that map pool. But I do believe, yes, and so maps is a critical thing to talk about. I don't know how much you two have been watching the Top 16 EMEA while it's been happening, but I do agree that KS is still as powerful, is still the defining factors. But let's look at the vetoes as they start to come in immediately. Skyway getting taken off the board. Dread, I think that's no surprise. We're seeing that one gone immediately.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Skyway is definitely not a fan favorite, especially in the comp side. I mean, it's just so easy to kind of control spawns on that map and kind of dictate that, and they just want to get that out of there. And KCP with the Fortune Stadium next as well, hyperactive.
Yeah, and then we're also seeing Fang Wai being taken away. A bit of hit and miss between the Americas and how much they like it, and then Nozomi taken away as well, leaving us with Banal to kick things off. We're going range, we're going distance. Sunsoyo, as somebody who has hit Ruby a few times yourself, what is expected from Banal, and what do these players need to look out for when playing this map?
I mean, I basically say it every time, but now in this current meta, it's so important because you have invis lights kind of dominating these rotations, these head glitches. You have to always be looking over your shoulder because they can be peeking over a head glitch and catch you off guard, find that easy pick. But ultimately, I think we'll see a little bit of that mid-range. We'll definitely see that KS for poke, but we'll have to see what these teams are going to be pulling out. I'm not entirely sure what composition Defy runs.
Well, we've got our predictions down below us. Dread, kick us off. What are you thinking?
Ooh, this is a tough one. Like we were talking about earlier, there are a lot of big hitters in this one. I think I'm going to lean towards the team that went absolutely crazy and punched their ticket into the top 8 immediately in the first round of the top 16, and that's going to be a nightmare for me.
Sunsoyo, are you agreeing?
I'm going to have to go with a little bit of a dark horse here. I'm going to say Defy, but going with them is Nightmare. So I'm going to lock in Defy as my top pick here.
I love the both of your angles, but honestly, you could pick any of them and be happy with it. I'll go with KCP. I think they're coming with a bit of momentum, a bit of a roster change, and Kansas City Pioneers are showing up and showing they're capable. Don't get me wrong, I think Pulsar is going to be the number 2, especially as we know that Llama is bringing the sledge. And I don't know if you boys remember PHL Season 0 and the qualifiers, but Llama was a god at the sledge. Dread, do you even can you remember that far back?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Llama. I remember when he had to swap off and start learning the SA-12 and start learning how to use guns because he was a sledge main for so long. But yeah, he is an absolute goat on the sledge, and it's exciting to see him back on that.
Well, game should be starting really soon. In very brief words, Sunsoya, what should we expect?
I mean, just absolute destruction. These guys want it. They have what it takes. Ultimately, we're going to see some crazy stuff here.
Well, I'll pass it over to the two gentlemen who will kick things off. Sunsoyo, Dread, Banal, and the Mexican Fever. It's all yours.
I mean, Bernal, Dread. I mean, what are you thinking here? We do see a lot of double heavy coming out early on, but we do see HML coming out from Defy.
Yeah, I think we're probably still going to be seeing a lot of double heavies today. I don't think that's going to change too much. Maybe a little bit more mediums, but Defy was running that a lot in the top 16 as well. So
yeah, I mean, I know they have what it takes. That being said, we do see a lock bull plus that healing emitter from spawns as well. So we'll have to see how they use that. I do love the healing emitter, but On this map, Lockbolt could be pretty interesting. I think it has some great synergy with that KS, to be said, but we're going to see some early shots going off, holding up that mesh. Spawn's taking a lot of damage, down to half HP, but Llama now going to be taking a lot of damage with that sledge. Finds that winch as well, and that's going to be Boom taken down. We do see Nomad taking a lot of damage from that KS. It only takes 2 shots to take him out. That's going to be Death Knocks down, and my bad.
Yeah, huge explosive fight already for KCP here. Excuse me, Pulsar. They're just trying to hunt down Nomad here. Last one on Defy, taking a little bit of damage from that KS. He is going to make it out there. Pulsar is just going to opt to move this box and try to get that plug going there. And it looks like on the other side of the map, KCP taking a lot of damage here and actually wiping. And that's going to be Nightmare taking the first fight on the other side of the map. And maybe a little bit of a stagger coming out here, Sensoyo, as Pulsar plugged that box pretty quick.
Yeah, Pulsar does get that plug quickly, and that's fantastic for them. As a sledge player, you want to have control of the box. You want to be able to drop it down and collapse right on top of it. You're basically getting guaranteed value out of that right click from that sledge, but we'll have to see how Defy reset and come into this offense right here, but they have a little bit of ground to take over. Spawn's going to be looking for those early KS shots to kind of keep them away, and great movement from the heal emitter. You can see how much goo barricades they're setting up. They're just locking down this area, but Calf taking a little bit of damage, have to find that reset as Boom pushes in.
Yeah, that jump pad put in a lot of work. We didn't see a lot of jump pads in the top 16, but now that we're seeing a little bit more medium gameplay again, they can really get up there on that height. And Pulsar, I kind of like the trigger discipline from Llama there to not manipulate the cash box immediately off the beginning, kind of holding onto that winch and just kind of playing that drop. And here we go, we got Gateway back up onto the roof there, trying to chase down Death Knocks there. He's just barely getting away from that sledge, but he's taking so much damage. How is he still alive? The goo barely keeping him up. He's going to turn on Boom and take Boom out instead, but Death Knocks gets turned on by spawns there. Now Nomad, last one alive, and he's just going to go for the steal.
Yeah, I mean, he just went for the steal. He went for the Hail Mary. Not entirely sure. He wanted maybe $1,000 to get that flip, but ultimately, I love how Llama used that goo barrel to lock down Boom and just hit him with the right click of that sledgehammer. That's what he's known for. Goo them. He doesn't even need the winch.
Yeah,
but here we go, swapping sides.
Yep, Nightmare trying to hold on to their box here. KCP pushing in. And the swap actually does go through, so Nightmare, I think, is just going to kind of play for a retake here. That Lockbolt, Lasagna just shooting it out there. We do have the BFR on the side of Lasagna there, which is another interesting change from top 16 there. BFR with the winch. RPG not quite connecting there. Mesh Shield coming out with a little bit of a staircase fight here. Varian taking lots of damage. That BFR and the KS, huge burst damage that can connect here. Everybody on the side of KCP is getting really low. Busy's actually going to end up going down to Varian there. Lasagna ends up following him. Now it's only Stu up left alive. He does manage to take out Apollo, though. But he's going to immediately get fibbed back up to T-Mills, and then T-Mills is going to get traded out.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that BFR come into play because of that buff. Due to this nerf of the KS, I feel like people are just opting for one KS, one BFR as well. You just have so much burst damage like that double KS composition had before, but at least now you have that headshot multiplier with that BFR as well. But it's going to be Kansas City Pioneers taking that first box alongside Pulsar. We're going to move over to this amphitheater with an early TP with Defy, getting this rotation, trying to get this plug early on because they know an offensive push from a sledgehammer can prove difficult. They really love their defense over on the side of Pulsar.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to keep that momentum going.
It's going to be a double?
It might be a double here. I don't know if they're going to change direction. I think they're trying to beat him to this. The first person that's going to get this plug is going to have a huge advantage in this fight because I don't know if the other team's going to want to go for that double jeopardy, but are they going to be able to beat him? I don't know. We do have the zip line on the side of KCP. They're trying to get up to the roof here. And both these boxes are still here, but it actually gets thrown away. KCP does beat them to the box and get that plug, Soil.
Yeah, this is going to cause a lot of chaos in this match right now. With this plug and with this box completely separated, Lasagna's going to be able to find a pick right on top of Varian, takes him out with a little bit of an elbow, but that being said, we do have Kansas City Pioneers in control of this cash out. Nightmare trying to make a little bit of ground work towards this. They do hop on and try and bait it, but the building's collapsing all around them. They have the cover now. The building's providing a shield for them.
Yeah, so that steal is actually going to go through, but there's still plenty of time on this box for KCP to play for this retake here. Lasagna's going to back out outside. He's going to reload this RPG here. Playing down below. Actually gets peeked by 2 members of Nightmare. Lasagna taking a big RPG hit, but that BFR doing so much damage. He's going to have to back up a little bit. Varian ends up going down. Actually, Stu with the LH1 doing so much burst damage as well. He's going to get a double kill on the T-Mills there. Now it's only Apollo left alive on KCP. He's just going to go ahead and push in there, get the quick wipe, because they still got plenty of time. They could go for either of these boxes here, but we still have Defy on this box in Soyo too.
Yeah, I mean, Defy's here to cause some chaos. They're trying to make their way in, but Defnox does get taken out by Stu-J. He's on an absolute rampage, but to shut that down, Nomad is right there. A winch gets blocked on the side of Defy, but that BFR finds that headshot on that light, takes him out. Down goes Nomad, and now it's going to be Lasagna and Busy holding hands right now in that dome shield with Boom just trying to find this res, trying to find some ground, get some beautiful shots on top of Busy, but he's not going to be able to find it. Boom gets taken down, and down goes Defy on this box.
Yeah, Nightmare able to fend off 2 separate teams there to hold on to that box, and now KCP is back up and alive. They're going to have to be pushing Pulsar here, who is holding off the roof, taking a little bit of damage, but he does have that healing emitter up, so he can take a little bit of that poke there. Look at Llama just kind of lurking right on top of that box there, using the barricade to get back up to the roof. Lockbolt ready to go. He does have those goo grenades that he was using earlier, and he is ready to just pounce on anybody who's going to go for the steal here.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Pulsar, we talked about it earlier, this is what they want to see. They want to be able to drop on this cash out, but we do see some big damage on top of Apollo. He does get taken out by Cap from that XP54, but that being said, Varian trying to find a little bit of damage on top of Spawns does take him out, and that's going to bring things into a 2v1 situation. Varian's not going to have a lot of room to find this ground, but does get taken out by that sledge on the side of Llama, and I mean, there's one person you don't want to see holding that sledgehammer, it's Llama.
Yeah, that is something I missed seeing there. Just a surprise jump scare Llama coming through the wall there, breaking down that drywall and bonking on the head with that big old sledgehammer. We have a little bit of a brawl over this box here from Defy and Nightmare. Defy is actually going to go down there. They were almost able to take out Busy, but it just barely made it out of there with about 1 bar of HP. And man, it's just so much burst damage, Soya, with the BFR and the KS on that team.
I mean, the BFR, we've seen some beautiful headshots come out early on, and I mean, they're even running winch with it, and that tried and true. Once you get that winch, you can basically get a guaranteed headshot on top of a light, on top of a medium, on top of a heavy, and that's going to do so much opening damage. Combo that with a KS, and you're likely killing, if not very close to it. But we're going to take a look over here on Vault 6 with Pulsar and KCP trying to get a little bit of motion over to B. We're going to see how this goes down, because I'm pretty sure KCP needs this plug desperately.
Yeah, Pulsar's in such a good spot right now, too, just to kind of guard this box here. And that's exactly what they're doing. And the huge winch coming through. Is the sledgehammer going to connect? One does, and there comes the second swing through. And then Varian goes down.
Yeah, I mean, Llama got the winch, threw the goo on the ground, blocked him out, and hit him with the right click. I mean, this man is just ready for it. He uses those barricades to block his opponents. He uses that goo. How do you stop this guy?
It's like a fighting game. He's got the combos down.
And Defy and Pulsar are walking hand in hand. Pulsar wants this doubled. Defy needs it doubled. We're going to see how this goes. I mean, look at them. They're walking hand in hand.
Yeah, and Pulsar is just kind of there to dictate what's going on. I mean, they're in such a good spot. They have such a huge lead over Nightmare as well, too. So we're going to see what goes down here. We're coming up about on the about 20th second mark on this box here. Let's see who's going to end up taking it. But Nightmare, they need to hold on to this. They got every team in the lobby on this one.
I mean, a dome goes down. Llama wants to fight in this next round. They want to kick out Nightmare, but Nightmare only has Stu-J last up, but here comes KCP trying to take their opportunity right now. Llama with that sledge may try and stop them. He does get taken out. Llama drops, but Boom finds a big pick with that C4. Finds 2 as well. And that could be KCP's game right here. We're going to get this last second steal, trying to get the damage on top of that, on top of Boom, but down goes Defy, and it looks like Nightmare is going to be taking this one alongside Pulsar.
Wow, that was such a huge C4 RPG at the end there, too. So close. Boom almost making a huge play there, but not quite able to get down the rest of the lobby there. And wow, I mean, what do you think of that one, Ivory?
absolutely love how that game unfolded. I think the biggest pointer, and I think you pointed out, MTMR, Nightmare playing with a BFR after the buff that came with it, and that just allowed them to play this very wide style of game that was incredible because you had that trust with Busy to go in aggressively, then Lasagna can just play on the outside, Stooge can play on the outside, and providing cover in that direction. So yes, they were isolating one-on-one fights, they were going in one at a time, but it never felt like it. And that's why we saw Nightmare win half their fights with ease. And then Pulsar, again, we're talking about the Sledge Kings. They're playing his peekaboo strats. Play inside a building, you want to come up, peekaboo! I am here to attack. Sansoyo, it is such a funny playstyle, but it works. It clearly works for Pulsar.
I mean, one of my favorite moments, I think, during top 16 was when Llama Winston Normalized dropped the barricade right behind him, and Normalized turned to run away from the sledge, but he had nowhere to go, and Llama was right there with that right click. That being said, I mean, he showed off his skill. He has practiced with this sledgehammer, and he shows it right here. Coming down in second place alongside Nightmare, but those defender coins on that last point, Stu staying alive in the very last second, were able to get Busy and Lasagna back up and to hold on to that cash out ultimately.
Dread, a little disappointing for the newcomers of Defy. Is it expected, or what was going wrong for them compared to the other three?
You know, it's tough to tell, especially on a map like Bernal too, and when KCP was trying so hard to beat Nightmare to that box, and it almost ended up forcing a double, and I think unfortunately that was kind of where Defy kind of got stuck between a rock and a hard place there, where they were getting ready to fight Nightmare and just kind of got stuck in between every team and had to fight their way out, and it was just kind of downhill from there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate indeed, but as the bracket is slowly updating itself, NTMR and Pulsar will advance to the next round. Meanwhile, Kansas City Pioneers and Defy will drop to that lower bracket at risk of the first elimination within this cycle. Great news for Nightmare, as we said at the very start, they were in Cycle 1, but due to too many players moving out of that roster, NTMR's walking into this tournament with 0 points, so an early qualification for them would be massive. And for Pulsar as well, if they want to deny Unfazed from getting that golden ticket, they've got to advance into the finale, period. But we move on to our second match of the upper bracket. Luminon, aka Team Ed, Unfazed, our current leaders, Envy, the true challengers, and our Mexican roster of Darkside coming up. Sansoyo, Darkside, this isn't their first rodeo, but it's good to see them back, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to see Darkside back in this top 8. I know they have what it takes. Kusanagi is such a fantastic player. That being said, I feel like they are this dark horse in this lobby and in this top 8. I think they have what it takes, but they have to prove it. They are the team that needs to prove if they have what it takes. But that being said, Envy Unfazed in this matchup. This is a big one, Hyperactive. You keep talking about it time and time again about their placements. This could be a big one for them too.
Yeah, a lot of targets will be pointed on their back, and we've been seeing this. You know, take EMEA, that's what's happening. I think we're finishing it up in the background, but everybody was looking at the top teams. They were looking at them to just stop them from going through. So targets are everywhere. That team being 5 Fears, for some reason that went out, out of my head. Took them 3 rounds to get through, but they are finally across. But below us, of course, the Vetoes, Banal not going through, Las Vegas, Monaco, no surprise, and then we are seeing Fortune, but we're going to Fengwai, Dread. That's a rare one.
Yeah, that is surprising to me. That's usually one that gets vetoed out, so surprising to see not getting vetoed this time, and it went through on the randomizer there. You know, some of the stuff that's not surprising, we did see Monaco get vetoed there by Unfazed, and Vegas get vetoed by Envy there, but yeah, wow, Fengwei, that's going to be an interesting one to see, especially because I don't think it's scrimmed very much either.
No, it's, from what I've been told, a very, very difficult map to rotate around. It's just awkward in general. But we are at that stage where, if I'm correct, if I remember rightly, Dread, you got the prediction right last time?
Yep.
Yep. So I think we should start with you again.
All right, we'll see if I can keep the streak going here. This one is just as tough as, I mean, everything's going to be tough. This is top 8 we're talking about here, but, oh, man. I think I'm going to have to go with my boys on Luminon, former Team Ed here. Former SSG, I mean, those guys have got what it takes. When they lock in, they absolutely lock in. I'm excited to see how they play in this one.
Sunsoyo, your guess was completely off last time. Redemption?
It was close. But that being said, I do feel like this matchup will kind of be between Envy and Unfazed, but through that chaos, Luminon is going to take the lead here, going Luminon.
Is it a joint 3? No. I do not think Luminon will be number 1. I do think Unfazed are coming with the guns shooting. It's Unfazed's map. I think they've got it in the bag. But I do agree in the sense that Luminon is definitely a strong roster that could put up the fight, that could be in a position that really takes them down. And I could be wildly off, and we could see, you know, Darkside be the underdogs that they are, because, again, this is still cash out. We could see, I don't know what the correct term is now. I know it's not griefing anymore, but bringing someone across to the next round. And Dread, if you are, say you're Luminon and you're in that lovely position of leading, who are you wanting to bring through?
Not Unfazed. I know that for sure. You know, it's definitely a tough choice. I think more often than not, these teams are choosing who they don't want before they're choosing who they want to go through. And so I think Unfazed, obviously, them being in the first, they're in the top of the list right now as far as the series points go. I think they're going to have the biggest target on their back.
It's a big, big target. Sunsoyo, what's your thought? Who are you bringing through?
I think Darkside, but that being said, we'll have to see how this goes. There's only time will tell.
Well, time will definitely tell. We head across the ocean. We head to the land of the kingdoms. We head to Fangwai. Dread, Sunsoyo, take it away.
Holy moly, Sunsoyo, Fangwai! We don't get to see this one very often.
I love this map. Just me personally, I mean, yeah.
I kind of do too. It's kind of growing on me. I wasn't quite sure in the beginning, but it's definitely been growing on me.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how these players, I mean, in this chaos meta with potential BFR, I mean, this is a great map for these players, especially with the Invis Light. I feel like now more than ever, this is a great map for the meta. When things get a little bit closer range meta, this can be a little bit more of a difficult map, but we're going to be starting off here with Luminon versus Unfazed, and Juker's taking a lot of damage early on. Az takes a big shot as well, and that's going to have to force him to reset. Going to be using those sonar grenades to find Normalize, but Brad just poking with that LH1 as well, trying to scout out and find any little bit of damage here. Normalize, half HP.
Yeah, it looks like Unfazed is trying to kind of close the distance a little bit. They're just kind of slowly working their way up closer here. Juker actually on the Lewis gun instead of the KS. That's kind of surprising to see. Dome shields going out for both teams. Now that lock bolt has locked Juker in place, and he cannot get away from Lamp there. He's going to go down to a kick to the chest there. And now Lamp is going to get traded out as well. Noah's going to get that pick onto Visions. Now it's only Aztract. Last one alive there. And he's going to try to peek Normalize. Get some really good damage, actually. But he's going to end up going down to the KS. That's the first wipe going in favor of Luminon.
Yeah, Luminon taking out Unfazed, and I mean, the Lewis gun. I think it's a good idea to bring in something that can offer a little bit of tickle damage ultimately, but we'll have to see how this game goes. But I mean, double lights on the side of Darkside, and they are in control of this first cash out over here. We'll have to see.
Yeah, a little bit more of a brawly weapon out of that Lewis gun. Kind of able to put out some good pressure, but we're looking at Envy now, trying to make their way in towards Darkside. You were talking earlier that this map, because it being long range, is pretty good for those lights. And Darkside is going to be the only team out here that is running double light. And yeah, the steal spot there, Gremlin trying to take it from the bottom floor there with a little bit of a sliver that he can kind of hold onto the edge of that box. But he's going to have to hop off it real quick because Darkside, with those double lights, taking so much angles. Look at Uni getting ready. So ready to just open up on Miro right there.
Yeah, Uni finds that pick, waits so patiently. Great trigger discipline. Down goes Recobs, and now he may find Miro, but Miro shoots back and takes him out. Gremlin using that SA-12 to take out Kusanagi. Miro looks for that revive, but ultimately taken out by the M60 that Bubba's running.
M60. Wow, this is interesting. This meta is opening up a lot more now after these changes, and it's exciting to see. I think, you know, the M60, similar to the Lewis gun, it's a very good brawly weapon. You can put out a lot of pressure with that weapon, and there's not a lot of burst heals now, especially with the H+ changes that happened a few patches ago. And the healing emitter can give some good healing, but it's not burst healing, right? Since Soyo, it's just that constant healing that you can kind of almost negate with the M60.
Yeah, exactly. I do feel like this is an unusual comp from Envy, but that being said, they are in the perfect place to run it. The SA-12 works very well in this office area, play very close with that LH1 and Uni on these off angles. But we do see Darkside making their approach. They do drop down that cash out. I think they got on at time, but with Envy dropping down, pushing them away, there's gonna be no opportunity to get this cash out. And Envy gets their money, and they're able to move on. But M60 coming out from Not Bum, and I do think that's a great pick for him. He's a big aimer, and with that M60 low recoil, he can just beam.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially against the double lights there. He can kind of hold those corners really well. That M60's got so much ammo in the belt there. He doesn't really have to reload very often. He can just hold those corners, make sure those invis lights can't peek the same corner back to back. And that's going to be Envy and Luminon taking the first 2 boxes of the map. And now we've got Envy kind of working their way up towards Luminon here, as they're trying to work this box away. That lockbolt connecting, but it's immediately going to get shot out by Bubba there. He's just kind of sitting on that heal ball. He's got the mesh shield up. Lamp trying to get aggressive here, getting some really good shots with the KS. Taking some damage of his own, though. Normalized coming up from the other angle. He's going to get Uni. Now it's only Gremlin and Bubba left alive.
Yeah, and this is a big fight. They need to get this pick to find the advantage, and that wipe's gonna be a lot of money lost for Envy early on. And with Luminon kind of taking this advantage right here, this plug is gonna further that lead that they have. What's going on? Tons of damage, a little bit of a fluke with a pyromine or fire barrel taking a lot of damage, finding enemies right there. But we're gonna swap sides, swap gears to the other side of the map over onto Vault 3, where Darkside's holding out this cash, waiting to get this plug on the side of Unfazed. But Unfazed has a little bit of ground to make up to get this plug going.
Yeah, and Unfazed there, they're really holding down the roofs there on that building. It's actually Miro up there. It's actually Darkside up on the top there. I think Unfazed might have dropped to snag this box. It looks like they did. Visions has it in hand now. Trying to get through that gateway. The gateway does get opened up, but as goes down right as that gateway opens up. So now it's going to be a 3v2. It's only Visions and Juker. They're going to try to stay alive. Juker did get the body from Ads there, so we do get that hand res up. But Visions immediately is going to go down to Miro right after that, and now they're going to get collapsed on here. Az does get a pick, though. Can he get a second one? That's a big glitch. They can't get that dome shield down. And now he's going to get down Recobs as well. Miro just barely staying alive. It is a 1v1. Az being the light, he's going to get that regen just a little bit faster. Miro starts his regen now. He's going to get this hand res off. But Unfazed still in control of the box.
Yeah, 2v2, both teams find a res or a coin, but we're gonna try and get this full team back up on the side of Darkside. But while this fight was going on, Envy actually did wipe Luminon over the other side of the box, but we do see Az gonna be taken down by Kusanagi. Vision shoots back, taking down Recobs, and we're gonna see a 2v2. This fight goes on for ages, and we'll have to see how that goes down. But ultimately, over on the other side of the map, we're gonna see another push from Luminon Gaming here.
Yeah, Lamp just lobbing that C4 up in the air, trying to get as close as he can. It lands almost right next to Gremlin over there, but actually gets mostly blocked by that goo. Now Bubba taking a little bit of KS damage as well, but in that dome shield, Lamp's going crazy with that SA. But Bubba, with that M60, is going to get the trade on to Noah. Lamp's going to take out Bubba now as well, and now it's only Lamp and Uni. 1v1. Not a lot of time on that box, though. Uni's going to get him off of that steal. Can Lamp get the wipe, though? This is going to be a very important wipe. He's sitting on that heal ball there, taking huge damage, though. The only downside of that KS, it takes a while to reload once you use those shots. Just holding up that shield, though. Grad was able to coin in. Uni's going to push this. Nope, he's just going to turn around and get the hand res, Soil.
Yeah, exactly. We do see that going, but ultimately we're gonna have to see how this fight breaks out. Over on the other side of the map, we do see one last second steal attempt coming out from Darkside. Unfazed is wiped, but through the fire and flames, he does get taken out by the pyro mines. Oh no! And Unfazed gets that box. This is going up to be anyone's game right now. You see how Luminon had such a big lead, and Envy were able to take that back. And now with 28k in the lead, we'll have to see how they want to play this final box, whether they're going to hold out a vault or look to double potentially, depending on who gets this plug.
Yeah, and now we're going to see how Envy is going to play this as well too, because they can opt just to kind of guard dog one of these boxes here, just like we saw in the cash out game before this. Uni trying to kind of scout out a little bit, taking a little bit of time. Actually ends up taking out Kusanagi. And now Miro and Recobs, they don't have a lot of time. They're just going to have to leave that body there, just kind of go around. Kusanagi's going to have to coin in once they get a little bit closer here. And now Envy just working their way across the map as well, trying to bring these boxes close together. This is such a huge map. Look at how far away these boxes are. And there's only 20 seconds to get that plug. I'm pretty sure they got this guaranteed.
Yeah.
Gremlin's just kind of sitting on top of it there on that goo. But here we go. Fight for the other box now. Sensoyo.
Yeah, this is exactly what Unfazed wanted. They have control of this box. And typically, a lot of times I see the team who gets that plug, gets control of this third-party box. We'll get it, but there could be opportunities that open up. Lamp may go for it right now. The box is not dropped fully down. That could be trouble for Unfazed, where they do get that flip. Lamp sticks it all the way through with that escape gateway coming out from Grad to get that team out. Now, with the box in their hand, all they have to do is play slow, play the stalls, play for everyone else to fight for them, basically.
Yeah, but it's going to be everybody here, and Uni's going to go up, and they're actually going to take out Juker as well. Vision's being the last one alive on Unfazed. Big damage coming out from Noah. He's going to have to back up just a little bit there as that whole wall gets broken through. Grad trying to find some angles here, but there's so many people outside. He's got to be really careful. There's so many KSs. He's going to end up peeking there. Miro's going to take out Lamp, which is really, really bad for Luminon. There's still plenty of time on this box for somebody to hop, and now it's only Grad left alive. Is he going to be able to get the stop? He hops in there on the dome shield. He does get that, but Visions is going to hop back on it now, too. And Envy's just going to let him have it. But he gets stopped at the last second. Az is going to take out Recobs, and Luminon holding on to it.
Wow. Luminon found the perfect opportunity to get that flip while everyone was still up on Unfazed. I don't know how that happened, how they were not able to get that stall gun. Like, no C4, no drop. They attempted to try and get that drop, but I don't think it fell the way they thought it would. But, I mean, just absolute insanity. Envy and Luminon, hyperactive. Holy smokes. What do you think of that one?
Oh, that ending got a little too close, but it goes to show that having those early vault fights, having that control at the start of the game that Envy demonstrated, mean that they could dictate the rest of the game at the end. They chose who they wanted through. They felt that they could go head-to-head with Luminon and NTMR and Pulsar and still make it through, which saying those four names out loud is quite impressive for next match. But I'm really, really impressed that Darkside can go head-to-head with Unfazed. Dread, we saw a lot of that fight go down. Yeah, they ended up last, but they really are a dark horse, Darkside.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Recobs and Kusanagi, they've been playing light for so long, and Sensoyo kind of touched on that point a little bit too, but that's actually such a great map for that team comp, being the only team running the double light there. They can just move around that map so much. It's so wide open. It's pretty vertical too, with a lot of the rooftops on the buildings. They can kind of sit wherever they want, and Miro can just kind of sit on the box and kind of play defense there.
Yeah.
But they were definitely putting up a great fight for sure.
I agree entirely.
I was gonna say Envy bringing out the M60. We haven't had that weapon out for many seasons.
And dropping 10 kills with it.
Yeah, it's good to see it back. And the note I put down quite early on was M60, good or bad? Sensoyo, are we in agreement that this is a good weapon to bring?
I mean, specifically for Nababa, I touched on it mid-match where he's such a big aimer. He can just use that weapon to beam over and over again. But that being said, I think it does combo well with the LH1, with the Chaos if Gremlin were to bring that in, but in this map, I think having the mix of that double long range M60 and LH1 and comboing it with the SA12 so they can cover all their bases, it was just a phenomenal pick.
Well, on your screen is the bracket. The next match we'll see is that winners match 3, which will be NTMR, Luminon Gaming, Envy, and Pulsar. And then in our elimination bracket, at risk at going home early, unfazed, our championship leaders, Kansas City Pioneers, Darkside, and Defy. So 2 that was somewhat so expected to be there. But unranked number 1, Dread? Down at the risk of elimination this early?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty crazy, but you know, they've been in kind of similar spots before, and sometimes they kind of fight their way up, and it's worked out a lot for them in the past because they can fight their way all the way back up to the top and make it into that top 4. So it's definitely, you know, I wouldn't count them out yet for sure.
Before we quickly chuck it to the break, Senseo, any last words of those 2 matches?
Well, I mean, we talked about momentum starting early on, and seeing Unfazed down at the bottom of the bracket could spell danger. And the teams who made it have that momentum rolling. We'll see how it goes.
We'll definitely see how it is. Grab yourself a cuppa. We will be back in a very short moment.
Part 2, folks. Lamp of Team ED back in the interview seat with Caroline.
And this is the one where it gets complicated, Scotty.
Complicated, how?
They were the same 3 at the major. They were not the same 3 for very long afterwards.
Over to you, Caroline.
The team that got 3rd in the world last year is back together. Team ED is that exact trio. What, like, whose idea was it for this reunion, and how did it actually happen?
Okay, so I guess this is how we're gonna get into the nightmare stuff a little bit. So immediately following the major, Roster Mania happened. We were originally gonna keep the band together. The nightmare roster wasn't really gonna happen. In fact, me, Noah, and Grad had verbally committed to Envy. The 3 of us were actually going to sign to Envy. And then that night that we verbally committed to Envy, I get pulled into a call with Flack, who owns Nightmare, and Grad, in which Flack is basically gave like me and Grad an offer to go play with Lasagna. And it was a really good offer. And Lasagna is a fantastic medium. So we bid on that last second. And so the roster was created. And then the roster just did not get off to a hot start at all. There was actually a lot of drama. Grad and Lasagna could not get along to save their lives. The team environment was like pretty toxic right at the beginning, and our results showed. Like our practice results were not very promising. I think it was 48 hours before cycle 2 and 24 hours before PHL season season 3. I think it's called PHL 26, but PHL season 3 playoffs. Flack lets us know that Lasagna left the team, which was not expected at all because 2 days prior to that, we had just had a really good scrim block against Envy, which especially at this time, like leading into cycle 2, Envy was like dominating. you know, I'd spoken with Lasagna earlier that night because Lasagna wanted me to just drop Grad and grab Stuje. But I wasn't really willing to do that. Like, we do not get as far as we did in the major if it wasn't for Grad. And like, obviously, people may have their own opinions from like an outside perspective, but on that stage, like, I know exactly how Grad composed himself and how he played and the decisions that he made, and like, he's genuinely elite. Like, he's genuinely elite. And I don't trust anybody to be able to do the job as well as him on that stage, like November 27th through the 29th. So I told Lasagna no, that I wasn't willing to drop Grad. You know, I think Grad is him. Like, I just think Grad's him. Like, he's genuinely so good. He's actually so good at the game. And so it was crazy because Lasagna went to Florida. He went on vacation to Florida. And then we convinced Noah to just play PHL Season 2 with us because Noah still had his doubts about Brink coming back. And I think Noah was a little skeptical because, and I think Noah was hurt a little bit when we had verbally committed to Envy and then we just all of a sudden just dipped and went to Nightmare and then he doesn't have a team. I think it was not as much as Grad's personality or in-game performance or anything like that. I think Noah was just a little nervous about the roster and just trusting it as a whole. The second place PHL performance was not enough to convince Flack to just replace Laz with Noah. And so Grad was officially dropped, and then Lasagna wanted me to retrial for my spot as a heavy, which I was a little insulted by because it's like, we've been teammates for the last 7 months. You should have like a fairly clear idea of what you're getting. Like, it was genuinely so tragic that we did not get into the final round in Cycle 2. Because very first box against Unfazed, they're stealing the box first floor. I drop in. I have perfect line of sight of the medium and the heavy, and I'm holding my RPG. And as I click my RPG, Noah throws a glitch barrel right in front of me, and I RPG myself.
No.
Glitching myself, doing 200 damage, and then breaking the floor underneath me, dropping me into their team, and I die.
That's the thing with the finals, right? A lot of small details can change drastically, but then you pick up on them, and the next time you're doing an even better job. So it's all about learning as well, right?
Yeah, next
That's
time Noah
amazing.
won't throw a glitch barrel right in front of me with my RPG. You know, lesson learned.
Feels a bit like, you know, the squad is back together, you know, it's like the boy band just like back together again. It's kind of cute. I love it.
It's good vibes. Like, it's good vibes. We've definitely like evolved a little bit. I think me and Grad learned a lot playing with Lasagna because he did think about the game very differently. So I feel like me and Grad picked up a lot of like the good things that Lasagna does, and then Noah being on, I would argue, like a weaker roster, or at least being on a roster in which his role, like, he has to do a lot more in his own role. Like, Noah's nickname during this period of time where he was basically single-handedly carrying Unfazed was LeBron. Like, Noah was LeBron. And so, because Noah was genuinely just like a one-man army and pulls so much weight. And so Noah has this like newfound confidence, and he as a player has developed so much over the last 7 months. So while like it's the same roster, it feels like a different team. Honestly, it does feel like a different team in the best ways possible.
So we've been talking a bit about Grad, and Grad has been known to take interviews shirtless. And unfortunately for the viewers, he is not here today. But what is the most Grad thing he's ever done?
Most Grad thing he's ever done? I don't even. At Sweden, this is the only thing that's really coming to mind. At Sweden, he ate someone's food. He like was VOD reviewing the games and drinking alcohol, sitting in the lounge, and he ate someone's Uber Eats order, bro. Like, it just like
How
showed
did
up
that
at his feet
happen?
and he just ate it. So from what I know, he was hanging out with I think he was hanging out with like Rue and Sugi, and I think there were a few other people there, and they had ordered Max Burger. Holy like full circle here. They ordered
Truly.
Max Burger, and then a Max Burger order showed up, and they thought it was theirs. And so it was like a ton of food, and Grad like ate like 3 burgers and was like drinking his like probably like a vodka soda or something, and VOD reviewing the games. And then their actual Max Burger order shows up, and then someone in the lobby comes up and is like, "Where's my food?" And then Grad just had to be like, homie, I'm sorry, bro. Like, Grad's just like, I mean, every moment's a Grad moment, bro. I don't think I've met anyone who is so authentic and doesn't really like code switch. You know what I mean? Like some people will, you know, change their demeanor and that kind of stuff relative to who they're interacting with. And Grad had, like, with Grad, it's just you're getting professional Grad or like just like relaxed Grad or angry Grad. You know what I mean? But it's always Grad, and that's what I love about him the most is like he's just so him, bro. Like he just is so authentic.
You probably said this, and I feel like people probably know or have theories. But what does ED actually stand for?
The casters refer to us as Team Ed. So like I like Team Ed. It has no meaning whatsoever, but I just like Team Ed, bro.
It's just a little guy called Ed.
Yeah. So I don't expect us to be Team Ed coming into the major. I imagine we'll be signed, but we'll find out.
I imagine we'll be signed.
And signed they are, folks. Say hello to Luminon Gaming.
The little guy called Ed, all grown up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you've only just joined, don't worry, you haven't missed too much. Well, I say you've not missed too much. It's 2 games have already been and gone in this Cycle 3 top 8 for the Americas. I'm still joined by 2 fabulous men who still understand the definition of freedom. It is Sansoyo and Dread. We've already seen 4 teams drop to that lower bracket. 4 teams continue that path for the first seed in the finale. The teams that have dropped below is, of course, Unfazed, Kansas City Pioneers, Darkside, and Defy. But moving ahead, we are looking at this top 4. Nightmare, Luminon, Envy, and Pulsar. Sansoyo, that in itself should be a fight like no other.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be scared to be in that matchup, honestly, but I know these guys are ready for it. I mean, they're deep in their own right. Every single one of these teams, anyone could go through, Hyper.
I'm struggling to think. I'm trying to think of my predictions because currently I am 0-2 with it. But talking to the prediction master Dread, who's 2-0 right now, what is going to be the downfall for these 4 teams who know each other so well?
Yeah, this is where my confidence in my predictions is going to start to waver a little bit, because this really could be anybody's game here. But man, I don't know. That's a tough question. I mean, they're all just going to have to play their own game, to be honest with you. I don't think this is really a lobby where they can kind of choose who they want to go through or not. They're just going to have to play their own game.
Well, talking of playing your own game, the only factor they have right now is picking what map that is. Skyway, again, no surprise, getting banned. Las Vegas disappearing from Envy. Luminon does not want Fortune. I think it's the second time they have picked that. Feng Wai being taken away. Rotation, horrendous map. But we are going to Nozomi Citadel. Sansoyo, a lot of people are starting to say this is as good as this Horizon in terms of esport readiness. Are you in the same boat? Are we agreeing with that?
I would agree with that. I feel like this map is very good, especially in the pool of maps that we have currently. I think this map fits perfectly well because it's such a close range map, which to me might play to Gremlin's advantage. I know he's pulling out that SA-12 we saw last round, so he may pull it out again, and this map is extremely good for that. But I mean, we'll have to see what the other teams are pulling out, if they're going to be sticking with that KS, BFR combo, whatnot.
Well, we're about to touch on to predictions. Dread, you're 2-0. I'm going to put the pressure back onto you. I want you to fault now. I don't want you to go 3-0.
This might be where my streak ends. This is definitely a tough one for sure, but I think I'm going to go back with my boys on Luminon again. I mean, Grad, Lamp, and Normalize, when they lock in, they can do some crazy stuff, and their micro decision making is some of the best in the game, absolutely. So think I'm gonna push my chips over into them being one of the two to make it through.
Sun Sawyer?
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about this being a close range map, but I almost forgot about the GOAT Llama on Pulsar, so I'm gonna have to go with them. They have the best close range weapon in the game right now, so Pulsar, going to you.
Doubling down, double down. I'm going to double up the money on that corner. Pulsar for me. Again, you're talking about close range. We've seen how brilliant they were in Banal at being able to play that peekaboo strategy to spring a trap out of nowhere. And this map encourages it so much. So I feel this is definitely something within their corner. Dread, we're kind of going against you. I'm sorry, buddy. How you feeling about that?
We'll see if it pays off. I mean, I'm definitely nervous, like I was talking about before. I mean, literally, it could go anybody's way here. You know, I mean, Sosoyo makes a great point too. That was going to be my second choice to go through. It was going to be Pulsar because of that sledgehammer too. And Nozomi, I love this map. I think this is going to be an insane map to see, especially with these teams.
This is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Oh yeah. One word, and I'm looking for just one word here as we are getting close to loading in. What word are you using to describe the fight we're about to watch? We'll start with you, Sawyer.
Honestly, I don't even know if I have one word. I have a short phrase. This feels like a grand finals match. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay. Dread?
The finals is the game of dynamism, and if anybody's gonna bring it, it's gonna be these teams.
I love how both of you decided, you know what, one word is not enough, and I agree. Yeah, it definitely is not enough. The vocabulary is way too long, but we are loading in. We head over to the world where Via and Sis are fighting amongst each other. Featured somewhere in Japan, but I tell you what, let's get into it. Dread Sensoyo. Let's have some fun.
Oh man, Sosoyo, we were talking about it a little bit, but Nozomi Citadel, I'm really excited to watch this one. This is probably my favorite match to watch, especially from a viewer standpoint.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty interesting map. The one caveat being these jump pads over here. This is probably the most difficult part of the map to push. We're gonna see a little bit of a slower gateway entry from the side of Pulsar, but they're ready to make this push. We do see Envy on the other side of this building over towards Vault 2. Cafaneo just sitting in Viz trying to find any sort of opening. The first pick does go on the other side of the map, but that being said, we're right here with a big winch on the side of Envy, but they're gonna be finding a bit of damage on top of Gremlin. Gremlin going to bar, but Cafaneo gonna be the first one to drop over here. Llama dropping second, and Spawns all dropping one by one like dominoes, and Envy gets to tap this vault and move this box.
Yeah, and it looks like on the other side of the map as well, too. Luminon getting just about as fast as a wipe as Envy did as well, too, on to Nightmare. And they're going to be moving their box. Actually beats him to the plug as well. Might have just a little bit of a stagger going on here, but nothing too crazy. I don't think anything to make a big difference, as we already see Nightmare back in. This time they spawned over by Envy, and they're going to be trying to push their way across.
Yeah, exactly. We do see that spawn in come over from the side of Nightmare. They're going to be looking for a big RPG, but don't find anything. On the other side of the map, though, we do see Grad posturing up on this billboard with Pulsar inbound. But on the other side of the map, we do see Uni gonna be able to find that pick on Lasagna, shut down this push early. But it's gonna be up to Nightmare to find this reset. But I mean, Stuje finds a pick on top of Uni. That's a big player out of the game over on the side of Envy. Both teams trying to find a reset, but Nightmare finds it first as well. And it's gonna be up to Envy to get this reset, hold on to their box.
Yeah, really good heads-up play from Gremlin there to be able to grab the body of Uni there, get that nice hand res up and quick, not have to spend any coins off in the bat here, but Bubba in a lot of trouble here. Gremlin Uni trying to come in for the save, taking so much damage here. Stu ends up going down. Busy and Lasagna are both very hurt, turning into a 1v1. Lasagna, though, was just a little too hurt to turn around and fight Uni. Uni clutches up with the double kill to get that wipe, and Envy holding on to this one.
Yeah, Envy getting that fight win. And we're going to swap sides over to the other box, and we do see Pulsar in control. Another big right click on top of Normalize, and Cafaneo is dropped on the side of them, but Luminon goes down shortly after. I mean, Pulsar kind of win this box over here if they have anything to say about it, but they're ready to go third party cash out B.
Yep. They are trying to make their way across here. Barricade kind of going up from Llama's, trying to make his way across the street, but taking so much damage from that LH1. Finally going to make their way over as these boxes are finishing it now. Pulsar getting one. Looks like Envy's going to go ahead and secure that other one there. Envy getting a little bit more kill money as well as the plug to kind of solidify them in that first place position. Starting off with some good momentum. Still plenty of game left to play. So we have another box fight breaking out here between Luminon and Nightmare. Stu already getting a big pick onto Lamp. Trying to look for another there, just kind of sitting in Invis. Looks like Pulsar coming in behind him, though.
Yeah, this could be pretty deadly for Luminon, or for Nightmare, actually, over here on this box, because they want to get this rotation, but with that team potentially looming in, pushing in behind them, and could be anyone's plug right here. Grat sitting invis in that stairway, but we do see this plug gonna be going in, but Normalize trying to stop it, backing up on top of this high ground.
Yeah, Busy taking lots of damage as well, too. Grad picking up a double kill onto Stu and Busy. Lasagna's gonna have to back up a little bit now, but I think, yeah, here comes the flip now, too. I think Pulsar, they might have, looks like they actually went to the other side of the map. I thought they might have been still kind of lurking around this side. Looks like they did chase them to the other side of the map there. And now Nightmare just kind of reset here. Plenty of time to go back in for the retake. And now Pulsar on the other side of the map, they did get that plug.
Yeah, I mean, with this reset from Nightmare, this could be an interesting fight. Luminon actually winning that box. Does get that flip, but tons of damage coming out from that LH1. Finds a lot of headshots on top of Normalize, pushing back this ground, and this could be a little bit of an opening to take up this high ground for Nightmare and press. But with Grad on that invis, just waiting, finding any sort of advantage, looking for headshots of his own on that LH1, this could be dangerous. But I do think Nightmare has the right play, dropping this box down, gonna be forcing it in pretty close as Lamp just uses that cast to break down these lines of sights and play this high ground.
Yeah, and we do have the winch on the side of Lasagna, too. They are able to kind of move it around. This is a very good steal spot, just stealing it right around the corner there, able to connect onto that. Taking huge damage, though. The glitch comes through. Busy's going to end up going down. And the swap, actually didn't go through. It was so close at the end, but Busy died before it could fully go through. And his body's in a really bad spot, Soyo.
Yeah, I mean, Luminon's looking pretty strong right now.
Lasagna got his body somehow.
And I mean, they do get that res on the side of Busy, and this is going to be their last opportunity. 20 seconds left on this box, but Grad sitting in Biz, buying his time, playing this high ground beautifully, and now he's going to be able to hold that defense, but it's going to be up to Normalize and Lamp to just hold hand in hand with this mesh shield up to just take him out. That being said, Stu J, last one up, he's not going to be able to do anything, but he does find a pick, taking out Grad, but I don't think he's going to be able to find this box with the KS following out that window, taking him out.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so defensive on the side of Luminon with those double mesh shields. I mean, it's just so much shields and health bars to try to fight through. And now we got a 1v1 left up on this side with Gremlin and Llama here. Both reses coming out on either side. Gremlin's going to toss down that dome shield, try to hop on this, but here comes a goo stall. The winch ends up going through, but the goo actually didn't pop there, but he did still get that stall. Pulsar's going to be holding on to this one. Uni, last one left alive. Trying to hold on to that money, though, and get a little bit of extra kill money as well. He's going to have to back up a little bit as that mesh shield goes up and the heals go through from Cafaneo. But he runs right into Spawns there. Spawns is going to be able to pick him off. And now Pulsar, you're going to have to rotate out, putting themselves into the first place position here. These are the boxes where everything could change, though, Sensoyo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this last box, they either have to hold it out, force a double, they have to do something here, but with this first step advantage, this first mover advantage over on the Vault 6, they may be feeling pretty safe here. That being said, there's still 2 minutes left on this Vault in this game right now, but with Luminon holding onto the other box on the other side of the map, we'll have to see where every team rotates. It looks like Envy trying to make their approach over here, though.
Yeah, we're going to see how it works because Luminon actually got that plug really fast after those boxes end. So it kind of puts Pulsar in a little bit more of a tougher spot to kind of dictate where this is going, because now these teams have so much time to rotate over here and kind of worry about this before they have to go back and worry about that box. And now we're going to try to start moving it here. All three of Pulsar just
big
kind of hold
RPG.
hands here, trying to get this going, but Gremlin able to hit an RPG on all three there. Dome Shield ends up going down. Llama trying to hop out the back of the window there. And Gremlin's just going to go across. He just wants to get that box. Big winch coming through, but we're just going to throw that box away. And now, got it a little bit closer to that. And Gremlin's like, you know what, you can live. I just need to make sure that this box keeps moving.
Yeah, Gremlin's gonna stop that fight right in his face, but here comes Llama, and he should have ended up going for that kill anyway, but Llama fights two, and he made 5-3, but Gremlin takes him out last second, but Cafaneo there to take out Gremlin. Down goes Envy. I mean, you should have killed Llama there. It just came to nip you in the butt, but now Pulsar is gonna be able to hold this box out, guarantee their spot, but over on the other side of the map, we do see Nightmare holding on to this box, and RPG goes down, lock bolt as well. Lasagna on the SA-12 trying to find some damage advantage over here, but Lasagna gonna be poked away down to 3 bars HP. Busy does get dropped down by Lamp, but now here comes the steal attempt. Maybe feel a little bit of desperation in this match as this last place position coming out of Nightmare, but Stujay now trying to find another pick, but doesn't work out. Lamp's gonna be able to take it out. Here comes Llama though with that sledgehammer. Gonna be taking out Lamp, and I mean, I don't know if there's any sort of situation where they lose this because they're going to secure this, and Grad, last one up now. Playing with his food a little bit.
Yeah, what a great one again, too. Grad able to stay alive at the end there. I don't think a wipe really would have mattered too much for them. But, yeah, just a crazy one. Like you said, Gremlin, he maybe thought he was going to be moving a little bit faster on the heavy there, but he definitely should have turned around and fought there before kind of throwing that box and going after it. But, I mean, just, wow, what a crazy match. Again, hyperactive.
Crazy as it should be. Sunsoya, you walked into this game and you said this is a grand final in itself. Viewers, I think we all agree that that was a grand final performance. Absolutely incredible to see, though. Biggest note, MTMR, their defense, absolute solid. Brilliant. When they have the cash out, they have been nothing but unstoppable. But they're attacking. They're, correct me if I'm wrong, but it almost feels like they're not checking their corners. They're not seeing... Okay, admittedly, Invis, you're not going to see them that much, but you're not checking your corners well enough to cover your angles, cover the attacks that should be obvious to them, and, well, that's cost them dear, and NTMR missing out. Sunsoyo, how important is it? Just kind of break down what I've just said there in a sense of how important it is to check your corners when entering into a site.
Well, when entering in a site, I mean, you said it pretty well. I think they're kind of laser focused on a team, but on a specific player. But with this Invis meta, you can just get caught off guard so easily. I feel like they're getting picked off pretty early, but they are able to find those picks and maybe swing that momentum back in their favor. Ultimately, both teams, especially on that first cash out, found that reset. Envy were able to find a pick on Lasagna, but then Uni dropped as well, just allowing both teams to reset with another offense. It's just very, very difficult to push in when the entire team is up. You kind of ruin your opening because I know Envy's not going to let that happen again. But that being said, it was kind of Pulsar's game to control, and I'd like to touch on them a little bit. Hyperactive with that sledgehammer. Llama was just so dominant in that game.
Absolutely swinging left, right, center, no matter what happened. Llama was there and he was in your face. Dread, you may not have picked Pulsar, but somehow you're still going 3 for 3. First of all, how are you? What script are you reading off? And can I borrow a copy? Because I'm still at 0 here. But at the same time, Pulsar really did control this entire game, didn't they?
Yeah, they absolutely did. And you know, with the predictions, I can always bet on my boys Lamp, Normalize, and shout out to Grad's mom for sure. But yeah, Pulsar for sure. You know, we kind of talked about this a little bit before the match started too. So Soyo was talking about Sledge being such a good pick for that map specifically on Nozomi. I mean, the walls don't matter to him at all, right? Especially when you're fighting in all those close quarter buildings. He can go wherever he wants, up and down the floor, through walls, whatever. It only takes one swing.
Yeah, one swing and you can get through. And as Llama demonstrated onto MV, no matter if you run, hide, or do whatever, he will hunt you and he will smash you to the ground. The king of Sledge has finally returned in full force. Llama is absolutely on fire, but we move on to the head-to-head Luminon Gaming versus Pulsar. It is a best of one, so we will be sticking with Nozomi Citadel. That is guaranteed as we play from the previous map. Changing the format entirely, Sensoyo, you go from this chaos of that 4 teams of 3, all battling over 2 objectives, and now you half that to a traditional format. What is that mindset change to make it from the chaos to the calm?
Well, I mean, like you said, this is the format that most people practice. When they're going up against each other, they play these 3v3s because it can translate very well into cash out. That being said, these are a little bit more buttoned up fights. Things are a little bit more predictable. You don't have to worry about third parties, fourth parties even, boxes getting doubled, but we're going to head over to predictions hyper. We'll have to see how it plays out.
You know what? I think we've been giving Dread too much of the mic to kick off, and I think that's where the luck is starting to come in. So, Sensoyo, I'm rubbing at my lovely lamp and hoping you can perform a genie miracle.
Honestly, I'm going to have to stick with Pulsar here. I went with them last time. They kept me, they did me well last game, so going with Pulsar.
Dread, doubling down, sticking with Luminon?
You know, technically this is both of the teams I said we're going to make it through, but definitely Luminon. just to set the record straight. But, yeah, you know, I can't switch up on them now. This is going to be a crazy 3v3. If we were going back in time a little bit, back to year 1 with the first TGM and these teams fighting 3v3s again too, back when they were the old SSG, they were coming out on top. We'll see, you know, if something changed, if they could do it again. I think all 6 of these players have definitely evolved a lot as players, and the game itself has evolved a lot as well. But yeah, I'm going to stick with Luminon.
Both of you sticking to your guns, but as somebody who's, hang on, let me check my notes. Oh yeah, I am still 0 on the board. I am going to change my allegiance. I'm going to move away from Pulsar. I'm going to go to Luminon. To be honest, you could do a coin flip with these two. It is so close with how they play, but it is also drastically 2 different styles. But for me, Luminon and them bringing out the BFR at the beginning, the fact they are going to play a little bit more to meta gives me a bit of comfort. Don't get me wrong, Pulsar 100% has that potential of qualifying into the finale, and I would definitely not rule them out. But as we are loading up our map once again, we head back to the glitchy zone of Nozomi Citadel. Sensoyo, Dread, take it all away.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting fight indeed. That being said, I think it comes down to these vault fights. If Pulsar are able to get a vault fight, get a plug, I don't see how Luminon can kind of crack that egg, open them up, and get that cash out with that sledgehammer. But we'll have to see how this first vault fight goes. We do see Luminon spawning a little bit further away than Pulsar, and we'll have to see, Dread.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. These vault fights are going to be very important. You know, if anybody can play against a sledge, though, Luminon can do it. I mean, they have shown really well not to be a little bit too aggro. Grad so fast at backpedaling and shooting while he's doing that, too, making sure he never gets in the range of that hammer. But, you know, it's definitely going to be tough.
I think we can see a little bit of Luminon's strategy early on. They're just going to be using those KSs. Break open everything. Make sure you don't have a wall to hide behind. Make sure we can shoot you at range. And, I mean, Lamp drops down and going to yoink this box. He may get lock-bolted, but narrowly avoids that one. The barricade goes down, blocking his escape. But Lamp ultimately does get out of dodge and resets. And this fight is still going over Vault 1 out in the open.
Yeah, you know, I said this a lot in the top 16 too, because we saw these teams face each other in a 3v3 in the top 16 as well. And Lamp, I don't know how he does it. He's so slippery as a heavy. He's got that movement down, especially with Mesh. He's one of the Mesh OGs from all the way back in season 1. And that movement stuck with him. And, you know, Llama connects to him, and somehow he lives almost every time.
This is a little bit tricky. Grad's on a great off angle. If Cafano does come out of that invis, I'm sure he is going to be dead. But we'll have to see with this vault fight slowing down yet again and Pulsar in control. I mean, Luminon on this low ground, not very good for these KSs to be down here, but gonna be taking this zip, trying to push a little bit of high ground, maybe just backing up, playing range, playing cash out A, forcing them to rotate yet again.
Yeah, Luminon, they definitely don't want to jump the gun here and get a little bit too close. I mean, there could be a sledgehammer waiting around any of these corners. It's definitely better to try to force them to play into them, try to make that sledge come to them, and try to tax him a little bit while he's closing that distance.
I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth here.
Yeah. It's kind of a race here to see, but that lock bolt does connect, though. He's going to turn around and try to smack that, get it out of the way, but it does cause him to drop that box now. And Luminon, they're kind of ready for this in Soil.
Yeah, I mean, Luminon now in control of this high ground. Pulsar has to barricade up. They're just setting up a full bunker down there. Barricade the door, goo the other entrance, and now just waiting patiently. Nobody wants to make a move, but I mean, with these KS, this double KS, they can kind of open this up, crack that egg, as I said earlier, but now it's time to go in. Beautiful shot from Lamp, but it looks like Spawns shoots back as well. Dome's dropping down early, blocking him out with that barricade, just like we talked about. Llama finds two. Lamp and Grad go down. It's just gonna be normalized. Last one up. He opts to just jump off the map or get that reset going. And I mean, how do you escape that, Dread? He pulls him in and drops the barricade right behind him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a way. I mean, it's such a mental battle between these teams too, like we're seeing, because it's not really, you know, who's gonna play the best. It's really who makes the first slight mistake, and the other team is just immediately gonna capitalize on that.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see Luminon just play a little bit slower. They know they cannot drop down. They already knew it, but maybe a little bit too impatient there. But Grad has that gateway ready for his team. I think they're going to have a decent rotation in. There's only one KS looking at him. They're going to drop that gate, get that team over, and Luminon now trying to find something. But does he know one person's behind? Where's Grad right now?
I'm not sure. He might be looking for just some crazy off angle here, or maybe just trying to throw him off, trying to make them kind of look at him a little bit while his heavies are just kind of breaking through their own way here. Look at Llama just kind of hanging on the other side of that wall, though. He hears them kind of coming. Get them back up a little bit. We do see a glitch come through, though. Actually hits both Lamp and Normalize there. They're going to kind of change directions here, going around. Still plenty of time on this box. They're going to have to make something here soon. A big RPG connects. Immediately going to get healed up by Calf, though. Here comes some big damage. Lamp gets pulled in. He's going to be taken out by all three of them. Another big RPG, though, Soil.
Lamp got kidnapped again. I mean, this winch is just devastating with this goo. How do you escape that? But Normally just going for that res. No fear in his mind right now. Taking a lot of damage. Winch going out, missing that. He blocks that with it, but ultimately Grad goes down from Cafaneo. Llama hits that sledgehammer. Like, once that winch connects, you may as well just fight. I mean, you got a barricade thrown behind you. You got a goo thrown behind you. You can't get back to your team.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the new kick mechanic as well, too. I mean, you get that barricade thrown behind you. He swings at you. He kicks you into the wall so that you're kind of disoriented. You don't know where to mantle. It's just crazy, and how fast that he does that combo, too. But, you know, on the flip side for Luminon, they lost that first box, but that was arguably the best box on the map for Pulsar. At least that's spawned up right now, because it's in that little building up there on that top floor in the corner. These other two boxes are a little bit more open, Sensoyo. We have another vault fight happening now, though. He's trying to goo him off, but he's backing up. He's got the limited slide mets going through. Lockbolt not quite connecting. Trying to swing up over the goo. Getting a little bit of damage done, but Normalizing Lamp, they're doing a really good job kind of backing away from that sledge here.
Yeah, I mean, Llama is scary. Oh my gosh. I just feel like I see the fear in Luminon's eyes as he's throwing that goo, trying to lock them out, block them from escaping. I mean, just a little bit of a panic, but ultimately they have things under control. They do get out and find that reset, but I think the box is in the hands of Pulsar. Llama rotating early on, and now trying to find a little bit of advantage, but Normalize finds that KS shot on top of Cafaneo. This could be cause for a reset from the side of Pulsar. May just throw this box in the corner of the map and just wait it out.
Yep. Trying to chase him down now here. Lockbolt was already used, actually just whiffed a little bit on the side of Lamp there, but they were able to take him out. Box did get thrown, so there's going to be lots of time for Pulsar to come back, and they still have all their coins, so it's going to be the first time they're using it, and they've got that lead, so, you know, they can take this time. It doesn't really matter as much for Pulsar as it does for Luminon. But, you know, on the flip side, now Luminon can opt to go for this billboard point over here and be in a little bit more of an open area for them to fight, which is going to be way better for them.
Yeah, I do think this point may be a little bit better. I'm not entirely sure if it's, I think it's in the floor below, which could be a little bit of cause for concern. Because, I mean, Llama is known for dropping down this point, forcing it. Ultimately, with those goos, with those barricades, they have every tool in the book that they need to force this box. But if it does get winched out, that's very, very good for Luminon to set this up. But there's no way to do that with this. You're going to be using that lock bolt instead, dragging it out.
Oh,
it doesn't go.
Connect to it though, and he got winched back up as soon as he dropped down. That's terrible. Lamp gets picked out immediately. But they still have the box up on the top there. They're breaking through, kind of climbing their way up now. Grad and Normalized, they're going to have to back up. This might be a retake angle as it does get broken down. And they're all hopping on it now. Grad kind of taking a peek, getting a little bit of shots off. Actually forces them to back off just a little bit, buying them a little bit of time. But still 5 seconds left before Lamp can even coin in.
Yeah, they need to start going for the steal ASAP. They're going to be able to break open this floor, maybe get another angle, but we do have that mesh on the side of Spawns. Going to be able to protect Llama for the time being. They will get that flip, and now Luminon has to go on the offensive here to find this steal, but I mean, Llama's dropping this point down. He wants this point in their bunker right now. Barricades going out, goo blocking off every single angle, but with that Chaos able to break in from both sides right now. Llama has to get out, hit the eject button, and reset. Cafaneo going down.
Normalize. Yeah, Normalize found one on to Calf there. And Luminon doing a really good job at defending this. They were able to hold them off until Lamp was able to come back. Pulsar is just going to hop right back on it, though. That glitch is going to connect. The steal goes back through, back in the favor of Luminon. Now it's only Spawns left alive, and they're chasing him down. Now, if he goes down, that's going to reset those death timers, and they do get him.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if that was a little bit of desperation with 30 seconds left. Not sure what that timer would have been on the Pulsar coin, but when Llama engaged like that, he found the winch, just narrowly not enough time for him to stall. And Luminon did get that flip, and I think he knew it was GG's at that point.
Yeah, and what a great fight from Luminon there to be able to stay up with losing Lamp so early on in that interaction there, but able to kind of hold on to that, get that retake, and turn this into a tiebreaker box.
Honestly, I thought that was Pulsar's box for sure. We talked about it early on. The strategy that Luminon wants is to open up these fights, bring it outside, but when they failed to do so and Pulsar got that flip, it was very scary for Luminon. But with those chaoses, they're able to create their own outdoor point. It seems like they can just open up the entire building and put this inside point outside.
Yep, exactly. And the counter lock bolts are doing lots of work here as well. Look at Grad trying to get some damage in, though. A little bit dangerous. He was really close to him there. He's got to back off before he gets winched. He is going to get chased down by Calf, though. But it looks like he got away there. Calf's going to back up and go back to his team. Heal up Spawns a little bit there. Back up the stairs. Luminon also have regrouped here, but Normalized with a big mid-air charge, like slam attack coming out of Llama there. Looks like an action game. Normalized is going to end up going down. Lamp taking a little bit of damage as well, too. They're going to back up. This is where they're going to want to start using their coins, too, because we're talking so much about... I don't think, you know, it gets lost on a lot of people how important these vault fights actually are. People are like, oh, well, you know, the timer's not really started, the cash out's not going, but it's still so important to be the team that's able to get that plug and kind of start setting up first.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like this, when you're going up against a sledge, you do not want them to get that plug. But with Llama having the box in hand and rotating towards cash out D, it's not looking good. Lamp's trying to move pretty early on. Gonna be getting some shots from Spawns and trying to find some shots of his own to slow down this rotation. But with Normalized getting Grad back up and full Luminon squad making their entry over to cash out D, we'll have to see how Pulsar holds this one down.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty good point for Pulsar as well. Kind of interesting that Llama's going to open up that wall there. I thought he would kind of play behind it, it'd be a good stall point for him to kind of stick behind that. You would think that walls are better for him, but he's going to opt to open it maybe for like a winch angle, maybe to pull it back in towards the inside, but Lamp's going to use that lock bolt tech, trying to get it out as far as he can. They want it to be in the open for sure. He gets taxed a lot trying to move that, does get lock bolted. They're going to go ahead and quickly get rid of that though. And now they're going to kind of back up, and they're going to have to reset and go back in. They definitely don't want to overcommit here.
Yeah, I mean, even when it's out in the open, this is just such a dangerous position to be in. Spawns does have a KS in hand and gonna be able to get some shots early on top of Normalized, but even with this high ground, you pull it outside, Llama's gonna be there to just drop on top of you. Look at this angle. He can just skydive on top of this, but gonna be able to look for that winch. Does not hit it, but with all of Luminon right there, a big RPG goes out. Gonna be trying to find that reset with that healing emitter. With that H+ infuser, gonna be looking for that reset. This could be their opportunity. Luminon still, I think, has to take a fight and find some sort of damage advantage here.
Yeah, they did actually make them use a lot of their utility up there. They actually are gonna get that flip. Now Normalized getting jumped on, they're taking a lot of damage. They were able to almost trade it onto Llamas there. Normalized somehow makes it out with 1 HP. Trying to winch the box back inside. Doesn't quite get it in, but they do get a goo coming up. Cafaneo blocking Lamb from getting in there. They do get it swapped back again. They're going to have to hop on it right now if they're going to want to get this back. Here we go, going on it Normalized, but he does have Cafaneo to stop him. Pulsar is going to take it.
No way. How did that box flip twice in a row, back to back? I'm actually speechless.
In the last, like, 15 seconds, that box swapped teams twice in the last 15 seconds there. That was absolutely insane. What a close match, but man, it just goes to show, we were talking about it again. You brought it up the first before anybody else, and Soyo. That sledgehammer in the hands of Llama is pretty scary. What do you think, Hyperactive?
Scary indeed. It just goes to show two different play styles, two different ways of approaching this game. One that came from Pulsar, which would haunt your demons to the bittersweet end because they constantly push Luminon every second. You don't have the sight? Don't worry, I'll push into you and keep chasing you down. We want you indoors. Don't worry, we'll chase you indoors. No matter what, Pulsar was constantly on the move to set up the trap, to spring that trap that Luminon kept stepping into. And then the end, oh my god, that end, was it three steals without a wipe going through? Sensoyo, I think that's a record in itself, isn't it?
I mean, that was just absolute insanity. I for sure thought Luminon using that lock pull to bring that point out into the open was just an absolute death trap, but somehow they were able to make it work. And then Dread was wondering why Llama would break that wall open, but it worked out for them. They were able to get that retake, winch it back in, and block the entire line of sight with one goo and get that flip. I mean, Cafaneo clutching up there in the last second as well, holding Grad away and finding those picks early on that forced point right there. I mean, just absolute cinema.
Well, with the first half of the first stage completed, we see the upper back bracket being completed as we see Pulsar stamping themselves into the finale of Cycle 3. A fantastic way to start things off, while Luminon, Envy, and Nightmare has to go into stage 2 and continue the gauntlet that goes ahead of us. But after the break, when we do eventually come back, we will be looking at that lower bracket section where Unfazed, Kansas City Pioneers, Darkside, and Defy will have to fight amongst themselves to stay out of elimination. Dread, this is the do or die for a lot of these teams. They are of a lower bracket, politely speaking. Who is seriously at risk here in your eyes?
I mean, it's definitely tough. You know, I think the pressure is definitely on for all four of these teams for sure. Especially, you know, coming in. I think Unfazed has a lot to worry about because they got that target on their back for sure. And also Defy coming in, a team that's newer to coming in for the top 8. It's going to be tough for all 4 of these teams.
Well, when we come back, it will be the first of those eliminations, the biggest talking point of them all. And of course, the biggest talking point is that #1 team who today can take that golden ticket. Could be knocked out. We'll see if that happens after the break.
Part 3, folks. And I've been reading up, June.
Have you?
I have. Do you know how close they came at that major?
I do, Scotty. So does he. That's rather the problem.
Ah.
Over to you, Caroline.
So would you say that, like, you know, in between you did spend like half a season playing alongside Lasagna, and, you know, he lifted a trophy last year while the 3 of you were next to it. Do you think that that period of time then taught you kind of what the gap between a podium and title could be?
Individually, like for me, absolutely. I think people forget just how close those 2 first Vegas games against Nightmare really were. Map 1, the first Vegas game, Gremlin lived with 4 HP because 1 shot from Grad's burst didn't land. Like quite literally, 193R bullet decided map 1. Then we had Monaco. Our Monaco cash out game was really good, and then Team Secret was just an absolute in that lobby. So it was kind of unfortunate to have Team Secret and Fnatic. No. It's mostly because of Team Secret and Fnatic being in the same cash out lobby, by the way, because those 2 teams did not like each other at all.
No.
Remember, what was it? Group B, Group C?
Yeah.
Like with Team Secret, Fnatic, DRG, and KCP.
Yep.
Fnatic doubled the 15Ks, which is like finals no-no. Like, you don't double the 15s ever in basically any context. Fnatic doubled the boxes because they didn't like Team Secret. Because Team Secret, apparently, in like Nagos's words, was like Team Secret's like playing like a and not doing anything. And so they doubled the boxes just to make them do something, which is like the balls that Fnatic has to do that.
That's a risky move.
Like, I never felt nervous at any point. I like day 1 of the major, like there was a lot of adrenaline, especially on day 1. But I actually never felt nervous, but I wasn't present. That's the big distinction that I would say, because I just was not thinking clearly. I wasn't nervous. It was just I would do something and it just wouldn't work, or I'd get punished for it really hard, and then I'd just be confused.
Yeah.
And that whole grand final went by so fast. It feels like I blinked and we're down 0-4. Like, it went by. We never even got to talk to our coach at any point during all those games. Like, it was just super weird. And then we loaded into Skyway, in which we lost by $200. And then which is single kill. And I remember I threw the cash out to plug the box. And I remember it literally smacked the cash out as the timer went out. Like, I heard the sound of the cash box hit the cash out. But that Skyway game is where I definitely felt like I was starting to unravel a little bit. Like, I was getting like the cash outs confused. I was like, let's go C when I was talking about D. And then I was getting confused, and I feel like it was just the pressure, I suppose. Like, because I never felt nervous. In fact, The reason why I say I didn't feel present is because I remember during that Skyway game, I remember consciously even saying to myself, I was like, I feel really calm right now. Like, I'm like not tensing my shoulders at all. Like, I'm just super calm. My in-game focus and just my focus as a whole, as a player this year, has been to just be a lot more present within the game and sharpening my focus overall. Because I think it was just the pressure and the stress in my subconscious was really starting to bubble up, and my decision making really suffered. And then we finally saw that in the Citadel game, where it was like I literally kicked the router. I kicked the router under my desk and disconnected the
remember. I do remember.
I don't know.
This.
That's Basit's problem, bro. I got frustrated and kicked the wall in front of me. And the router to the server just happened to be there, and I disconnected me and my teammates. So like,
yeah, that was a moment. Since I was working backstage, I saw all of this happening and the confusion, and like I had to run back and forth trying to like figure out what the heck was happening because I didn't actually see the kick because I was behind the stage, and I was just like, how did this happen? And then like, oh no, Lamb kicked his cable, and I was like, what? Okay, so here is some season maths. So you're 4th on 80 points with 2 cycles left for the qualifiers, and Unfazed are at 70 points ahead. Is catching them the target, or is cycle 3 going to be about locking in your seat for the close qualifier?
in my mind, we're still playing for the win. I think we're in striking distance, honestly. Like, obviously, it probably means, in order for us to punch our ticket to Sweden, probably entails we have to win both cycles. Obviously, anything could happen in terms of how those points are being distributed, but realistically, with a 70-point gap between us and first place right now, it's probably that we need to take first in both. Like, confidence is at an all-time high right now, and relative to where our scrim performance is at, like, I would consider us like a heavy favorite going into cycles 3 and then at, presumably 4.
A first-time viewer today has 8 teams in front of them and gets to pick one. Why should this trio with unfinished business be theirs? Why Team ED?
Because we're like the perfect blend between like being very competitive and professional in that regard and still having a lot of fun. Like me, Noah, and Grad genuinely have a really good time while we're playing, and I would encourage anyone like just to like peek into I stream our scrims and stuff, and so I'd encourage anyone like peek into our scrims and just watch the way that like we communicate with each other. Like I genuinely love Noah and Grad to death. They're like family to me, and so we have that tight-knit bond, and I think that's why our community is as good as it is. You know what I mean? I think that's like the people that we've fostered like in our chats, the people that support us, like everybody's so on board, and it's just all one big ship, and it's it's a cruise, everyone's invited, and it's just a good time. So like
I love it.
I think it would be easy to support us if you just took the time to peek in a little bit and see what we're about.
Everyone's invited. I love that, June. I'm going.
Nuh-uh. You are not going on a cruise, Scotty.
I am going on the cruise.
Folks, that is the 3 of them. 3rd at the last major, then apart, then back together, and now signed.
And still chasing it.
We're back! We're still going. I'm still joined by 2 fabulous men. That is Dread and Sonsoyo. I'm gonna be speedrunning this because these guys are ready. Our next match is literally round the corner. Quick reminder though, for people who have just joined, we have completed the upper bracket of stage 1 where all 16 teams have sorted their ways out. We now have 4 teams where we look at that elimination. And of course, the key talking point, unfazed. The team that could claim a golden ticket today, depending on the scenarios, must win. Are at the risk of elimination. Sonsoyo, that is a dangerous situation to be in, knowing how close you are from going to the Grand Major on November 27th.
Yeah, this losers bracket match is so important, especially this cash out round. You do not want to find yourself in that 4th place spot, risking elimination.
Well, Dread, it's about to get also interesting. Down below, our vetoes are starting to come in. What are you hoping to see from this fight?
You know, it's definitely tough. I mean, the name of the game is definitely momentum here, I think. You know, we've been talking about that a lot, especially in those cash-out games. You want to keep that pacing up. You want to be the team that's making it to the vault first and making it to that plug first. And, wow, we're going to be going back to Nozomi again, too, which is going to be a crazy one. Very fast-paced map.
Fast-paced, but we've clearly seen that if you get up close and personal, it is going to be amazing. And apparently a change of rules to how we predict, because Sensoyo was so desperate to get extra points. It's currently 3-3-1 in favor of the 2 Americans over there. Apparently it's only the top 2 that needs to go through. So Sensoyo, which one of the top 2 is advancing to the next round?
Honestly, I think with their back up against the wall, unfazed, I'm going with them. They're going to be able to make it through unfazed.
Dread?
You know, oh, man. Can you hear it coming? I think Sensoyo definitely can. I think I'm going to pick unfazed as well.
I'm just going to be that guy who just does... I'm not going 3 for 3. I am so desperate for a catch-up here. I think KCP, but I'm pretty confident as well that FaZe is probably going to go through. But at the same time, they're also going to be the biggest target on their back. So that's where I'm going the opposite direction, because when you have a target on the back, it's always dangerous. As I said, we're getting so close to getting this game started in one word. And I want one word this time. Dread. Describe what we're about to see. One word.
Explosive.
Good boy. Sensoyo.
Confidence.
Good boy. I'm glad these two can understand what one word means, not one phrase. But we're getting into the game. We're back at Nozomi Citadel. Dread, Sensoyo, this game is all yours.
All right. Sensoyo, we're back on Nozomi. How you feeling?
I mean, I think we got to take Hyperactive down a notch. I mean, this guy's feeling too confident in the host seat right now. But that being said, I mean, the Nozomi Citadel, you said it as well. We'll see where we go here. We're going to start off with unfazed on Vault 2. Who are they going to be fighting up against here?
Yeah, it looks like we already have a fight breaking out here. Juker trying to get some damage in with that KS. We already have Az with that gateway over, too. Kind of closed that gap already. Juker's going to find one onto Apollo there. Az trying to get another angle off there, running around through invis, running the sonar nade this time. To ping a couple enemies in there. Don't Field's coming out from both sides with a kick coming through. Varian's going to end up going down, and then Juker getting all 3 onto KCP.
I mean, these guys are ready. These guys are unfazed, but we're going to swap sides on the other side of the map, and it's just going to be last one up. Boom. Almost a trade. Kusanagi coming out to like 1 HP. Could not be closer to a wipe on the side of Dark Side, but the fight's going to have to find themselves respawning back in 14 seconds. That being said, KCP spawning back in. Not sure what side they're going to be spawning on, but Cash Out B plugged in.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough one to try to play against as well, too, because look at unfazed. They're just taking up this high ground here. Pretty high, kind of controlling that elevator side, sitting up there on that healing emitter. Here comes KCP. They're going to opt to go inside first, kind of work their way up, using those KSs to drop the box down to them. Unfazed, they can just kind of bounce up from up top whenever they want. Looks like they can hear them shooting through that. They're going to go ahead and stop and just kind of back up a little bit, kind of take their time. Those sonar grenades, giving them a little bit of information. Not getting any pings yet, but at least they know that they're not kind of close to the box.
And I like this little bait and switch position from the side of KCP. They do find a glitch barrel and taking out Visions right here, right now. A lot of damage goes out on the side of Apollo. Gonna be able to find that reset. T-Mill's on that heal beam. The lone medium essentially in this lobby alongside Def Nox, but we'll have to see. They do opt for going for this force, getting this flip. They finally find it, going to be using that heal beam to reset and going to be taking out Juker as well. Astrak Visions back up from the side of unfazed. and we'll see how they get this ball rolling yet again. They have to wait 20 seconds for the teammate to get back up.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, Sensoyo, too, but I believe this is a new comp we're seeing out of KCP as well, with Varian on the heavy instead of heavy, medium, light.
I mean, I think they have been playing a lot of double heavy on the side of KCP, but I know Varian's a very, very deadly light. I do like this play from the side of Unfazed. They are going to opt to just back out, reset. They know they have to take a single box here, and there's no time for to take it from KCP. They're going to opt to go to dark side. But I think, I mean, they did get, and they're close enough for Defy to spawn on top of KCP. Not going to be a very good rotation.
Yeah, definitely going to be a tough one for sure. They're going to try to hop on at the last second, though. Dome Shield immediately going to get glitched out, but the C4 got glitched from the side of Unfazed as well, but it doesn't matter. They get jumped on by Darkside there. Recob's picking up 2, Kusanagi getting the 3rd, and they're going to hold on to that box. KCP getting theirs on the other side. Darkside holding on to theirs.
Yeah, I mean, this is some unfortunate pacing for Unfazed. They're kind of the team to watch in this map, but that being said, Defy does get this tap, and Apollo finds some beautiful shots on the side, but Varian does drop down. Not much health left on the side of Defy. Boom does go down. Defnox trying to find a little bit of a reset alongside Nomad, but a KCP as well. Gonna get that defib, gonna reset as well. 3v0, but here comes Darkside finding this fight, taking out Varian, taking out T-Mails, and Apollo, last one up, does not want to wipe in this situation as Darkside does get that plug, get this box rotated, and does get detected. Miro gonna be pushing in aggressively, 1 HP on top of Apollo, and they do end up wiping.
Yeah, that was a really, really good play from Darkside there, because now not only did they get a bunch of extra kill money and wiping the second place team to get themselves even more of a lead, they also got that plug money as well, putting them way in the lead of everybody else right now. If they hold on to this box, I mean, they're kind of sitting pretty for the rest of this match.
Yeah, I mean, how do they already have 22K? It's actually insanity.
22K is crazy.
Yeah. I think both plugs getting good team wipes, and now just the momentum going in their favor. But now they're privy to their location of KCP as they rotate in. Miro backs up, pushes towards this high ground. Be trying to look for a little bit of advantage, let his double light just kind of scout things out. You don't want to be caught off guard if you're alone heavy in this situation.
Yep, exactly. And you know, these double lights, they got so much mobility too. They can kind of move around these boxes as much as they want. Kind of peeking down here with the invis. Know that they're trying to drop the box a little bit. Varian's going to get healed up and immediately going to get chipped down again. Kusanagi eating 1 KS slug, but he's able just to trade spots with Recobs there, as Recob's able to beat down a little bit. Darkside doing a really good job at kiting here, but Miro gets caught by the lock bolt. Is he going to be in trouble? He's climbing
Somehow
up the staircase.
Somehow he's mantling all the way up.
How did he? I don't know how he made it all the way up there with that lock bolt still connected, but they are right on his heel. He's finally going to end up going down. Now it's only Kusanagi and Recobs. Get some really big damage onto Varian there. He's actually going to end up going down. T-Meals, though, with the medium. He's got that defib. Going to bring him right back up. Goo's going to end up going down. They're going to hop on this. Miro coming in now. That was actually his last coin, it looked like, in the soil. Kusanagi going down.
Yeah, I don't think you stall that with 2 lights. I just don't even know how you get that, but you'd have to play that high ground. That being said, Miro now kind of pushing in, may look for the reset. I think it's important for them to not wipe in this situation, because if they do get the lone plug, there could be a situation where they end up in first place. So not wiping is a brilliant decision, but Kusanagi burning that last coin as well. And now we're going to swap gears on the other side of the map. We do see Defy in control of this box, but Defnox, last one up, looking for some great headshot damage. He may find the stall. It's going to come down to last second on this steal attempt. Will he get it? Glitch goes out. They don't get it.
No way.
In last place here.
Wow, Defnox at the last second, able to hop down on there and hold on to that. Unfazed in a pretty bad spot now. They were able to get that plug, but not able to hold on to the money at the end there. They still have a little bit of money to the point where if they get these boxes split, they could potentially make it through, because these first place and third positions are all pretty close in money here. But a lot of these teams, they're not going to want them to get this.
I mean, this fight over here could be fighting for crumbs, and we'll have to see how this goes. Who gets this first plug here? It looks like think this may go in the way. Juker finds a big pick on top of Boom, and Nomad goes down as well. This is a beautiful fight for Unfazed. They just need to split this box to have an opportunity to get in the money right now.
Yeah, and KCP, they're in a spot too where they, you know, it's going to be tough. I don't think they can really afford to choose whether they plug this box or not and bring it to the other side. I think it's going to be way safer to play. They got to play their own game. They got to at least get a plug and start this money going, because look at that. Dark Side is right on their heels there, making sure that they don't get this Apollo. Actually, all three of them are so low. Apollo's the last one left alive. He does not want to wipe here. Is he going to be able to stay alive? Looks like he might have made it out. Dark Side, though, they're going to get this plug.
They should have went for Apollo. If they took him out, that would have been a beautiful situation to be in. But now they're just going to go get this plug and just hold on to this box. They're feeling confident about their defense. They've had such a beautiful game thus far, but we'll have to see if it pays off, if that was the right decision. Over here on the other side of the map, we do see another reach out from the side of Defy. They're going to be able to get some sort of damage started, but with this rotation, it's going to be difficult to make an advance on top of this cash out being on the offense.
Yeah, Unfazed really needs to hold on to this, but Juker's in a bad spot right now, backing up, getting lots of help from Az, though. Able to kind of push him away a little bit, does have that escape gateway
Visions
set
has 0
up.
coins.
Oh, Visions has 0. Neither does Juker! This is a terrible spot. It's only Az left alive. Nomad actually walks right by him. Az able to pick him up. Doesn't see him in the invis there, but he has to stall this all by himself. He does find a body, though. He's going to get a hand rest, but he doesn't have time. They're hopping on it now. He's going to go through, and he doesn't get the kill.
What?
There's a little bit of time left on this now, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it back. There's a little bit of stagger on these boxes. Soyo, this is a pretty bad spot.
I'm nervous for Unfazed here. I mean, they would only have a minute left on that cash out on the other side of the map, but if anything happens here, they need to play for third. You do not want to be in fourth place to get wiped out, but in this situation, KCP might just be thinking the same thing. Play for third, stay in the bracket ultimately, but we'll have to see what happens. 30 seconds left on the other cash out. I'd love to see cash out B.
Yeah, and I think Unfazed actually got lucky with a pretty good spawn here, but they have to get in here and look at Darkside is here as well as KCP. Az actually ends up finding a pick onto Kusanagi, but KCP is right below him here. Everybody is just stopping them from getting it. They have to hop on it right now. I think he did hop on it in time, but he has to stick this. The RPG gets blocked by somebody hopping through, but the KS shots land. No way. Unfazed are out.
Oh my gosh! The team that could win it all knocked out early.
KCP playing so safe at the end there. Nobody wants to wipe, like you said. I mean, fourth place is the spot you don't want to be in, and everybody was so close in money. A wipe could have spelled disaster for anybody. So instead of going for the point, they opted just to try to play safe and play alive. And it ended up paying off for KCP, but unfortunately Unfazed. That's absolutely insane. And Darkside playing crazy too on this map, Soyo.
Yeah, Darkside really showing out and showing their prowess in this map on the Nozomi Citadel. That being said, I really love the ball knowledge from KCP, knowing exactly what's at stake, knowing how to play the situation. They don't want to get knocked out early. They know they're going to be able to get another opportunity. They feel confident about that one, but unfortunate for Unfazed, they are taken out, but just absolute chaos in this one.
Oh my god. I think it's the only word that can even be comprehended here. You guys highlighted it so well. Unfazed had the opportunity to grab themselves a golden ticket, to guarantee themselves a trip all the way across the pond to Stockholm, to be at DreamHack, to have a moment at the Grand Major. And the only word I can say is they bottled it. They have only given themselves 5 points, which opens the door dramatically for another team to go through. MV only 30 points behind, now 35 points behind, because they're guaranteed 5 points. Sensoyo, the door's open. The door is open for any team for that golden ticket.
Yeah, and I think everyone's feeling pretty good about that one. But I mean, honestly, Unfazed getting knocked out this early. We talked about it early on in this top 8 showdown, how important momentum is. You do not want to find yourself in that lower bracket. Because, I mean, as you saw, you know what can happen, and Unfazed felt that force.
So just a quick rundown of how major this has changed. Theoretically, Pioneers, Luminon, Pulsar, Envy all could, if they win, jump ahead of Unfazed and push them down. That is how bad this mess up has caused them, how bad their situation has found themselves. But we look past that for now. We have to look ahead. We have to look at what is happening and still currently happening. It's Darkside and Defy. I don't think none of us predicted these two teams. They have stepped up and demonstrated that, yeah, okay, Darkside only been in one cycle before, and Defy their first time here. Dread, they've taken the stage and made it their own.
Yeah, I think all of our predictions went completely out the window after that cash out for sure. I mean, completely flipped upside down on its head, backwards, forwards, diagonal, everywhere. But this is going to be a crazy 3v3 to watch. I mean, I don't even know who to predict on this one. I mean, these, you know, Defy is definitely, these guys are not new names if you're talking about the ranked ladder for sure. They're definitely new names when it's coming into the top 8, but really great players for sure. Same with Darkside. I mean, Darkside absolutely dominated that cash out. I think, you know, I'm going to kind of jump the gun here and just start my prediction. I think I'm going to go with Darkside in the 3v3 here.
Going for the Mexican roster. Of course, our only other nation other than the United States that is in this team. Sensoyo, are we backing the Mexican fever?
Honestly, I'm going to have to go with Darkside. That being said, I would like to point out that these are our 2 dark horses in this one. There will be continue on fighting for that last slot in that winner's bracket cash out here.
I'm going to make it for the first time today. All 3 of us agreeing on the same page. I'm not going to play any tactical games and think otherwise. I genuinely think Darkside are just... They demonstrated a lot more map control during that cash out. They demonstrated that their aggression and pressure to force these unenforceable mistakes was fantastic, and I genuinely would love to see what they could do with that. Of course, map-wise, will remain the same. We are going back to Nozomi Citadel for the 4th time in a row. It should be fun. It should be interesting as we get into this lobby. Sensoyo, Dread. Well, let's see who's going to go into the upper bracket and who will be joining KCP in waiting their turn.
Yeah, and we're going back to this map. Nozomi Citadel. We'll have to see who gets this advantage, who gets this first vault win. Because ultimately, I do think it comes down to these vaults. I think as the game progresses, the vault fights become more and more important.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we all predicted Darkside, but I think it's still going to be really close. I mean, it could still definitely go either way. I think the double light, it's a little bit tougher to play in the 3v3. I don't know what's your opinion on that, Sensoyo, but, you know, especially if one of those lights gets picked, it's really hard for a heavy light duo to kind of make a comeback there.
Yeah, well, I do think this is kind of flavors of a little bit of an older meta double light over here with an HML composition. It's very refreshing to see this, but we do see Miro grabbing this vault and rotating early. Defy's gonna be hot in their tails though. Kusanagi just finding that reset. Double light, you never know where they could be sneaking around with their invis.
Yep, for sure. And look at Miro. I mean, this team is so fast. This is kind of how they got through that cash out, it seems like, too. They're just so fast on the pacing, so fast to prioritize that plug, get it in as early as possible so they can start setting up on that. And then we got Defy going to go ahead and use that jump pad to get up to that top floor, but peeks right in front of Miro and Recobs there. Defnox is going to end up going down. Boom taking lots of damage as well. He's going to have to back up, and Nomad gets dropped on. Boom's going to turn it around and take out Miro. But now it's only Recobs and Kusanagi actually ended up turning on him, though. Boom's going to go down. Darkside holding on to it.
Yeah, I mean, Defy now is in a little bit of a tricky situation. They do have to spawn back in, and everyone has played this cash out so many times. They know exactly where they could be spawning in. And with these range options, with these two lights, it's going to be a tricky rotation in. We'll have to see. They do spawn over in that building, that arcade area, but that laundromat, going to have to make their rotation over with that gateway.
Yeah, trying to make it over there. Darkside still in control, kind of holding that high ground there. Boom gets peeked a little bit by Miro. Back off. Knows kind of where they're sitting, at least where Miro is sitting now. Sonar grenade not really connected. Actually looks like it connected onto one person there. Now just kind of hit Kusanagi. Boom. Takes some damage again. Look at how Darkside is kind of triangled up here. I mean, they're taking like literally every angle and playing that double light really well. Miro is getting jumped on though by Nox. Boom ends up finding Kusanagi. Barely makes it away with only 1 HP. The Dome Shield is going to get glitched off there.
Boom goes down.
Now, yep. Here comes a big RPG. Nox ends up going down. Nomad, last one alive. Not able to make it out. And Darkside is going to be taking the first box.
Yeah, I mean, Defy is going to have to figure something out. It's not looking good for them. I don't know if they can manage this double invis composition. I mean, they're just doing so well. They need to find one of these lights off guard, but it's a little bit easier to say than actually putting into practice here. With Vault 2 spawning back in and Darkside in control of the map, Defy needs to find something, like I said.
Yeah, Darkside, they're just moving so fast. It's just hard for Defy to kind of keep up, and that's how you have to play with that double light. Here comes Defy up now, backing in, ready to go. Sonar nades, pinging where Nomad is. So he's going to have to slow down a little bit, going back into Invis. Boom, trying to chase down Miro. Miro ends up getting away. Sonar nade coming out from Nomad there, doesn't get any pings. So far, they really only know where Miro is, and they're really trying to make sure he doesn't get away, but they're running right into the other two. Kusanagi ends up going down, though. So does Miro. Nox just barely making it out of that fight with 1 HP. Recobs, though, he was just kind of moving the box. Looks like he's going to keep going with it. I don't know if he's going to throw it away, Sensoyo, or if he's going to keep going for the plug, but he's still heading towards that cash out.
Yeah, he's bringing it closer and closer. We'll have to see. I mean, he does end up dropping it a little bit, holding it about that room, but 7 seconds left, basically for a full Darkside squad to be back up to see how quickly the pressure comes in. But we saw right there, we saw Defy finally get a pick and open things up in these fights. They were able to snowball. It's all about that first pick, I feel like. When you play this double light heavy composition, you have to find it one pick and the whole team kind of collapses from there. But very important to stay together potentially with that medium heavy combo on the side of Defy and take your advantages when you see them.
Yeah, RPG coming out from Boom there just kind of grazes Miro a little bit, but forces him to back off, knowing now that there's at least one of them hiding up on top of that staircase. It's kind of interesting to me how Nox plays so far away from his heavy, and they have Nomad playing on him instead there. But we'll see how that plays off. They're going to go ahead and shoot off that C4.
Yeah, I do think having that med playing away is very, very strong, but it is volatile, like you're saying, because I mean, with this double light composition, you could be taken out, but Nomad finds the pick on Recobs, and now Darkside is going to be on the back foot, a glitch going out, but he does get that dome out. Boom, finds the damage, but it's a 1v1 right now. It could be going anyway, and RPG goes out. He trades out his life, and Kusanagi taking out Def Nox. It's just going to be last one up, and Kusanagi clutching up on the side of Darkside, and this could be lights out for Defy here.
Yeah, I mean, they are not going to have a lot of time at all to push into this. They're going to have to go in as fast as possible as Miro swaps this over into their hands now. Kusanagi's getting that last res up onto Recobs there. And here we go. Defy coming in right now. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a last-second attempt over on this box with gas on it. There's not going to be much time. How do you even make this attempt? I don't think there's much goo that you can place down to get this. You need to find a pick, hop on the box basically immediately, but without that pick, things are looking pretty dangerous. They are on it in time with full protection. They do find the pick on the entire team, and down goes Defy. Up goes Darkside, taking this match on the Zombie Citadel. Darkside.
Yeah, Dark Side proven to everybody, can't be counted out yet, making their way back up into that other bracket, and with a really strong showing as well, too. I mean, a lot of people were kind of counting them out just because of that double light heavy comp. A lot of people were saying, you know, it's kind of like playing the game on hard mode, especially right now with all the KSs being so, like, I like the word you used, volatile there, but they're playing it really well.
Yeah, exactly. Hyper, what do you think about that one? Talk us through, because, I mean, Dark Side showed that they have the light as well.
Yeah, it definitely was a case of Dark Side didn't let a single moment for Defy to defy their case. It was just a domination is the simple term. Defy, when they had their moments, they had their attacks, it just fell apart very quickly. Usually from both the lights giving a lot of damage to either their heavy, to their medium, core members like that, and then they back away. Naturally, Defy's backing away from the situation, and then all it takes is the heavy to come up with a KS, finishes it off, and I love that speed that comes with it. Is it going to be favorable later down the line when we're coming up to the big names fighting against them? That's the question mark we're going to see. Is this going to be the definition that we're still in a light, heavy meta from previously? Or are we truly in that heavy, light era? But nonetheless, a completed first stage, ladies and gentlemen. We have concluded all 16 teams have played at least once. We have seen our #1 champions at the moment get knocked out. And our next game, Luminon, Envy, Nightmare, and Darkside will be the next match ahead of us. Dread, that should be a little banger coming up, right?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be absolutely crazy again here. And now kind of goes into just one cash out into that 3v3 best of one. And after that 3v3, that's gonna slot you up into the finale 4 teams. And you know, it's kind of crazy too with KCP as well, Hyperactive. They have to sit there and wait for that last cash out game. Kind of get cold a little bit. Do you think that changes their play style a little bit? Maybe. Same thing with Defy too.
Yeah, when you're sitting on that waiting list, it is horrid, and you know, I can speak from experience with other games as well, and the amount of times they've been waiting and they come in and they just crumble in front of them. Okay, yeah, you're warming up, you're playing, you're doing a lot of aim training before, but it's so easy to just get in the game and that momentum has completely lost. So it would definitely be a question mark. But before we dive on a bit further and we talk more about that mentality, we're going to hop to a short break. When we come back, we'll be going into our winners bracket once again and seeing who will be Uno number 2 to go through.
Hold on tight, people. The road to the Grand Major 2026 is taking us on quite the journey.
That's right, June. And right now, we'll show you just a handful of the amazing highlights we've seen so far by the teams from the Americas during the TGM26 online series.
In these highlights, we'll check out the action from the top 16.
Get this, but it does belong to Pulsar. Out of all of this, so no hours. Now struggling, trying to get some kills. Look at the kill feed. They're going huge. They
will get the other pick on Pulsar. Wipe them. Envy versus Nars. Who does Envy want to take with? It's up to them. They're pushing in. That's a wipe onto one. Nars gets the flip. I think it's enough. There's no time. Even if Envy gets this back, it's a consolation. Visions staying alive, but randomized. No hours and Envy holding on.
It is a full-fledged bill race with 3 teams.
You have to push B. Every team has to push B. Look at Emmy, they're going. And if you're on unfazed or no hours, right, surely this is just something that you want to hold. Protect this box with your life. Get into that final matchup. Juka getting res as well. But here comes everyone. This is going to be a scramble. Envy getting the C4 off the box. Great once to bring it back onto the floor. But the pad down there, the winch ain't really going to work for him. But look at all of these colors. Randomize the box now. Mid-steal. Envy has to try something and jump off, but with 30 seconds left, every team is scrapping. That's a wipe on Envy. They're not gonna make it. Now, no hours has to stay alive here. That's one down. Vision's down to 1 bar. Can Juker do something? Who does he want to take with? I think it's no hours because look at the damage. That's 1 down. That's 2 down. Here comes the steal. It's not gonna happen. Unfazed and no hours. Now we're fighting for a qual spot. You see the other teammates of Nightmare there. Grad and Laz doing a little bit of spawn blocking, forcing them to probably spawn in that forest area that teams are so easy to shoot out of. I'm not sure if it actually worked. Where are they? I'm not actually entirely sure. Maybe the spawn didn't work. Oh no! The block didn't work. The block did not work, and now Darkside are back. A blunder from Nightmare. You left too early, or something else happened. I don't know. But either way, this is great for Darkside. I gotta watch that one back.
I don't know exactly how that happened, but yeah, Darkside got one of the more optimal spawns. They got themselves inside the building, but look, Nightmare rotated around very nicely. They realized that they left the gap in the defense, and it works out really nicely. No, it's okay, because right now, Nightmare still has the advantage. A lot of damage going down onto the Darkside players. Recob's taken down by Laz. Laz then getting taken down by Kusanagi. It's a 2v2 right now, but Miro is taking a lot of damage. Trying to keep Lamp alive here is not going to happen. It's a 2v1. It's going to take on Heavy. It's a 1v1 now. Kusanagi actually gets down. I think he's going to try to get Recobs up here. He's able to grab a body, so this is going to be huge. We may turn this back into 2v2.
Oh, Brad needs to run.
He comes in. Young, I don't know what's going to happen. Brad may not be able to take this one. Oh, no. He's insane! Brad gets the kill, but it's a 2v1 again!
He had to win that! He had to win that! There's no way! Brad, you gotta live, man! Brad, okay, Laz gets the coin. Lamp is gonna coin in a second, but this could be it! We don't know. Pad immediately from Laz. They gotta get their ASAP. I don't know if they even can.
One blunder is all it takes at this level, Scotty.
You're so right, June, and that's the flip. This will be it for Nightmare right here, right now. Darkside sends the favorites back into the blender.
What a moment, people! Nightmare are saying nighty-night because Darkside are going to the top 8.
We have seen the dark side of the moon as they move on to the top 8. They are the 4th team to join the top 8.
This is such a tough approach, though, on the research facility. You have KCP pushing it as fast as they can, and already Varian is able to get them gated in before it's glitched out. So Sawyer, they're going right for the box again. No doubt, Slothy gonna try to winch it and barricade it somewhere else.
Yeah, here we go. Glitch barrel in hand. Let's see how they do it. They're gonna look for this drop and then winch it over. RPG as well gonna be breaking that util.
It doesn't break.
Where's it going?
Give Via an engineering bluff, because oh my god. Oh my god! No way!
It's like a support beam!
Just shoot the C4! They could have just shot the C4, but they were too scared that Andy was looking down!
Great pick from Varian, taking out Uni, and that's a big pick. They can snowball this in their favor. They need to go take advantage of this timing advantage, but it looks like Nababa is going to try and stop this. He's going to be half HP. Look at this, collapsing right on top of him, but with that dash, Invis just escaping. Here we go, the 4th point. Slothy back on it, going to be playing this high ground. No one's going to be there to stop it, but Timo's taking a little bit of trickle damage, but it's not going to be enough. And he's going to have to look for that reset, Artie.
Envy's gonna have to look for it, and they're gonna have to do it the moment Uni comes back. Uni just spawned in. It's gonna take him a moment. KCP, they're already setting up for the drop. They're already setting up to play off that jump pad. But Grem, he's gonna witch it out. Did it go far enough? It did not. Same room, same set. KCP, they were still able to play off that jump pad, but here we go. Slothy, he's just looking to take the pick on Uni. Grem can't even stick the box. He's going for the fight with Bubba down. Gremlin's next. Uni's the last player alive, and this is the one clutch he's not going to be able to do. It's KCP taking 7th seed for top 8.
Pioneers take the 7th seed. Remember that name, folks. These two will meet again.
This is DWR's time to get reset and start putting momentum in their favor. They got to get a move on, either with eliminations or at least threatening a box steal to pull Envy towards them. But Envy were successfully able to reset here. Wench does go out. The mesh from Gremlin going to spare him for now, bringing him down to 69 health. He's going to look for the re-engage up top here, and luckily goes up top just before Revex did see him. Aqua's unfortunately taking out the damage. Bubba wins the 1v1. He's immediately traded out by Revex. 2v2 now in the health region coming through. But Cody, it is over. It looks like this box is going to be going to Envy.
Envy have finally done it, taken it the last second.
That's the 8th and final seed. And a week later, that number could mean nothing at all. But that's for the next episode. Meanwhile, stay tuned.
Yo, what is up, guys? Welcome back to the Grand Major 2026 Online Cycle 3 Top 8. And I am Dread, joined here again with Sensoyo and Hyperactive. It's been a crazy start to the day for sure. Already some crazy shakeups. We had to say goodbye to Unfazed already, which I definitely did not have on my bingo card. And Pulsar has stamped their spot up in the finale, waiting up there in the top 4 already again. We'll be taking a look at the bracket pretty soon here to see how we have been going. But man, Soyo, how you feeling so far?
I mean, it's been an absolute cinematic experience with full-on just bloodbath. I mean, like you said, you could not have predicted this the way this has gone thus far. I mean, this next match, Dread, is going to be absolute insanity.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll go ahead and talk through this next map coming up pretty soon here. These next match with these 4 teams, Hyperactive. Is there anything that's going to stand out for you here? We've had some pretty craziness. Luminon playing really well. They were really, really close against Pulsar to stamp their spot up in that top 4, but Pulsar ended up beating them out. But they've been doing a pretty good run. You think they can keep it up?
I think Luminon definitely can continue the momentum. They know they're capable of getting into that finale. They know that fighting against Nightmare, Envy, and Darkside, they can win on those 1v1s. But that's the critical thing. They can win on those 1v1s, but as soon as you put the term cash out into the case, it changes the narrative entirely. And I know that teams are going to look at the possibility of bringing Darkside through with them. And I feel that is going to be the core factor here, is where's Darkside in this equation? Are they going to be dragged through into that next round, taking account they've just come from lowers?
Yeah, and I think pacing is definitely the name of the game today. And Darkside's been showing us for sure that they can keep up with that pacing, and they're playing that double light really well. Kind of interesting to me that they're going to take out Bernal as their veto there. Nightmare's going to go ahead and take out Fangway. Envy choosing this time to take out Nozomi, which we've seen a couple times today already. And then Luminon sticking with their Fortune Stadium ban. And here we go. First time today.
Wow.
We're going to Vegas. How do you feel about that, Sensoyo?
Honestly, I mean, Envy's banned Vegas every single time. And the one time they do not, it's the map they're playing. So I don't know if they're a little upset about that one. But ultimately, we'll have to see if it's truly not their map. I'm not, or maybe they have some cards up their sleeves.
Yeah, you know, as we go into our predictions here, is that going to kind of change what you were already kind of thinking in the back of your head, your predictions before? Thinking of that map kind of going into play, you think that's going to kind of change things up? It could change the play styles a little bit? What do you think? We'll start with you, Soyo.
It definitely might change things up for Envy, but that being said, I think I'm going to go with Dark Side. I feel like they have what it takes. They're the dark horse. They're basically like Odysseus fighting against Polyphemus in this match, going up against Goliaths, but I'm going with Dark Side.
I like that. What about you, Hyperactive?
I'm trying to work out the Greek mythology that he was going for in that, but then again, my history and knowledge of Greek mythology was chucked out the window through British education. But nonetheless, I'm feeling it is going to be Nightmare's redemption arc. There's a lot that they want to come back with. Yes, they are demonstrating that they're capable in this top 8, and they are wanting those points. I feel that's the way they want. They want themselves, and I think Darkseid would be definitely my number 2 on this.
That is some good points you make there. You know, I think I'm going to have to keep sticking with my boys. They were so close to getting into that top 4 spot earlier, and I think it's only a matter of time until they make it up there. We'll see if they can prove me right or not. I'm going to go with Luminon coming into this one. But guys.
Yeah, I do think that's a good pick.
Vegas, though. It's going to be crazy. Do you think the loadouts change at all a little bit here? At least, you know, I don't think the specializations are going to change all too much. I think we're still going to see the double heavies mostly. But do you think the weapons are going to change? Maybe we'll see some M60s come out again?
I mean, personally, I'm curious to see what Envy brings out, what they're so scared of about this map, because I think it's been 2 cycles in a row where they've just been straight up banning Las Vegas. So that's kind of what I'm keeping my eyes on ultimately, is how Envy plays when it is Las Vegas.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of these teams and how they play kind of against Pulsar. But I mean, Llama coming out with that sledgehammer. I think kind of his presence alone dictating how a lot of the pacing in those earlier matches were going. But now, Pulsar, they're not going to be in this one. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. Going into this one, Vegas Stadium, Luminon Gaming, Envy, Nightmare, and Darkseid. We're going to see how it plays out. And it's going to be Soyo, Hyperactive. Go ahead and break it down for us.
Hyperactive, we got Las Vegas. I'm loving the map pool we've been seeing thus far. Lots of diversity over here. We've seen Azomi Citadel a little bit, but I'm happy we're swapping over to Vegas, swapping gears over here. Gonna be putting her luck to the test.
Yeah, I've already put down about 50,000 on this game. Hopefully it's rolling onto black, and a little bit of a cash out would be really, really nice. But to be honest, with my streak of predicting, I think I might lose that 50k. So if you see me on the side of the road begging, you know what's happened.
You never know when you might strike gold, but we'll see who strikes gold on Las Vegas here in this matchup. We do see Miro looking for some early shots on top of Normalized, finds a shot apiece on both those heavies on Luminon Gaming, but Recop's just sitting up here patiently, about to run out of invisibility, looking for Grad. May think he's upside on that vent, but Normalize going to grab this and start mosey on down to lock down this vault.
No matter what, great information, and now you get the entirety of Darkseid push up. Remember, Darkseid, the only team running a heavy light in this series. And it's been a thorn in the rear end, because they know how to rotate to the rear, they know how to find new positions, and that's exactly what they're looking to do onto Luminon, trying to get that damage down, but Normalize opening things up, putting the damage in. But have you spotted? The RPG will do the job instead, reveals their position.
I think he second-guessed himself for a second. He's like, yeah, he's there. I mean, I'm going to shoot this RPG, take him out, and that down goes Darkseid. There's going to be a healthy plug for Luminon Gaming, but I'm not sure what's happening on the other side. Maybe a little bit of a standstill. It looks like B has already been plugged in, and we may see a 4th point out from the side of Nightmare. They may get this flip going, but that LH1 from Uni going to be poking them away. Busy does go down. Gremlin out in full force with that SC12. I love that weapon. It's my favorite weapon in the entire game. Gremlin finds 2. Bubba taking out Lasagna with that M60, and here goes Envy holding down on this point with Luminon shortly behind them on time, getting that plug going.
All off the rip, Envy's not showing anything that is to be concerned. So it goes back to that question when we a question you pointed out, why are they fearing this map so much? That opening fight, from what we can see on the score streaks and the feed, everything looked good. It looked confident. Envy not dropping too many players. So I guess we'll see later on and see how this game progresses, where Envy is lacking. But nonetheless, we switch back to Luminon and Darkside, and, well, Sunsoya, it's a little bit of a stalemate at the moment.
They make it this flip, but they do get knocked off, and they have to back up. I think it was literally just that lock bolt that spooked him just quite a little bit, but Luminon did find that reset in the meantime, but it's not looking good for them. A big RPG goes out. Darkside only recobs last one up. Luminon finds it. I would have loved to see Darkside just hold on to that point, wait for them to drop fully to finally get off that point. I think they would have had it, been able to rotate out. Luminon was just a slight step behind, but over on the other side of the map, it does not look good for Nightmare. Stujay last one up over there, and Envy with Uni and now Bubba up. It's anyone's point, but they do find that reset on Gremlin, and Stujay is gonna have to probably reset from that fight.
Yeah, Nightmare is 100% resetting. We're still looking on to this Darkside Luminon fight, and I noticed, I don't know if you spotted this in the feed, Myro actually RPG'd himself. Something I am very guilty of is that RPG though from Bubba. Absolutely phenomenal. A splash damage and the M60 still in hand as they go head to head, Envy and Nightmare for the third time of running it, and for a third time once again. Nightmare battered to the ground and taken out of this lobby. So Sawyer, is there something wrong with Envy and this map? I don't think there is.
Look where Darkside is. They're camping the box. They're waiting for their rotation in. The Invis light just standing still. Both of them now gets the flank. The plug does go in the side of Envy, but I mean, Darkside is right there, and they did already take out Gremlin. Gonna be able to finally find this flip. Great point to just hold and wait. I mean, utilizing the double invis light to their full advantage right there, just playing a stealth game.
That was beautiful. To be honest, I didn't even spot it until you called it out. So great spot. This is why we love Sunsoyo and why he's a Ruby and I am not. Nonetheless, Envy gonna be a little salty over that attack, and now as they try and take away the box, gonna get denied from the C4, and a reset from Envy as they realize this is not gonna be as easy as it looks. Recob's able to find one, and now that press is gonna start to come through, and Darkside able to put the damage down to Gremlin left alive, and it is a case of what can you do in such a dire situation. We were saying Darkside would be pulled through. Nah, Darkside is doing the pulling.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Envy taken out. Darkside's looking pretty strong right now, but Luminon also in control of that point over on top of Cash Out D. They've been feeling the momentum right here, but Nightmare not being able to find much of anything throughout this entire lobby thus far, but this could be their opening to turn things around. We do see Busy taking a little bit of damage. Lasagna as well. That glitch goes out. The dome finally goes down. Stujay's in a great position to find that head glitch, find the value on the damage, but with Grad going down and Busy going down, this is gonna have to be a full reset. Stujay looking for the heals, but taken out and punished to do so, and Nightmare gonna be taken out by Luminon Gaming.
This isn't adding up at all. Nightmare, they've had a little bit of a break. They've stayed calm, and now they're coming to what is a disaster, is once again Envy getting wiped from Darkside. All the things that we were predicting, well, my side of predictions, going out the window, while Luminon having quite a quiet game. They're having easy fights. They're not over-challing. They're allowing their opponents of Envy and Nightmare to walk up to them and then take them on.
Yeah, exactly. And it does look like Nightmare does have the space advantage, but Mirror's taking a lot of damage right now. Takes a shot from the Chaos, hiding behind his mesh, looking for that reset. Can he find it? That RPG not gonna be able to take that damage and stop that regen, but either way, does find that H+ infuser, and Darkside gets the full reset. Nightmare finally does get this tap going. You're gonna have to play for this rotation all the way over to Cash Out B, but with Darkside sitting up on this high ground, it could be cause for trouble. But that gateway gonna be a quick rotation. Lasagna now in trouble, drops the goo and backs up, trying to regroup with this team.
Darkside has always been poking. They've always had an angle that really does damage, and that RPG does a good chunk of it. Unfortunately, wasn't able to follow up. The speed of a heavy is just a little bit slower than your relative light. And Nightmare, though they have control, so unsettled. Just side by side. Nightmare and Darkside go. Has to back away Myro. And in doing so, Nightmare try and pounce, but unable to get a clear shot on them.
And Nightmare's not in the worst position here. It looks like Luminon might be trying to hold out this box, keep it out, but we're going to be staying over here on the side of Cash Out B. Nightmare just trying to hold down, lock down this Cash Out. Darkside trying to knock at their door, make something happen, but Recops finally get some damage, opening up the fight. This could be the end of Lasagna. He's pinched between two of the Darkside players, but Miro does get traded out from Stujay, finding that beautiful pick with that XP54. Busy and Stujay taking a lot of damage. Recops looking for that reset as well. They have to find a pick. They do have this double light and no defib in sight basically in this entire match, but we're gonna have to see how this plays out. That box does come over on the side of Luminon. They do throw it over to Cash Out B, just trying to guarantee their spot in the top two.
At this point, Envy's got to start looking towards Cashbox B, and now Darkside going for that steal. Again, being forced off, and Darkside, time is running out. 20 seconds of regular, 5 additional seconds on top of it. The question is, do you go for that steal? Not just yet. Again, the pressure mounting up around them, and Darkside, there isn't a moment of breath because now Luminon's here trying to dictate the entire game. Steel starts to go through, Luminon steps off, but everybody is wanting a piece of the pie, but in doing so the clock runs down and Nightmare will find themselves security after a shocking start. They crawl their way through.
And Nightmare and Luminon make their way through, and I mean, once Luminon had 33k to their names, I mean, all they had to do was hold that box out, and they did so successfully, guaranteeing their spot in the next round. But, I mean, Dread, what do you think about that one? Is that how you thought it would play out?
I mean, not exactly, but the one thing I did kind of, I don't know if I knew it was going to play out that way, but hope it played out that way was Luminon. They really controlled the pacing of that game. I mean, they were kind of on top the entire time. I mean, look at how much money they had so early on in the game. 19k before anybody else was barely even at 10k. Kind of controlled the pacing of that. But Nightmare definitely clawed their way through. It was a little bit of a rough start, but they came through it on top at the end, fighting through everybody there. And that's a crazy one. We do got to keep in mind, nobody is going home quite yet. The bottom two teams, they are going to go back into the pool. They are going to play another cash out after this 3v3, but this is still a really important 3v3 because the winner of this one is going to go into the top 4. And does anything stand out to you on the scoreboard there, Hyperactive? It was actually, as far as the stats go, pretty even game. But, I mean, Luminon, you could tell that taking those boxes and plugging them as fast as possible was really important.
Speed for Luminon was definitely what helped them. They were able to set up a lot quicker than the likes of Darkside, the likes of Envy, MTMR, all the time. It was speed, speed, speed. For MTMR, I just want to highlight on this point, a lot of their attacking, and I think I made a point to this before, their attacking is so questionable. It is nowhere near up to the standard of every other team, but as soon as you put them in that defensive position, as we saw at the end, their map position, the way that they separate themselves and have crossfire angles that are so good, they become unstoppable. Nightmare during, and I'd probably say they would be able to change this between now and the finale if they make it to the finale. But definitely in Cycle 4, they need to work on their attacking strategies because right now, and I'll say it as it is shocking and absolutely horrid to see. They're not going to make it to the Grand Major if they continue to attack in that way.
Yeah, but taking a look at the bracket again here, this is what I was talking about earlier, that Darkside and Envy, they're not out of it yet. They're just going to go up into that other bracket and get ready to play a cash-out game after this 3v3 happens. And this is just going to be a best-of-1 3v3. The winner is going to go up right alongside Pulsar there, up in the finale teams, to play in the top 4. And then the loser is just going to go back into another cash out game. They're going to have another chance at making it into that top 4. But going into this next one, Soyo, I'm going to kind of pick your analytic brain a little bit here. Now we're going to go into a head-to-head. It's going to be on Vegas again. Do you think that's going to kind of change the pacing of what we've seen in head-to-heads at all? And, you know, we kind of got former Nightmare fighting against new Nightmare. Do you think that's going to be anything crazy happening there?
Well, I think there's a lot on the line for this one. Not only for egos, like you just said, but obviously want to make their way up into that finale cash out alongside Pulsar. But, I mean, Las Vegas, I feel like is known typically as a double heavy map early on in the meta. But me personally, I feel like it's kind of swapped, especially in the favor of double light. But we're kind of out of that meta with this double heavy situation with both players playing mesh. That could be anyone's game. I feel like it, I mean, in 3v3s, in this matchup specifically, the vault fight matters. Hyperactive said it himself. I mean, Nightmare's defense is just looking absolutely strong. And if they get that plug, they're locking it down. But Luminon is just looking pretty good all around. So we'll have to see how these vault fights go, Dread.
Okay. So coming into the predictions there, with all the stuff that Soyo was just talking about, especially coming into Vegas, what do you think your prediction is going to be, Hyperactive, between Luminon and Nightmare for this head-to-head?
Luminon, straight away. Without confidence or a doubt, they're more consistent. They have the attack and defense under control. I'll reiterate and echo my point. The attack is the problem with Nightmare. They're not winning those. They're not winning their vault fights. And if that is the case, they will lose. They will not be able to have that control unless they can magically come together and find a way to break the defense of other teams. But I ain't no coach, I'm just the guy that yaps on the screen, but they've got to find something to change my mind. Luminon it is.
How are you feeling, Soyo?
Honestly, I see where Hyper's coming from, and I kind of agree with it, but there's something in my gut that just is telling me Nightmare has this one. I'm going to have to go with Nightmare, and it's just a gut instinct. My brain would say otherwise, but I got to stick to my gut here. Nightmare.
You know, I'm a little bit torn. I think it's going to be a lot closer than what Hyperactive was saying, but I am going to lean towards Luminon on this one, but for the sole reason that these guys, it's been a while since they've played together, but they have played together before, and it's been shown throughout these cash out matches that the synergy is back, you know. And Nightmare, a little bit of a newer roster. These guys have played together before too, but it's been a lot longer than how these Luminon guys have played together. So I think because of that, I think Luminon is going to take it just off of synergy. But we'll see how it plays out again in head-to-head. Nightmare versus Luminon. Hyperactive. Soyo, take it away.
It's do or die. Do you take the pressure of the critics around you, or do you just play your own game? I think is kind of what your gut's saying, Soyo, that even though the critics are looking at them, they ain't gonna fold.
And if that's critic you, then I definitely agree with that statement. That being said, we're going into Vault 1, and Luminon does have this high ground, which is going to instantly put themselves in a little bit of an advantage. But that being said, Nightmare does get the tap. These casters are just opening up this roof entirely, and that's going to be great for Luminon because they're going to be able to poke and prod with those casters right here.
Any form of damage early on in these vault fights is what you're looking for. You're looking to bring someone down to half so you could jump on them, get that opening kill. Or if you can get the opening kill, brilliant. But instead of playing the courteous rules that we normally play on a head-to-head, Nightmare deciding, you know what? We're just going to go straight for the plug. Really getting caught out as Normalize is trying to create holes to make it easier to rotate. And Luminon, well, they're kind of second-guessing with the pace change that Nightmare's bringing.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're saying, though. With Nightmare in control of this vault, they're looking pretty strong. That being said, Grad does take out Busy, and Stu-J just sitting there stealthily right in that corner to be able to take down Lamp, but Lasagna now in the crosshairs of the opponents. Grad taken out by Stu-J. What a crazy 1v1, but the peel is right there for him as Lamp does get revived back up from Normalize, and this is not looking good for Nightmare as Lasagna is the last one up, and they're gonna be able to get this flip.
Yeah, Lasagna not even going to think about touching it. He is aware that he would get absolutely destroyed and wiped, increasing that wait time to 20 seconds. It is something that NTMR is not going to look to do. But now we're in that situation that we've highlighted. Well, I've highlighted quite a bit. They're in that attack. They're in that position. Now they've got to push Luminon. And Luminon has beautiful height. They've got poke holes all around. And I'm sure as hell looking at this cash box.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time to fight for this high ground. I think that is the move, but unless there's a lot of cover over here, I don't think Busy's gonna be able to get this force going with so much destruction happening with those KSs. Like, just cannot do much. Gonna grab that glitch barrel and throw it right back at him, trying to take him out. But 30 seconds left. They wasted a lot of time just posturing up, getting information, but Grad's gonna be able to throw a glitch down. Big damage coming out. Lamp drops, gets the damage on top of Busy, but we need to find the reset. Stujay needs to heal back up as heavy right here, but he will be using that healing emitter to get that reset a little bit, but here goes the Asian Fuser. Busy gonna be taking out Grad finds Stujay as well. And this is what you were talking about. The offense just not that good from Nightmare, and we'll have to see if anything changes going to the second box.
The body blocking from Nightmare just didn't come through. Busy trying his best to protect Lasagna, but Luminon was already in their face. I think it was Lamp who was just basically turning up, opening the door, going, here's Chucky, and enjoying the show. I posed the question to you, Sensoyo. Like, what does Nightmare need to do as a quick fix to combat this?
Honestly, I think a lot of these plays happen right now where you just drop the box, you shoot it down, and they felt confident with the box on the first floor with a little bit of cover, but they had a minute to fight. They should have probably went up on that high ground, postured up, tried to find something, tried to make that work instead of just going to force that box early on and wasting a lot of time. But I think that's what they need to do. Try and fight for this high ground, because once these 3v3 happen, you can't really just like force box with so many KSs on the field.
Oh, it's a common strategy for the Europeans to fight for height. We saw that at TGM26. We're seeing that continue throughout the seasons that we've had. Height is a key thing for Europeans, but the Americans don't fight that. They don't go and play. Well, they play for height, but not in the same sense. They won't play that mind game amongst each other. And I feel that if Nightmare took a leaf out of Europeans' books, they might be able to overcome some of these problems that we're bringing up.
Well, I mean, I think it comes a little bit of problem when you don't have a medium jump pad. Like, you can't really push up aggressively with a jump pad RPG, and you're missing a little bit of that synergy in the meta, so there could be something to figure out here. That being said, we do see Luminon sitting up on this high ground. We dropping that emitter, just playing their time, and Nightmare on the defensive. They're looking pretty strong. Ultimately, they know what they need to do to hold this defense, but here comes the force point from Luminon. Will they let them get this flip, or will they stall it? But just lets them take it, Hyperactive.
What are you doing? Rule 101, at least defend it. Put a few bullets into it. It's going to cost them dear. Lamp, normalized, drop to the floor. And now it's against Stooge and Busy. I say it's against them. They've been able to come back quite well. Grad, being that light, were able to receive the totems, able to get his team back up, or wait out that 15 seconds, of which if you're NTMR, you're playing that mind game. Do we go and push this? Do we go and steal? That is exactly what they're going to do, but the Goo's not landed well. Has to use another piece of util. Again, bullets and shots fired from Grad. Backs away, and this will be Nightmares.
Yeah.
Luminon's going to go all the distance.
I mean, I feel like if Luminon had a better gateway out than just right out in the open up top, they would have actually been pretty good. They just gated right up on that high ground, but now here comes the force point situation. Gonna be sticking at Lamp. Does get taken out. They don't get that flip. Very, very close, though, from Nightmare. Maybe clenching just a little bit. That being said, I mean, going back to my point where if they had a little bit better escape gateway on that first flip, I think Luminon would have taken that box. That was very dangerous for Nightmare.
Luminon gets wiped at the very end. A cheeky attempt from Grad, but let's be honest, this is Grad we're talking about. He is the cheekiest man you're ever going to meet, so no surprise for the attempted wipe. Nightmare, a lot stronger that time round, and an improvement for sure, but still we have one last cash out. Both of these, one of them positioned quite at a good height spot. The other one, I believe, is inside of a building just on the opposite side, which, if you had a winch, you can open up the wall, chuck it into an alley. But you don't have that on hand.
They do have lock bolts. That being said, the push is already coming in, and we do see a lot of damage go out, and Busy taking a lot of it from that LH1, but Glitch is going to be going out. A little bit of a reset on the side of Lamp, but with this box not even plugged, it may just be free for Luminon to get this box going. But we do see Stu sitting up there on this high ground invis, looking for an opening on top of Lamp.
More information, more callouts will start to go through. Glitch goes, and there starts to go the damage. But if you are a gargoyle, you gotta at least get one.
Lamp.
Busy will find 1 and 2. Down to Grad again, and this is situation 3 all over again, or third time of doing it. Nightmare putting themselves in control, a situation where they finally can say, I have this cash box, and with time to set up as well.
Yeah, I mean, Stu J just sat up there, opened up the entire fight, got a beautiful glitch on top of Luminon, and found great support from Busy. Busy able to clean things up. That being said, we're going to be dropping this box down, getting it ready to play this high ground, play very stealthy. Here comes Luminon for the attempt. I mean, with a minute left, this could mean a lot for Luminon. We talked about egos. We talked about that spot as well. What's important? I mean, we're going to have to see how Luminon makes their approach. Going to be looking for that pre-glitch on that gateway, taking that escape over on that high ground, but they're dropping right in, right on top of them. And we do see Lamp going to be taken down by Lasagna, and that's going to be very, very bad for Luminon. Grad's taking a lot of damage as well. Does get taken out. Normalized. Last one up. Holds up the mesh. Try and buy some time, but I don't think there's anything you can do. It's a 1v1 situation. Beautiful RPG from Lasagna, clutching up that 1v1. 30 seconds left in the box. 20 seconds to respawn back in. There will be no time for Luminon.
Even a Hail Mary, it wouldn't go through, but Nightmare, against all odds and against the troubles they had on the previous cash out, looking like a new team and will qualify to the finale and go the distance. Nightmare, 0 points on the board, second appearance in the top 8. What a turnaround.
I mean, it's just that gut feeling, Hyperactive. You said it though, on that offense, they were not looking too good, but they cleaned things up from that first cash out and were able to swing these fight in their favor. I think there was a lot of mistakes coming in from both sides, actually. I think
yes,
it wasn't as clean of a game as we like to see, but Dread, what do you think about that one?
Wow, I mean, I had a feeling it was going to be really close, but just absolutely crazy. Nightmare really clutched up at the end there, taking basically almost a, well, not necessarily a reverse sweep, because they did get that first box, right? No, it was a reverse sweep. Luminon got the first box, Nightmare got the last 2. Really clutched up at the end there. Just absolutely crazy. Luminon, though, not quite out. Nightmare punching their ticket into the top 4. So they're going to have to go and wait for the final 4 to play in that one last cash out game. So Soya, did that go how you expected? I guess, well, I mean, you were the one who got the prediction,
I mean,
so
exactly.
You were the one who got the prediction, but did it still, I mean, were you expecting it to be that close at least?
I was expecting it to be a close game. I mean, in my mind, I thought Luminon had it, but like I said, my stomach was churning and Nightmare was coming afloat. But that being said, Nightmare really clutching up right there. I think there was I said it was a game of mistakes, honestly. I think there's a lot of openings that on defense that these teams were just allowing to just be taken advantage of, ultimately Hyperactive. I think both teams' defenses weren't as strong as they should have been.
There was a lot of points that I saw with Luminon that where they had the opportunity, particularly the one that pops to mind was the gargoyling situation. Grad is fantastic at gargoyling. He has these angles, but he's not utilizing them, and he's not in a position where the crossfire is powerful. He's not in a position where he can capitalize on the mistakes that even Nightmare would bring him forward. May it be that they were pushing a little too far apart, or when the vault gets dropped one place too low. Grad wasn't in the right place, and I feel that's what let Luminon down so much was Grad's positioning.
Yeah, but they are definitely not out as we're looking at the bracket now. Nightmare going up into the finale up there with Pulsar. They're going to wait to play in that last cash out game, but Luminon, they're still in it. They're going to have to go back in and have another chance to play through another cash out to try to make it back into the head-to-head again. It's been an absolute crazy one for sure coming into this, but we have so much more to go. It can go any way. Luminon still's got a chance. We're going to be going into this when we get back, guys. Stay tuned. We got a long ways to go. See you in a few.
Doing something a bit different. A proper sit-down with one of the America's finest.
Different? How, Scotty? You're not conducting it, are you?
I'm not conducting it, June. Caroline is conducting it. I am doing the introducing.
Thank goodness for that.
Part 1, and this is the warm one. How they met, what they eat, and one extremely memorable cat noise.
Huh, a cat noise.
A cat noise, June.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for doing this interview with us. I'm super excited for it. To begin with, who are you? Who are Team ED for someone watching that first show today?
My name is Lamp. I'm the heavy player for Team ED. ED comprised of myself, Graduating, and Normalize. We were formerly SSG at TGM26, and as of Cycle 2, we've been competing under the name Team ED.
How did you three first meet before Space Station?
I met Noah, or Normalize, super early on in Season 1 through a mutual friend, and we've been playing together. He's kind of been my medium since Season 1, and then Graduating was kind of in that space as well. He was in that same circle of friends towards like the early competitive days, but we didn't necessarily play games together all that much. It wasn't until PHL Season 0, which I think was summer or spring of 2025. And then basically Grad and I have been attached to the hip ever since. And so we've just been running it.
What does a normal Team ED practice day look like? Like, do you just wake up and grind, or like, I don't know, do you go to the gym? I don't know, maybe you do a little facial, maybe you go grab your coffee.
I have my whole routine. I'm up at like 9 in the morning. I take my 100 grams of carbs and I hydrate. Then I go to the gym and then I come back, and everybody knows I eat my eggs and my sourdough and tomatoes and sardines and stuff. So I have my routine, but Grad and Noah, they typically just like wake up right before scrims and then just carry me for the entire day. So that's usually that's usually how that goes. I have to do my whole routine just to keep up with them, bro. Like they're just naturally gifted.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a very random question in here, but I feel like we all need to know this. Obviously, the most important question of the interview. What is your favorite fast food restaurant?
Ooh. In-N-Out. I think In-N-Out. That's like that's the Venn diagram when it comes to like cost, from like price to quality to just like, yeah. The only bad thing about In-N-Out, I don't like the fries. The fries aren't like crispy enough. They're too soft. The fries are terrible. And then usually just the line. It feels like you can go at any point of any day and there's just like a line wrapping the whole building and you're going to be sitting there for a while, but it's kind of worth it.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta, wait. There's a saying in Swedish, like the one who waits for something good can never wait too long. So I guess that goes for
What's that one fast food place that's popular in Sweden? Grad and is it Max Burger?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't try it. I know Grad
What?
had it.
Nah,
I'll
no
have to
way.
try at TGM26. I'll have to
Yeah,
try
now
Max
you have
Burger.
to make
Yeah,
it to the
pretty good.
major so you can try it. Obviously, like
Exactly.
that's
It's
gotta be the
kind
goal
of
now.
the priority for
Yeah,
qualifying.
yeah,
It's not even really to
yeah, yeah.
participate at the major. Really, it's just Max Burger.
Exactly. Yeah, makes sense. It's been very exciting to like watch your journey from last year. We were sitting in the studio during the close qualifiers, and it was
Mhm.
honestly nerve-wracking seeing you qualify to the major the last second. We were all jumping and screaming out of like pure excitement. I think
Yeah.
there's even a video about like seeing us doing this. But you did qualify and you stood on the stage at the very first Grand Major, third in the world with Grad and Normalize in front of the Stockholm
Mhm.
crowd. When you think back to that weekend, what is the one moment that you'll still be telling people about in a few years?
The most memorable thing was when we punched our ticket to the grand final. We beat Envy. I just remember that last box with 30 seconds left on it. I am stealing the box right next to the gateway, and I managed to take the gateway. It was perfectly timed. That was not synced up at all. It just happened to like land that way, but it was perfectly timed that as I took the gateway expired, so they couldn't follow me. But Grad died on height at that time, and so I land right on his piece, and Noah's just dead, and I don't even know how Noah died. And
he was just not there.
My whole world was closing in a little bit. Because I'm like, there's less than 30 seconds left on box, and I'm the only one alive. Feels like just the last couple seconds. But I'm just rezzing Grad right there on that rooftop because there's really nothing else to do. And there were no comms like at that moment. And then Brandon just says, let's just 2v3 them.
RPG, 2 versus 1. Only busy left, holding in the last few seconds.
Go!
And booked themselves a spot in the grand final. A best of one with more strategy, more thought than I have ever.
And then I heard the wipe sound. I saw like Busy die, and then I heard the wipe sound, and then realized that we won the map. And so that was just like a huge weight off my shoulder in that moment. Like that felt really good in particular because the whole month of scrims against Envy leading up, I would basically like Busy would teabag and meow on my body permanently, like on cooldown.
No,
the whole
every
month
time?
of scrims, every day, bro. He never let up. So like,
No way.
and that's why I don't know if people actually notice, but at box 2 on Bernal, it's just Busy alive, and I'm on the other side of the wall, and I actually meow right before I come around the corner, just to try to like get it. I tried to like get that in bro's head a little bit.
That's so funny.
And so
I
yeah,
can't
that
believe I
one
missed
felt
that. I
good.
need to watch it back
Like,
and see if I
it's
can
just
hear
a little
it now.
detail, but yeah, box 2 on Bernal, we're sitting on opposite sides of the wall, and I meow before I swing and kill him because he spent a whole month meowing on my piece. So
yeah,
that was like my favorite tournament event. My actual like low-key favorite memory is the meet and greet. I brought this up a couple of times. The meet and greet was really cool, and that's kind of where things sort of clicked into perspective because I come out of the elevator and I walk into the lobby and there's just a sea of people. Like I could never have imagined that there would be so many people there for the finals. And then, because I had modest expectations, but literally as I'm approaching the crowd, I haven't even like gotten into the crowd. At the very edge, kind of waiting outside the hallway from where the elevators are coming from, there's a dad and his son, who's maybe 12 years old at the oldest. And like they wanted to like take a picture and stuff, and he was a big fan, and so like it was just the sweetest interaction, and that was my very first like real fan interaction because everyone I had ran into prior to that was like a player or someone at Embark or a creator or some sort of peer.
Yeah.
And so that was like my very first fan interaction, and I don't think I'll forget that.
That's wild. Like I feel that too, because I also like even for us, like we obviously planned and like we knew about this whole event, and like it's been months of figuring out what we wanted to do, but like being in the lobby as well and like seeing how much people actually showed up was also like a click moment. So I get what you mean. And then meeting people that you've been like interacting with online for quite a while and then just seeing them in person was so cool. It was amazing.
It's very surreal.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't wait to run it back. I can't
Yes,
wait.
same.
Run it back. 3 words, Scotty. Do you know what they actually involve?
Winning, June.
A great deal of winning. Rather, a lot of it.
And he's signed up for every bit of it, folks. You heard the man.
Hello again, and welcome back to the Grand Major 2026 online cycle 3 for the top 8 of AMER. It's been a pretty crazy day so far, but we still have a long ways to go. Coming up about on the halfway point, we've seen some pretty crazy matches here. Pretty soon we'll go to the bracket to kind of talk through that, but I'm joined here again with Sensoyo and Hyperactive. Sensoyo, how you been feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, you talked about it. We're at the halfway point, essentially. And I mean, we've only lost one team. That being said, I mean, KCP still on the bench, that waiting list, but we got another match to talk about before we even get there, Dread.
Yeah, Hyperactive, how about you kind of walk us through what we just saw and what we're about to see coming up here on this bracket?
Well, we just saw my words getting eaten alive and me being told off for even trying to criticize Nightmare as they made their way through, which then puts Luminon Gaming back into that meat grinder that is this finale qualification system. They go against Darkside, Envy, and Defy. And for me, this could be quite interesting because Darkside stepped up and showed that they're capable at creating upsets. And Defy, well, taking account our #1 team is out, they also could be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. And Luminon, they are back in it as well, as they have made it through 2 different head-to-heads now. Actually, 3 different head-to-heads now coming through on this. And they still have a chance again, and Envy as well. An absolute titan on the scene. Everybody knows the name Envy in the final scene. And they're definitely some heavy hitters too. But now we got the map vetoes coming through. Envy again opting to go for Nozomi Citadel. Defy is going to take out Vegas this time. Darkside's going to opt to veto out Bernal. And Luminon staying with their trusty dusty pick of getting rid of Fortune Stadium. And holy moly, Sensoyo, those big old pyro mines on the side of your head. What are they telling you about Skyway?
Well, honestly, I mean, everyone loves to try and avoid Skyway, but seeing as nobody ban it here, I mean, that's where we ended up going. And that being said, any variation is in play. High rise, up, down, left, right, anything. But this is going to kind of throw a wrench in predictions. I don't know if anyone can kind of predict what Skyway has to offer, but Greg, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is definitely the most unpredictable map out of all of them. I'm honestly surprised I don't see it get vetoed more, because it can definitely be pretty volatile. I like that word you used earlier. I think I'm going to keep using it, especially for a map like this. I'm going to start off, and I'm just going to go with Luminon again. I mean, they've had so many chances. I think eventually they're just going to make it. That team, when they need to lock in, they absolutely lock in. Sensoyo, what about you?
Yeah, I don't think my tummy's not rumbling this time. I don't have any gut feelings, but in my mind, I feel like Luminon. I'm gonna follow your lead, Dread, and lock in Luminon Gaming.
How about you, Hyperactive?
Well, taking account, I am 2 predictions behind you 2, so I need to go something different. I do agree, Luminon is a safe bet to go for, but I'm here for the risk. I'm here to come with a different angle, and that angle is leaning towards Envy being that team going through. Again, we're talking about 2 heavy hitters of Luminon and Envy going against each other with the dark horses of Darkside and Defy. Again, one of these teams are going to get an easy pathway. The other team is going to have to work their ass off to make it through.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a great choice as well. I was just talking about them being an absolute titans in the scene. I mean, you've got former TGM25 winners, Gremlin and Uni up in there. It's going to be pretty crazy. Bubba's been going absolutely crazy, too, with the M60, which I don't know how you guys feel. Probably going to break it out again, especially for Skyway, kind of a more longer range map. And you know, it works really well with the burst guns. He's able to kind of whittle them down. Once he hits those HP thresholds, it only takes 1 or 2 KS shots, and they're gone. So we'll see how it ends up going. But I think the pacing of this one is going to be pretty crazy. We've been talking so much earlier about how the pacing has been really, really fast. I think it's going to slow down a lot on this map. But
Yeah,
we're going to
no,
see
I
how you
entirely
guys
agree.
feel. Yep. We're going to see how you guys feel on this one as we go into it. Go ahead and break it down for us, Hyperactive. Soyo going into Skyway Stadium.
Hyper. A little birdie in my ear told me that we might be going to high rise.
No.
Which
No.
I don't know if it's better or worse for
It's
these players.
worse.
You may not have to
No.
deal. You may not have to deal with a lot of spawn camping necessarily, but this center elevated section still puts it in massive wrench in everyone's plans, especially when you're playing LH1s potentially. You're playing those KS, M60 potentially from Bubba. I mean, it can just be a reign of terror, and we already see Grad taking up this high ground with that LH1 and just shooting those shots.
Yeah, I've already pointed out once how this is my least favorite map, least favorite variation, and yet I'm still waiting on that conversation with the beautiful dev that designed this. But that aside, immediately Defy losing 2 in the background, and that is all gonna come from Darkside as they go head to head amongst each other, and Darkside eventually getting the wipe off screen. Envy and Luminon, the respect amongst each other off the rip has been beautiful, but now they're getting into that same building, the gloves are off, and someone's gonna throw a good punch in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, this stagger may come in full force. We do see that plug going over for the side of Darkside, getting this box moving, but it's over on Cash Out A, and Luminon Gaming's right there.
Need to be careful, buddy. There's someone right above you, and Luminon is just
This is 3 teams coming in.
It's 3. Well, why not? The offset has started to come through, and the other box hasn't even been plugged as the steal starts to go through, but it has to get denied. Defy, the ones to get the steal underway, and also the only team to run a medium as well. Steal still going through, but not enough. Again, the denial as Defy will get dropped to the ground. But it was Darkside interfering, defending on what is theirs.
Yeah, exactly. Darkside is now under pressure. They're going to be putting a C4 on this box and be dropping it all the way down to that next level using that. But that being said, a big RPG does find the end of Kusanagi. He's going to be able to have that invis to rotate back around. Recop's kind of peeling for him, but now base checking up against Miro. Going to be taken out by a lamp, but Kusanagi firing back. Normalize does drop down, and Grad last 2 up for Luminon. They do find that full reset while Recob's last one alive. Beautiful headshots, great stealth from Recob's, and that may swing the fight a little bit in their favor. Using these defender coins, they're going to be able to get back up. And they're going to be able to stop this steal as 2v2 situation. Normalize now last one up as Nomad, the third party, coming back in, and Luminon's in trouble, and Darkside still has that money.
Yeah, the danger just keeps piling up. Steel starts to go through, and guess what? Luminum is dipping out of there because Normalize realizes that if he wipes here, there's 100% no way that he can continue the fight over to Envy. But the steal from Defy, this is the second time they've gone for an attempt like this, and it's going to be a full commit going all the way through, but it doesn't. Pushed off, and Defy, they commit all the way. Play with the heal beam to try and keep them alive. It is not enough. We flip our attention again to Envy. Dude, they've been on a lawn chair enjoying all this.
Yeah, I mean, they're just sipping their drinks. But that being said, there could be enough time for Darkside to go for this third party. But they may opt for pacing. But over here on this box, we're going to see Not Bubba take a little bit of damage. He opts to go for that KS-23. With Uni be able to find a pick on Grad and Normalize trading that out right away. It's going to be a 2v2. Lamp still in a lot of trouble. I think he's stuck. Gremlin just stuck between a rock and a hard place right there, holding Mash, and it's gonna be Not Bubba 1v3 situation. Gonna have to drop something. Find a big C4 fire barrel on top of Grad, stopping any sort of offensive, but it looks not very good for Envy as 2 of them are back up, but I don't think there's enough time. That glitch does go out and the damage is coming in, but the flip may go in the way of Luminon. They get the flip.
Brilliant work. Of course, it's not a destructible floor, so you can't drop this point. You can press the buttons on the wall, you can push the thing up and down, but at the end of the day, the attempt from Envy to drop the site, to use that C4 to try and create the stalls just went out the window as soon as they were out of the elevator. That was their downfall, was not having control of the elevator itself.
Yeah, and that's a very difficult point, not only to defend, but also attack. If you have the right gadgets and tools, the defense does become pretty easy, but I don't think they had what it takes. But that being said, I'm not entirely sure why Normalize is pushing back over here to try and fight this. We have 3 teams fighting over absolutely nothing right now, just for a little bit of momentum, while we do see Darkside hold on to their cash out.
True ego chow right here, but all 3 teams just wanting to make sure that they are the biggest and the best. And well, I'm not going to complain as a spectator. As the analyst in me, yeah, this is absolutely pointless. But while this all goes on, what's happening on the other side with Darkside? Well, they're already halfway through. Again, feet up, not having any pressure, when reality and what should be happening is all the pressure on them. Is anyone actually going for yeah, Defy's going for 4.
Illuminon now triangulating in on top of this cash out, but it looks like Envy also has a very similar idea, and this could be tricky with 3 teams here. I mean, Darkside may have the big advantage. They're going to be setting up, just using this to drop this point. Just going to be able to try and find these angles. Kusanagi standing still, using that invis to just sit, wait, and fish for information. But I'm going to be trying to take out Uni as he just runs around those chaos shots. But Normalize does finally take out Gremlin as well. And Luminon 2 up and Envy 2 up. And I mean, Darkside's sitting pretty.
Ooh, Uni. Worst timing in the world. Unfortunately caught off guard and isn't able to get Gremlin up. And now Bubba is the one left alive and they have to back out of it. Darkside, I can say thank you very much. Matter of fact, Luminum and Envy did most of the heavy lifting on eliminating themselves. And Darkside just sat there pondering on what is the next meal they're going to have. Because it's dinner time coming up for you guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting there, but that being said, Darkside, I mean, they have a lot of lunch money to go. They'll be throwing that glitch all the way over to Normalize, and they're just holding this cash out. They want to get this plug, easy rotation, just holding them back as I think one of their teammates, Grad, probably just going to get a free rotation, but it's all up to Normalize and Lamp to just hold it down.
What movement can be done? Defy, again. These offsets are horrible. It is so off pace, and you have to look at one place and go another as Normalized. Absolutely obliterates Kusanagi. Finally, we get the box going in. We get a little bit of overtime, and this will put Luminon in that hot seat in that top spot. We still technically have time to get that other cash box in.
There's time, but I mean, Darkside knows what's up. They've played this situation time and time again. They have plenty of experience. It's going to be all up to them to hold this next cash out. And honestly, this is a very important box for Envy. They need a little bit extra pace to maybe come out on top. But like I said, it's only going to have to take a minute for Darkside to just hold out the next box. And Envy, if they're privy to this information, they have to go for cash out A, get this pace going. I don't know if there's any chance to go for 6, as that once that does get tapped open, there's only 20 seconds left to get this plug. They're gonna go for it anyway. They're gonna take this opportunity. I'm not entirely sure. Like, why are we going here, Envy? You need to go fight a box, and you know Darkside's gonna be here defending this.
Yeah, it seems a bit odd, but hey, like, again, as a spectator, we're down for the fighting. It is just their egos put out. Actually, no, look at where B is. Only 60 meters away. Gateway. Exactly. Get the gateway. But again, you made the point. Darkside is here. They're prepped, ready to deny that plug to go through. And it's exactly what they're looking to do. Gateway's got to cross, but no. 13 seconds left. Is there enough time? They've got to rush it. They've got to run past the entirety of Darkside. 7 to go. 6 on the clock.
But there's no time. Going to try and RPG it down. It's 2 floors up, though, and there's no time. He's just looking at it. He throws it, but doesn't get it. Oh my gosh, but on the other side of the map, we do see a steal attempt coming out for the other cash box.
This is crazy.
Left. It looks like Luminon does hold that box down, and they're just a big bloodbath. Defy lashed on it, does get on it in time, but will they be able to hold it? It's just Grad up. They need to find the angles. Grad gonna be shooting through the dance. Can they get it?
Defy got it.
They get it. Oh my gosh, Luminon loses. Oh my gosh.
Body blocking to the max. But the last second Defy had been the worst team throughout that entire game. They had not been winning their fights. They have not been getting the steals. They've been dumping everything onto the point. And when it mattered most, when they needed to Hail Mary at the best moment, which this team clearly, their strategies are based off a Hail Mary, it comes clutch. And Luminum, oh my god, they would be kicking themselves badly here.
There's no way!
This whole game doesn't make sense.
I mean, wow. How Defy at literally the very, what did they hop on that at 8 seconds left? So literally with 1 second to spare, they got that with a body block to barely let him survive and take that box. I mean, absolutely insane. Also, talking about Darkside too, I mean, they've been playing insane today in these cash out games. I mean, absolutely controlling almost every single cash out with the pacing. It's been absolutely wild. Yeah, look at this body block go absolutely crazy. Nobed is going to die for it and get the healing off as he goes down to save Defy and barely get ahead of Luminon at the very end there, taking that box. And wow, Boom didn't even need any kills to do it. They managed to get the money they needed to make it through, and now they just got to make it through the head-to-head game. But, I mean, holy moly. Can you even break down the last, 2 minutes of that game, Sensoyo? I don't know. There was so much that happened there. Also, Envy's decision-making at the very end to try to go for the Hail Mary play. I mean, it could have worked, but it was such a high-risk, high-reward play. They got close.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe 1 more second, they would have maybe got that in. You see how how close the box was to the cash out. It was fading away while it went right through it.
Yeah.
It was just absolute insanity. But it's so much risk. This ain't Las Vegas. You can't gamble and win on Skyway, but
yeah. Absolutely. It definitely, I mean, absolutely. What a crazy game. All of these teams putting everything on the line to try to make it through up here into the finale. And now we see, kind of all of our predictions go awry here as Darkside and Defy are going to be coming up into this head-to-head. The winner of this best of 1 is going to secure their spot as the 3rd team going into the finale up there with Nightmare and Pulsar. The loser not going to be completely out of it, though. They're going to have 1 more chance to go through another cash-out game. But holy moly, Hyperactive, what are your thoughts coming into this head-to-head?
I just want to quickly make 1 point. From what I calculated, 7.3 seconds. He got onto the box. He had 0.3 seconds of a buffer.
Yeah, absolutely
insane. 3.
Insane.
That is as fast as, that's like the microseconds of talking about it. It is incredible. But looking at this head-to-head, I'm going to be very honest and very, very blunt about this. It is going to be fairly one-sided unless Defy can do those last-minute steals and pull something out of the hat, a rabbit that comes out of nowhere. So, I've just heard in my ear, and I'm sorry, Dread, I'm going to take your words of predictions, but yeah, put me on for, the name's gone out of my head, Darkside. There it is.
Yeah, you make some pretty good points here. Sensoyo, I don't know how you're feeling. I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to go for Defy on this one. I know you've been rooting for him a lot earlier in the early ones. I think I'm going to go for him on this time. I mean, the momentum might be working in their favor. They gotta be hyped after that. I mean, what would your mental be like coming into this 3v3? You're sitting at the edge of your seat. You're hyped up. You're ready to go, ready to lock in. How are you feeling?
I would be absolutely ecstatic and energized going into this next 3v3, but we have seen this before. It was a little bit one-sided. We saw a little bit of light coming out of Defy, so I understand your pick. But I'm going to have to go with Darkside on this one. I mean, we saw it go a 2-0 in that loser's bracket earlier, and I think it's going to go their way.
All right, we'll figure out how it's going to go, especially on Skyway here. it can definitely go either way. I mean, they can kind of move
True.
around the map. Defy, you know, they're rocking that medium, kind of moving around the map a little bit easier. Darkside's going to have that double light on their side. They're just going to have to try to transport their solo heavy around the map. But it's going to be an absolute crazy one. I mean, did not see this head-to-head coming up. But here we go, going into it, Sky. Yeah, exactly. Going into it, Skyway Stadium. It's going to be Defy versus Darkside. Coming into this head-to-head winner. It's going to be the third team coming into our finale to go into the last cash out. Since Soyo, Hyperactive, talk us through it.
I mean, Hyper, with this double light composition on Skyway Stadium, this could be just an absolute wash. I feel like having these two lights just gargoyling up on these buildings, being able to play wherever they want, is so important going into this one. That being said, I mean, Defy does have an invis light of their own as well as a defib, so if they are able to find a pick, that's where it snowballs.
I think with maps like Skyway, Monaco, that is very building heavy, where you're playing on the roofs quite often, having that light, having that invis is fantastic to have. I know that there is only one team that will opt for a grapple, which again, another powerful utility to have on building structures like this, and that's DRG for anyone who's curious. But an invis light is going to absolutely dominate this HML setup, and as much as I want to say the medium is somewhat so good, still can't say that, buddy. Oh, has that been glitched?
Yeah, I mean, they had a nice clean gateway ready to go get that plug, but when it does get glitched out, it's Defy's in a pretty good position here. They are on top of this hotel, just going to find a little bit of a red barrel, but not much damage going to go the way of Miro, but opting to just hold up that mesh, call out for his teammates, hoping that at least one of his lights will try and get something started over here. May try and go for another little bit of a gateway plug situation, but ultimately I do think it's important for them to find a pick before they get a plug going.
Yeah, 100%. Get one, take them away, makes that setup a little bit easier as Nomad able to look from above, get that damage down. The LH1, I don't think we've really highlighted how powerful, how it's come back from Season 1. If you can cast your mind all the way back to Season 1 when we were doing kill races, the LH1 was the god tier weapon of them all.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite weapon to run on light personally, but that being said, it's not good for every map, but Skyway in particular, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath with that, but we are taking a lot of damage from that high ground. Has to back up and renegotiate this fight, but it looks like a beautiful shot's coming the way of Boom. Going to be taking out Kusanagi, but I don't think it's going to be enough, but that defib coming in full force is what we were talking about early on. You find a pick and you can maybe snowball it. And as long as Defnox is up, he's going to be able to reset his team fairly easily. But Boom over on this high ground and not going to be able to get that body going. May have to wait on this high ground, looking for any sort of damage. Knocks Miro off that roof with that glitch. And now they're posturing up for waiting for their teammate, essentially. And it's going to be a full reset for both sides, it looks like.
I feel a little bit of a wasted opportunity from Defy. Kusanagi was down and you could have taken advantage of getting the damage done, and they may have just found Kusanagi, who was just coined in. That feels like a bit of a waste of a coin for himself. And now if you're Defy, you really should be pushing on this. You should be attacking it, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. Dome shield down, able to start to force off Micro. And in doing so, Myro off the point. Now you get that steal. It starts to come through. Nothing can stall it. Yes, it can. There was a C4 underneath. You have to go for it again. And Darkside brings it one more time.
Yeah, now we're going to be breaking out this fight. Miro taking a lot of damage. We need to find this pick if Defy wants to do anything from this, but we do see that light sitting up on that roof, and Defnox just pushed a little bit too far out there for that, or a little bit too long, but we do see that damage coming out from Boom. Boom does take out Kusanagi, but with Recop still up, this is going to be going the way of Darkside for this first box, and beautiful plays from them. I mean, beautiful awareness from Miro, just backing up, playing this range and forcing them to come push him out in the open so that the light could get a pick.
Reset, rinse again, and have another crack. See how you can go about it. Cash out completed. Darkside opening things up, keeping our predictions. Well, me and Houston Soyo to correct. But Defy immediately got some good height, and this is going to be a fight over this building before we even get to Vault. And it's critical. You win this fight. Here is the Myro spotted spotted Nomad and getting that opening pick. And now Darkside are going to want to hunt, see what else they can pick up from it. And there's the second, there's the third. Oh, just a small movement, and that was you done.
I feel like Defy had some pretty good pushes on that first cash out, but as soon as they lost that momentum, things might be crumbling for them. It's going to be up to Darkside to get this plug most likely. I don't see how Defy is able to stop this, but we'll see how it goes. Looks like they have a gateway right on top of it, going to be able to rotate fairly quickly. We'll have to see where Defy spawns. They do spawn towards cash out B, and this is an okay spot, but they do have to cross this opening. They have to make their way across with 2 invis lights just watching where they could be. Big shots on top of Nomad, and he's the first one to cross, trying to get his team over with a gateway, and he successfully does.
Look at the light. Recobs. He's actually not playing height. He's playing on the floor. He's looking because he knows that Defy had to gateway across. It means you've got to go to the easiest point, which is the ground floor. So he's just waiting for one of them to step out into the open, and then he can come and play cleanup crew or reverse attack. Play with height, play from underneath and play upwards. Do something a little bit different, but as soon as Defy reveal themselves, they're met with nothing. No one's there.
Yeah, we do see Darkside just sitting up here, and I mean, we do see Boom have a little bit of cover on this forced point right now, but the C4 is going to drop it down, break down that cover, but here comes the 2 invis lights, but Miro takes a lot of damage on his entry over, but Boom as well going to be knocking out both heavies from this fight, essentially. They have to look for their regen, but here we go. Defnox now on this point. Nobody's in sight to stop this, but on the high ground, last second, they do come in. They do find Boom, and it's up to Nomad to find a pick, but the LH1 up close is not going to be enough because Recobs has that XP54. He is able to find 2. It's going to be last one up, Defnox, and it's not looking good.
Oh, if I was Nox there, knowing that you can't take a wipe, you have to now wait for 15 seconds to try and get your teammates back in, but the hunt has begun. The hunt to confirm the game to be theirs, and let's be real, even if the Spartans do come in, it's going to be Hail Marys to get back to site, because that's a problem here. We're already seeing that Nomad is off point. He's off site as the final fury, the final push, the final of everything starts to come through. But Darkside have it on lock. They have the site in control and find themselves into the finale.
Darkside, I don't think anybody had that one on their brackets, but Darkside really proving themselves today. We talked about them being the dark horse alongside Defy. Both teams kind of having to prove themselves, and I think Darkside is showing up to play today.
Definitely have, and to make note as well, if I remember rightly, our first Latin America team to make it into the top 4. A heroic and a big celebration for our Latin Americans.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And, you know, Defy, they had some really good pushes, like you said, coming up onto some of those points, but just wasn't quite able to make the fight work in their favor so that they were able to take that money. But they're not out of it yet. They got one more chance and to cash out again. But, guys, this is crazy. There's only one spot left in our Final 4, and we still have KCP that's been waiting to play for this whole time. And we still have Envy, the titans of the scene we've been talking about, and Luminon as well coming into this last cash out game. And there's only one spot left for this top 4, Sensoyo. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely unprecedented. Seeing so many demons up for grab, and Defy being our last dark horse left as well. I mean, they made it into a final round, last round. So, I mean, do they have what it takes to do it again, Hyperactive? Or do you think they're just going to be taken down by the Goliaths in this next bracket? But what are you thinking here?
It's the thing is, three of these members shouldn't be in this situation. They shouldn't be behind, but they have been outdone by a sledge. They've been outdone by the Dark Horses of Latin America themselves. And now they're left in this predicament where Luminon, who has had 2 opportunities to qualify but have failed. You got Envy, who we big up as being one of the greatest teams to walk this planet. Take account 2 of them are world champions as we speak. And then KCP, a powerhouse that just comes in and upsets situations left, right, and center. This shouldn't be happening. I have no answer.
Yeah, absolutely insane. But we're going to see KCP, Envy, Luminon, and Defy. They're going to go into one last cash out before we go into our finale of a cash out into a best of 3. But guys, before that, we're going to have one more break going back out, and then we're going to come back into the finale. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Part 2, folks. Lamp of Team ED back in the interview seat with Caroline.
And this is the one where it gets complicated, Scotty.
Complicated, how?
They were the same 3 at the major. They were not the same 3 for very long afterwards.
Over to you, Caroline.
The team that got 3rd in the world last year is back together. Team ED is that exact trio. Whose idea was it for this reunion, and how did it actually happen?
Okay, so I guess this is how we're going to get into the nightmare stuff a little bit. So immediately following the major, Roster Mania happened. We were originally going to keep the band together. The nightmare roster wasn't really going to happen. In fact, me, Noah, and Grad had verbally committed to Envy. The 3 of us were actually going to sign to Envy. And then that night that we verbally committed to Envy, I get pulled into a call with Flack, who owns Nightmare, and Grad, in which Flack is basically gave me and Grad an offer to go play with Lasagna. And it was a really good offer. And Lasagna is a fantastic medium. So we bid on that last second. And so the roster was created. And then the roster just did not get off to a hot start at all. There was actually a lot of drama. Grad and Lasagna could not get along to save their lives. The team environment was pretty toxic right at the beginning, and our results showed. Our practice results were not very promising. I think it was 48 hours before cycle 2 and 24 hours before PHL season 3. I think it's called PHL 26, but PHL season 3 playoffs. Flack lets us know that Lasagna left the team, which was not expected at all, because 2 days prior to that, we had just had a really good scrim block against Envy, which, especially at this time, leading into cycle 2, Envy was dominating. I'd spoken with Lasagna earlier that night because Lasagna wanted me to just drop Grad and grab Stuje. But I wasn't really willing to do that. We do not get as far as we did in the major if it wasn't for Grad. And obviously people may have their own opinions from an outside perspective, but on that stage, I know exactly how Grad composed himself and how he played and the decisions that he made. And he's genuinely elite. He's genuinely elite. And I don't trust anybody to be able to do the job as well as him on that stage, like November 27th through the 29th. So I told Lasagna no, that I wasn't willing to drop Grad. You know, I think Grad is him. Like, I just think Grad's him. Like, he's genuinely so good. He's actually so good at the game. And so it was crazy because Lasagna went to Florida. He went on vacation to Florida. And then we convinced Noah to just play PHL Season 2 with us because Noah still had his doubts about Brink coming back. And I think Noah was a little skeptical because, and I think Noah was hurt a little bit when we had verbally committed to Envy and then we just all of a sudden just dipped and went to Nightmare and then he doesn't have a team. I think it was not as much as Grad's personality or in-game performance or anything like that. I think Noah was just a little nervous about the roster and just trusting it as a whole. The second place PHL performance was not enough to convince Flack to just replace Laz with Noah. And so Grad was officially dropped, and then Lasagna wanted me to retrial for my spot as a heavy, which I was a little insulted by because it's like, we've been teammates for the last 7 months. You should have like a fairly clear idea of what you're getting. Like, it was genuinely so tragic that we did not get into the final round in Cycle 2. Because very first box against Unfazed, they're sealing the box first floor. I drop in. I have perfect line of sight of the medium and the heavy, and I'm holding my RPG. And as I click my RPG, Noah throws a glitch barrel right in front of me, and I RPG myself.
No.
Glitching myself, doing 200 damage, and then breaking the floor underneath me, dropping me into their team, and I die.
That's the thing with the finals, right? A lot of small details can change drastically, but then you pick up on them, and the next time you're doing an even better job. So it's all about learning as well, right?
Yeah, next
That's
time Noah
amazing.
won't throw a glitch barrel right in front of my RPG. You know, lesson learned.
Feels a bit like, you know, the squad is back together, you know, it's like the boy band just like back together again. It's kind of cute. I love it.
It's good vibes. Like, it's good vibes. We've definitely like evolved a little bit. I think me and Grad learned a lot playing with Lasagna because he did think about the game very differently. So I feel like me and Grad picked up a lot of like the good things that Lasagna does, and then Noah being on, I would argue, like a weaker roster, or at least being on a roster in which his role, like, he has to do a lot more in his own role. Like, Noah's nickname during this period of time where he was basically single-handedly carrying on FaZe was LeBron. Like, Noah was LeBron. And so, because Noah was genuinely just like a one-man army and pulls so much weight. And so Noah has this like newfound confidence, and he as a player has developed so much over the last 7 months. So while like it's the same roster, it feels like a different team. Honestly, it does feel like a different team in the best ways possible.
So we've been talking a bit about Grad, and Grad has been known to take interviews shirtless. And unfortunately for the viewers, he is not here today. But what is the most Grad thing he's ever done?
Most Grad thing he's ever done? I don't even at Sweden, this is the only thing that's really coming to mind. At Sweden, he ate someone's food. He like was VOD reviewing the games and drinking alcohol sitting in the lounge, and he ate someone's Uber Eats order, bro. Like, it just like showed up at his feet and he just ate it. So from what I know, he was hanging out with I think he was hanging out with like Rue and Sugi, and I think there were a few other people there, and they had ordered Max Burger. Holy like full circle here. They ordered Max Burger, and then a Max Burger order showed up, and they thought it was theirs. And so it was like a ton of food, and Grad like ate like 3 burgers and was like drinking his like probably like a vodka soda or something, and VOD reviewing the games. And then their actual Max Burger order shows up, and then someone in the lobby comes up and is like, "Where's my food?" And then Grad just had to be like, "Homie, I'm sorry, bro." Like, Grad's just like, I mean, every moment's a Grad moment, bro. I don't think I've met anyone who is so authentic and doesn't really like code switch. You know what I mean? Like, some people will, you know, change their demeanor and that kind of stuff relative to who they're interacting with, and And grad had like with grad, it's just you're getting professional grad or like just like relaxed grad or angry grad. You know what I mean? But it's always grad, and that's what I love about him the most is like he's just so him, bro. Like he just is so authentic.
You probably said this, and I feel like people probably know or have theories. But what does ED actually stand for?
The casters refer to us as Team Ed. So like I like Team Ed. It has no meaning whatsoever, but I just like Team Ed, bro.
It's just a little guy called Ed.
Yeah. So I don't expect us to be Team Ed coming into the major. I imagine we'll be signed, but we'll find out.
I imagine we'll be signed.
And signed they are, folks. Say hello to Luminon Gaming.
The little guy called Ed, all grown up.
Welcome back, everybody, to TGM26 Cycle 3 Top 8. We are here, and we've seen so much action thus far, and only 3 teams have made it to that Final 4, and we're about to figure out who will be the last one. So once we go flip to that bracket, we'll take a look at that, but I'm joined here by 2 amazing casters, Dread and Hyperactive. We've seen a lot of action, Dread. I mean, any short thoughts about what we've seen thus far?
That my mind has short-circuited in what we've seen because this is absolutely insane. Congratulations to Darkside, like we talked about earlier, I believe the first ever Latin American team to make it up into the top 4 of the finals for the cycles here. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I don't blame you for having a short-circuited brain because, I mean, these matchups have been absolutely insanity. I mean, we did see Pulsar make it through early on today. Nightmare going to be the second one to join up alongside them, besting Luminon Gaming in that best of 1, following a victory from the Dark Horse, the Dark Side themselves. And like I said, only 1 spot remains. We're going to be taking a look at this last upper bracket match. With 4 amazing teams, we do see Defy, Luminon Gaming, Envy, and KCP. We talked earlier about how KCP may be a little bit cold coming off of that bench, but Hyper, do you think they have what it takes to kind of heat back up, ramp back, and fight against these monsters of these teams right here?
I think in terms of heating up, getting back to pace, yes, 100% Kansas City Pioneers can go in, get themselves up to full potential immediately. The big question is the fact that they are one of the rosters that does run heavy, medium, light, and that is 2 of them now because Defy also runs the same thing, but they run it differently to how Defy does, and I think that is going to be the key difference. Depends on the map, depends on if we see KCP going through.
Well, we'll take a look at the map veto right now because KCP does veto Skyway Stadium. They saw how that last match went and do not want to be there. Envy vetoing their tried and true Las Vegas Stadium. Luminon, tried and true yet again. These 2 teams know what they don't want to be playing on. Fortune Stadium taken out and Defy taken out. Monaco, we'll see. Sis Horizon, gonna be a randomized map, but I'd like to touch a little bit on KCP a little bit more. We have seen them kind of swap to that double heavy composition with Varian running heavy alongside them, so I think they might be playing that double heavy. That being said, Dread, do you think Sis Horizon, we haven't seen it today, but probably one of the most favorite map in the comp scene right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the pro players are going to love this one. Very balanced map. Can kind of run anything they want. I mean, we've been seeing, you know, Bubba, for example, on Envy swapping between the M60 and the KS, depending on the map. It could go either way on this one. I'm not even sure what they're going to pick. Same thing with SA12s and KSs too. Could go either way. Light's have been swapping between LH1s and the XPs. So,
yeah,
to see how it plays out.
I'm not entirely sure how this one will go, Hyper. I know you're trying to catch up on the scoreboard amongst the 3 of us on these predictions, so I'll let you kind of set the tone here. Who do you think's coming out on top in this one?
Well, just to remind everybody, right now, Sunsoya, you're winning with 6 correct predictions. Dread's on 5. I'm on 4. I'm not too far behind. I'm making that comeback. The thing is, it's hard to say because you have to factor in the fact that Defy made a brilliant comeback. Kansas City Pioneers has been sat on the bench for so long, so you could stick with the safe options of Luminin and MV. But I'm going KCP. I think they've got it in the bag. Go on the Kansas City Pioneers.
Brad, what are you feeling in Sis Horizon? Who's going to take it?
It's definitely a tough one, and these teams have been throwing a wrench in my predictions all day long, but I got to stick with my boys on Luminin. I've been saying since the beginning that they have such a high chance to make it in the top 4, and they have been close multiple times now, especially in that last cash-out game. I mean, they were literally less than a second away from making it into another head-to-head, which I think they would have had a really high chance of winning that head-to-head as well. So I'm going to give it to Luminin making it into the head-to-head on this one.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you guys are pulling me in both directions. I would have had both of them on my radar, but only one I can choose, so I feel like Luminin is going to be that team to make it through. They got what it takes. They're showing a lot of guts right now, and they have proven time and time again that they are the squad right now. So that being said, Dread, do you think there's any crazy picks that we might see? Do you think Bubba's going to be running the M60, maybe the KS? Do you think... I don't know if they're feeling themselves in this meta necessarily.
Yeah, it's tough to say, and I think on this map specifically, it's even harder to say because it literally could go any way. I mean, there's spots where they're fighting indoors and outdoors in this map, so.
Yeah, exactly. This map is so dynamic and extremely loved by the entire scene. But that being said, we're about to head into this match right here. Hyperactive Dread, take it away.
1 spot remains, Dread. Only 1 for the finale. And it's out of 4 teams who, let's be real, all deserve it. I would even now say, after seeing what Defy has done, they deserve that spot into the top 4 as well, but only 1 can take it.
Yeah, absolutely, and we do have a fight starting off already. Boom looks like lagging a little bit behind on the rollout here. We do have the lock bolt coming through. It's going to be landing onto Boom there as he's coming up. He's going to get chased down now by Lamp and Normalize. They're going down now. It's only Nomad. He's going to kind of peek Lamp there, but he's going to go ahead and go down. It's going to be a quick wipe in favor of Luminin right off the bat.
Quick, efficient, exactly how Luminon's been playing. We saw them on Las Vegas. They very wanted to bring speed into their game, especially when they played against Envy as well. They do not want to face, a Nightmare. They did not want to slow things down. But now they got the control of the pace. We flip to the other side. It's Kansas City Pioneers versus Envy. And I feel like with Envy, it's 50-50 what you're going to get in this cycle. You could get the dominant MV from before, or you could get the absolute chaos and lack of control. But immediately off the rip, Envy drops down to 1. And this looks to be KCP's under control unless Varian drops.
Yeah, but that defib coming in clutch there. T-Mills able to connect onto Apollo there to get his teammate right back up. And now they're going to go for the swap because Uni was that last one alive. Bubba and Gremlin are going to be forced to coin in. Bubba is running that M60 on this one here. And now we have Varian kind of shooting his team down through the floor, but he runs right into Gremlin there, rocking the SA-12. He's going to land a pretty big RPG. They're just going to back up a little bit. T-Mills with that heal beam is going to top off the heavies there. Apollo does get winched, though. He's going to end up going down. Varian taking a little bit of damage of himself. Gremlin able to make it out of that trade with half HP. And now they're going to go for their own swap. They're going to shoot off those mines there. The box isn't going to drop, though. There was no C4 on it. It's just the mines. He's going to opt just to hop on. Uni's on standby here with the heals. And the swap goes through. It looked like he was kind of falling through the floor a little bit. He did fall.
Oh, look how quickly Kansas City Pioneers straight back, taking advantage of the fact that Gremlin was taking all the heat in the most literal sense. And just like that, Kansas City Pioneers almost, it felt like they just baited MV to steal. Coming up late to the
Defy's
party,
here, though.
Defy. They're going for the last minute. They're great at Hail Marys, but can this Hail Mary be the best Hail Mary of all time? They got the
it!
going, they get it! What? They are the kings of Hail Marys, and Defy has defied all odds once again, and they're taking the first cash out.
Wow, absolutely insane. They're coming in at the perfect timing. They're going to steal that right under the noses of KCP. KCP not wiped just yet, though. They do have a lot of kill money as well. And Defy's going to actually make it out of that. Apollo, last one left alive on KCP now after that. Nomad's going to get a pick onto T-Mills there. And it looks like Apollo's just going to opt to try to get out of there as fast as he can. Kind of set up on this box, wait for his team to coin in. As it looks like that's Luminon over there getting ready to move that box over. Apollo's still by himself, though. He doesn't care. He's going to toss a red barrel right at them, drop him down a little bit. Variant's coming in now. T-Mills, though, still got 3 seconds left before he can even coin in, and all 3 of Luminon are here.
Yeah, you got to be rushing over if you're T-Mills. Thankfully, he is a medium, so speed is of the essence on his side. However, cash out has been started by Luminon. So while all this waiting time to get T-Mills back in will slowly come to fruition, but Normalize is on a hunting spree. He's playing with his food, but gets traded out. Lamp, Grad, T-Mills, and Varian all looking at each other, understanding. They need to be careful on their next approach, as both sides losing a player off their first engagements.
Yeah, T-Mills putting in a lot of work with that defib this game. Go ahead and get Varian back up there. Now they're going to go for the swap. Lockbolt incoming, though. Dome shields coming out from both teams. And look at the trigger discipline on Luminon Gaming. Not opting to drop into that hole, just kind of poking them out a little bit, making sure they get off the stall, but not committing too hard yet. Here comes KCP, though, climbing up onto their floor. Grad's going to have to back up. He's taking lots of damage.
Third party.
Lamp holding up that mesh shield. Yeah, and here comes Defy again at the last second coming in behind him. Grad's going to get the trade onto T-Mills, but Lamp has gone down. Apollo now taking out Grad. Luminon Gaming has been reduced down to only Normalize. And here comes Defy in behind him.
Yeah, Uni's getting a bit of information. You can just see his silhouette not too far away, but this is going to be great for if you're Envy to understand that Defy has again gone for that third-party scenario, and this may be a good steal for Kansas City Pioneer, but you've got to capitalize it. 20 seconds, they say, between a wipe and getting that attack to come in. I tell you what, Defy is capitalizing brilliantly. Are they going to get yet another steal off the rip of a fight? It looks like it will, but Luminon is back. They're here to fight once again, but it's a trade back and forth. It's still possible. There's still some hope and opportunity, but again, the stall. Luminon taking their time. Is this the 0.7 they need? No, it's gonna get pushed off. Luminon will take control. Dread, what is this Defy roster?
Yeah, it got a little close there, but Luminon was able to hold onto it. Normalize coming in at the last second there at the perfect time to get that double kill and keep their money. But on the other side of the map here, Envy kind of sitting pretty for most of this point. But here comes KCP off of their loss of that last fight there. And there's just not enough time. They started to come in. They might have had a little bit of time, but Envy was kind of set up on that high ground there. And they're just going to opt to go ahead and back up and just go towards the middle of the map and get ready for these next boxes to spawn. And these are going to be the most important boxes here. But Luminon in a really, really good spot. They're up there at 32.5K. They kind of dictate how the rest of this match is going to go. They're going to need to guard one of these boxes here and make sure that it goes towards the side of getting doubled. And they're actually going to go ahead and get that first plug, which guarantees them even more. But they can't wipe.
No, they can't wipe because there's still the threat of Defy, and now KCP, as they slowly creep up the board as well, is still in danger. Defy, I swear every time we hop onto them, they are attempting to steal, or at least try in the sense of their own, as we see that Defnox already down. So is Envy. They've also lost one on the other side of the map as well. Defy, is this going to be an easy steal? Hello?
Well,
why are we giving this away?
Well, Luminon doesn't really care, right? They got that plug. They got that plug money, which put them even higher. So Defy is going to hold on to that box. It doesn't really move Luminon at all. So they're just kind of sitting there. But Defy knows, you know, you're sitting on my box. You let me have it. Thank you. But I need kill money. So he's going to go ahead and get some kills because they still need to be able to pass them to get into that second place spot. And on the other side, KCP, they're holding that box too. They have to hold on to that.
Yeah, a little funny interaction, and Normalize will respectfully know that, yeah, his life will help benefit to get Defy in, but Kansas City Pioneer on the other side, holding the other box, has an opportunity to qualify through, which would be a beauty for them. Take into account, this is their their only opportunity to try and get a qualification. Seal has been successful from Envy. Glitched and bruised, they have to back away. And it's Defy here. Defy's here. Yeah. Defy is going for a double. They're looking to try and take both.
Yep, they need both to make it through. They're going to try to fight through this. Right now, it's in control of Envy. KCP is still here, though. Variant, unfortunately, no coins left. But T-Mills was able to find that body. He does get the defib up, but that brings that defib out of play for the rest of this fight here. And now Variant's going to go ahead and drop it down, but we have every team in the lobby here. At least 2 members of Luminon are also fighting here as well. Bubba is going to be able to take down Normalize, but while that's happening, KCP, the steal does go through. KCP's got to hold on to this for at least 20 seconds longer as every team in the lobby is here.
Every single one of them wants a piece of the pie. The only one who doesn't is Luminon, who knows they are safe. Kansas City Pioneers doing everything they can to fend off for the last few seconds. It's 7 to steal. Time starts to go on. Defy doing the last second steals that they're known for, but it's unsuccessful. Luminon and Kansas City Pioneer will fight for that final qualification spot. Dread, your prediction comes through, and my prediction comes through.
Yeah, Luminon, one last chance to make it into the final round here, and one more head-to-head going up against KCP, who played really well for being on the bench for most of the day after making it up into these next stages. But absolute crazy one. Defy. Look at this last-second steal here, Sensoyo. What'd you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, overall, Luminon's doing such a good job, and KCP as well early on. There's just so much chaos in this round. Defy trying to just knock everyone around, try and cause some chaos. Tried to go for a lot of last second steals, find their opportunity, but ultimately did not work out for them in the end. Just a very difficult day, but they have to hold their heads up high because they made it this far. That being said, we have a big 3v3 coming up, Hyper.
It's going to be massive. Luminos Gaming versus Kansas City Pioneers. That's something you wake up for. That is something that you get out of bed, you go to your TV, you put this on the big screen. You're not putting it on your phone. You're putting this on the big screen because you know this is going to be a banger of a match. Little side note, and I think you'll find this really funny. We know how we started today with a prophecy that if Unfazed won and the positions needed for Envy and Pulsar, that could have happened. Envy ended up in 7th.
Yeah,
the prophecy was there.
Unfazed got knocked out very early, and it just was not their day. That being said, Dread, did you expect 2 massive teams to come out of this match, or were you thinking Defy might sneak their way through?
I mean, it was definitely close. Defy was playing really well there. They got a couple last-second steals. I mean, the game is an objective-based game. It's about the money, and they were pretty close to getting the money. Ended up ending in 3rd place there. Wasn't quite able to make it through into the chaos of the very last box, but definitely a crazy one.
Well, let's now turn our attention to Luminon versus KCP, Hyper. Do you think this is a one-sided matchup? Do you think it's gonna be map dependent? What are you feeling here in terms of this next matchup? Is there one player you're looking at in particular to kind of carry it? Is it the light versus medium matchup, the double heavy? What are you thinking?
I think, okay, so we already know that this is going to be Sis Horizon. So in terms of map dependent, I think both sides are very good at this map. I think both sides, when it comes to strategy, have a book that goes from Paris all the way to Los Angeles. There is enough strats to cover the entirety of the Atlantic Ocean. But when it comes to individual players, it is very, very much can you get rid of Grad? That is going to be the key thing. If you get rid of Grad, then 100%, then I'd say KCP has an absolutely great shot. But that's a hard thing to ask, to get rid of Gradu.
Yeah, exactly. So let's turn ourselves to a little bit of a prediction. Dread, I'll start with you. What are you feeling here?
I'm still reeling that Envy is out. That's just so crazy to me. It's been a crazy day. But, you know, I stuck with my boys through the cash out game. I knew that they were going to make it through and make it into this 3v3. And I think they got what it takes to make it out of this 3v3 and make it into the finale. So I'm going to go with Luminon.
Hyper, you feeling much of the same, or you sticking with KCP?
Oh, it's so close. It's so close. It's hard. But I will lean towards KCP.
Yeah, and I mean, me personally, I think Luminon has the momentum going into this next fight. I think they have what it takes. I'm going with Dread, Luminon Gaming for this for this 3v3. That being said, the game's about to start. So final thoughts, very quick, Dread, anything going into this one?
I mean, it's been an absolute crazy day. This one really could go either way, but this is why we love the finals. It could go either way.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Luminon Gaming versus KCP, Sis Horizon, Hyper, Dread, all you guys.
One spot remains is the entry I started with when walking into the cash out. The status quo is still going. It is one spot. Kansas City Pioneers have waited on the sideline for the large majority of this tournament, Dread, and they've come in and immediately put themselves in this position. Luminon, they've been here 3 times.
Yeah, they want this, and they know it. They've been playing so well in the cash-out rounds. They just got to make it through one of these head-to-heads, and this is the one. This is the last one. This is one that they have to do to make it through into the finale here. And you can tell both of these teams, I think the pacing is going to slow down a lot because there's so much on the line here. These next picks matter so much. The vault fights matter so much. Nobody's even going to tap the box yet until one team finds another. And look at even Kansas City Pioneer. All of them just kind of crouch walking around. Looks like Apollo is finally going to go for the tap.
Oh, that's information, though. When you go that silent, when you decide to rat and just rely on sound, that tap will give Kansas City Pioneers his position away. But Luminon is smart. They understand they don't need to push here. They understand they just need to be patient. However, with a bit of crossing, a little tag will go through. Neither side, again, wants to push each other as they're aware B is what they're fighting over.
Yeah, and Grad being the only light in this lobby, he does have that invis. He's able to kind of go ahead of his team and kind of get a little bit more of that information without KCP knowing. So Grad's just kind of keeping an eye on them, feeding that information to his team as they're kind of crossing and making their way through here, trying to break down the cash box so that they're able to plug this box, not really able to get it all the way down, kind of backed off a little bit because they heard Luminon right above them. Some shots kind of going through here, not quite connecting just yet, but we do finally get that plug going through, and the timer on this money started.
Create a fake. Try and draw out Kansas City Pioneers. Wait, pros don't fake. They're going to commit, but the block bolt was perfect. No push, no commitment just yet. Both sides respecting each other, respecting that there has to be a clearer opening before that push can come through. And all while this happens, a change of height positions. KCP have gone from being at the bottom floor to now being at the same level of Luminon, and that's going to put a bit of fear in them.
Yeah, both teams rocking that lock bolt too, but both teams able to answer that lock bolt immediately. One getting glitched, the other one getting reshaped as T-Mills is rocking that data reshaper. But Luminon, they just hopped on it and stole it right out from underneath there. KCP, I think they kited a little bit too far away. We still have the heal ball kind of next to the point there. Lamp getting a little bit of damage, tossing some gas over towards their side of the box there. But now it's in control of Luminon, and KCP, they got to be on the offensive now.
You got to get at least one down. Get rid of one, and graduating, I said, so critical to get rid of him. That's your information disappearing. And now you can bring the brutes in to come in to do the damage and work. A little tap onto the box didn't do too much. That's fine. KCP don't need to worry as Varian will pick off Normalize. Now they can go for that steal. Now they can be confident, but the surf unsuccessful, and the gas sits all around them. But you need to get rid of Lamp just in case of the worst.
Wow.
And KCP will take the first round.
Yeah, that was a big pick onto Grad there to open up that fight. KCP, it started off a little sketchy. They kind of rotated a little bit too far away, but they were confident in the retake, and it paid off. They got that one. It swapped hands to both teams multiple times, but KCP ended up on top of that one, and now they're going to be able to go towards this next vault a little bit sooner. Luminon is back up, though. Grad with that invis going ahead of his team. You get a little bit of information, getting a little bit of shots down onto Apollo, while Normalize and Lamp do cross over. But KCP's in a pretty good spot now. They don't have to commit too hard to this box. Luminon, go ahead and get the tap, though.
You nailed it in one. Map positioning, KCP has full control. They don't have to push. They don't have to do anything here. They just have to wait for Luminon to come to them. And there's two ways that Luminon can do. One, you go head on and you butt heads. Go for the big fight. Go for the big ego chow that you could put forward. Or, as they are doing, you rotate wide. And they're going to go towards the offices. It's the safer option. A lot more cover. And especially if Grad could get a pick onto T-Mills, now your rotation path is easier than ever.
Yeah, and he's go ahead and working away ahead of his team here. Again, he's going to be able to feed that information. Gateway already has been used to try to help Normalize get a little bit closer to that box a little bit quicker. He's going to go ahead and shoot through that wall there. Going to plug this box. It's going to be the staircase box there, which is a pretty good spot, I think, for Luminon to try to control there, especially with Grad being on that light. But T-Mills finds him again with that Revo, but Lamp is able to get the trade there. Now it's going to be a 2v2, but Lamp is so hurt already. They're chasing him down. He's holding up that mesh shield, though. Normalize is going to toss him over a heal ball there. He's actually going to make it out. He's so slippery on that heavy. Varian coming down a little bit low here, too. Nobody's going down, though, Hyperactive.
How did Luminon not capitalize? KCP was on the bittersweet of health. They were bittersweet death. It was right there, but they failed to capitalize. They failed to push. They failed to get that opportunity. And now KCP, with T-Mills who coined in, are looking down the barrel of a 2-0 victory and punching a ticket into the finale. But there's still a lot to go here, Trev. There is still a lot to go.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to try to write it down. Normalize is on the box. It's actually going to go through. They're going to get it, but here comes KCP coming in hot. The lock bolt does connect. It is going to get glitched out by Grad, though. Going to give time for Lamp to back out just a little bit more. He's holding up that mesh shield. But he's stuck again, actually. The glitch wore off, and that lock bolt reconnected onto him, and now he took so much damage, and Grad went down to T-Mills. Apollo went down as well, but T-Mills was able to get him right back up with that defib. Now KCP is going to hop on it. Both Normalize and Lamp are really hurt here. I don't know if they're going to be able to stall this.
They might not be able to. The steel's gone through. Last 20 seconds are going to be left on this clock, and it has to be a mad push from Luminon if they want a chance to get themselves through, to keep this game going. They're going to get pushed direct to the floor. Apollo left alive. They have to come in, but there's so much fire. Through the fire,
they got it.
Through the flames. Can you do it? Is there time on the clock? There is.
Holy
We continue
moly.
to keep going.
That was almost too close for comfort there. Whoo, that was close, but Luminon were able to clutch it out, but it's not over yet. There's one more box to go. We're going to go down to a tiebreaker box now. This is anybody's game. It's coming down to the wire. The loser of this is going to go home. They're going to have to wait again for Cycle 4. The winner is going to go play in the finale in the top 4 for Cycle 3.
Oh. This game just keeps on taking another step. Again, both sides respecting each other. The way they fight is an understanding at every step of the way that their opponent will punish you if you do not commit, if you do not make the right move, you will lose. And it is so clear and understanding from both sides. I love it.
Yeah, and look at how close these boxes have spawned together, too. So this, I think there's going to have to be a fight before this box is going to get plugged, unless...
It's gotta be.
Maybe Luminon might be able to kind of sneak it under their nose if they can rotate quick enough. But those boxes are so close together. They keep trying to psych them out, keep trying to change directions, trying to keep them on their toes. Not sure which box that they really want to fully commit to yet. They do have that gateway to switch directions as fast as they can, but... like I said, the boxes are so close together, KCP doesn't really need to rotate that far to answer to them again.
It's not too far. D is out in the courtyard. It is so far in the open, it will force fights. But if you can get control and then set up from it, it's fantastic. But in these situations where both teams are here, they're waiting for you. The first step is getting that vault into the cash box. It feels impossible. So you have to commit to the fight, which is a game in itself. How the hell are you supposed to find Kansas City Pioneers right now when they're lurking underneath you?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying, that there might need to be a fight that happened, but it looks like they're just going to go for it. He tosses it, it bounces, doesn't quite go in. Grad's going to pay for it. He ends up going down, and he's going to have to throw it away. Now the lock bolt just barely doesn't connect. But Luminon, they're in a pretty bad spot now. This fight has to finish. They have to commit to it. Lamp turns around, tries to commit. He's going to end up going down. Now it's only normalized. What's he going to do? Is he going to opt to try to back off and try to wait for a reset? Or is he going to full commit and just kind of go for the white? I don't think there's enough time. Because now KCP is moving it over there. They're going to get this plug. And they've already waited enough time for Grad to coin in. But this Hyperactive, that's his last coin on the side of Grad.
And you want your light as well. You need that rotation. You need the speed that comes with it. Essentially, Grad can't drop. He cannot get eliminated here. The final 2 minutes of what has been probably a nail-biter and a tense battle between two giants.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to slow down a lot here because, like you were saying, they've got to be so careful. Grad cannot die. They've got to be really precise how they go about this fight here. They kind of know where at least two of them are sitting. I think they've seen all three now, so they know where KCP is kind of hiding out. Normalized kind of working his way up there, using some of that goo to try to peek up just a little bit longer. He's going to shoot off those mines, drop that box. The C4 is going to get popped. Trying to make his way up a little bit again. Lamp, though, might get caught out a little bit here. Both of them backing up. Apollo not committing too hard. And this is going to be kind of a slow burner of a fight.
Again, both sides understanding what's at stake here. Kansas City Pioneers had height. They had point. Now they've got at the same level. It becomes a neutral fight, but the steal is going to be a full commit, but there's no push going onto it, and it's going to be a free steal. Luminant Gaming now looking with 30 seconds left on the clock, a possibility to take this, to punch their ticket into the finale, unless KCP can turn around and put the pressure on, put the pedal to the metal, and immediately Apollo finds the opening. An opportunity opens up, but you've got to be careful. Normalize is literally looking directly at you. Now, Luminant has height. Kansas City Pioneers has to commit. Normalize, dropped. T-Mills.
No way!
Will get the steal.
Is there time?
Is there time?
Luminon got it! Oh my goodness, talk about coming down to the wire, Hyperactive. Wow!
The fight should have been KCP's. It should have gone to them. But for the third time of asking, Luminant will finally qualify into the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. What a crazy one to end on, going into the top 4. Absolutely insane. KCP at the last second wins the fight, but Luminon was able to hold on and stay alive just long enough to keep the money and win the head-to-head. Soyo, how are you feeling after that one?
Oh my gosh. That was 1 millisecond to flip or something? Like, that was so close. from KCP, narrowly not having enough time. Beautiful shots from them. And I mean, that game could have went either direction. That game was absolute cinema, to be honest with you. I mean, Dread, holy, look at this scoreboard.
Yeah, that was such a close game. I mean, holy moly, there was some last-second steals coming out of almost every box there. Those fights were coming down to the wire every single time. That's really as close as it gets for a head-to-head, I think. I don't think it really could have been closer. I mean, even the scoreboard shows it too, not just on the side of the objectives, but even on the kills, the combat score, the support score. I mean, everything across the board was so close.
Yeah, no, I entirely agree with you. And that's going to move Luminon Gaming up to our top 4. After a long, grueling bracket, we now know our top 4 teams, the finale teams. Pulsar, Nightmare, Darkside, and Luminon Gaming. This is absolutely unprecedented. We see such top-tier teams fall, but among them rise the finale teams. Hyper, is this how you thought it would end up?
If you want my real honest answer, I kind of did. All these teams have made it to the top 8 before. I feel like a coin flip would definitely be the fairest way to decide who'd go through. I think the biggest surprise here is Darkside clearly coming out of nowhere, stepping up and putting valuable points onto their side and qualifying 3rd. Hell yes. I'm loving the way this is shaped up. And today has just been nothing but chaos. I like a bit of chaos.
I mean, I love dynamism as well. Chaos, whatever you call it. This is the finals. I mean, this is the hottest game right now, in my opinion. The best movement, dynamism shooter out there. That being said, I mean, this could go anywhere. We do have a cash out round coming up soon, but first, we're gonna be hitting with a break. So we'll see you soon. Stay tuned.
Part 3, folks. And I've been reading up, June.
Have you?
I have. Do you know how close they came at that major?
I do, Scotty. So does he. That's rather the problem. Over to you, Caroline.
So would you say that, like, you know, in between you did spend like half a season playing alongside Lasagna, and, you know, he lifted a trophy last year while the 3 of you were next to it. Do you think that that period of time then taught you kind of what the gap between a podium and title could be?
Individually, like for me, absolutely. I think people forget just how close those 2 first Vegas games against Nightmare really were. Map 1, the first Vegas game, Gremlin lived with 4 HP because 1 shot from Grad's burst didn't land. Like quite literally, 193R bullet decided map 1. Then we had Monaco. Our Monaco cash out game was really good, and then Team Secret was just an absolute in that lobby. So it was kind of unfortunate to have Team Secret and Fnatic. No. It's mostly because of Team Secret and Fnatic being in the same cash out lobby, by the way, because those 2 teams did not like each other at all.
No.
Remember, what was it? Group B, Group C?
Yeah.
Like with Team Secret, Fnatic, DRG, and KCP.
Yep.
Fnatic doubled the 15Ks, which is like finals no-no. Like, you don't double the 15s ever in basically any context. Fnatic doubled the boxes
Yep.
because they didn't like Team Secret. Because Team Secret, apparently, in like Nagos's words, was like Team Secret's like playing like a and not doing anything.
Yeah.
And so they doubled the boxes just to make them do something, which is like the balls that Fnatic has to do that on
that's
the
a
stage.
risky
It's just-
move.
like, I never felt nervous at any
Yeah.
point. I like day one
That's
of the
very
major
impressive.
had there was a lot of adrenaline, especially
Yeah.
on day one, but I actually never felt nervous, but I wasn't present. That's the big distinction that I would say because I just was not thinking clearly. I wasn't nervous. It was just I would do something and it just wouldn't work, or I'd get punished for it really hard, and then I'd just be confused.
Yeah.
And that whole grand final went by so fast. It feels like I blinked and we're down 0-4. Like,
Yeah.
it went by. We never even got to talk to our coach at any point during all those games. Like, it was just super weird. And then we loaded into Skyway, in which we lost by $200. And then
Yeah.
which is a single kill. And I remember I threw the cash out to plug the box. And I remember it literally smacked the cash out as the timer went out. Like, I heard the sound of the cash box hit the cash out.
Oh.
But that Skyway game is where I definitely felt like I was starting to unravel a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
I was getting like the cash outs confused. I was like, let's go C when I was talking about D. And then
Yeah.
I was getting confused, and I feel like it was just the pressure, I suppose. Like, because I never felt nervous. In fact, the reason why I say I didn't feel present is because I remember during that Skyway game, I remember consciously even saying to myself, I was like, I feel really calm right now. Like, I'm like
Yeah.
not tensing my shoulders at all. Like, I'm just super calm. My in-game focus and just my focus as a whole as a player this year has been to just be a lot more present within the game and sharpening my focus overall, because I think it was just the pressure and the stress in my subconscious was really starting to bubble up, and my decision making really suffered. And then we finally saw that in the Citadel game, where it was like I literally kicked the router. I kicked the router under my desk and disconnected the
remember. I do remember
I don't know.
this.
That's Basit's problem, bro. I got frustrated and kicked the wall in front of me, and the router to the server just happened to be there, and I disconnected me and my teammates. So like,
Yeah, that was a moment. Since I was working backstage, I saw all of this happening and the confusion, and like I had to run back and forth trying to like figure out what the heck was happening, because I didn't actually see the kick because I was behind the stage, and I was just like, how did this happen? And then like, oh no, Lamb kicked his cable, and I was like, what?
yeah.
Okay, so here is some season maths. So you're fourth on 80 points with 2 cycles left for the qualifiers, and Unfazed are at 70 points ahead. Is catching them the target, or is cycle 3 going to be about locking in your seat for the close qualifier?
In my mind, we're still playing for the win. I think we're in striking distance, honestly. Like, obviously, it probably means in order for us to punch our ticket to Sweden, probably entails we have to win both cycles. Obviously, anything could happen in terms of how those points are being distributed, but realistically, with a 70-point gap between us and first place right now, it's probably that we need to take first in both. Like, confidence is at an all-time high right now, and relative to where our scrim performance is at, like, I would consider us like a heavy favorite going into cycles 3 and then presumably 4.
A first-time viewer today has 8 teams in front of them and gets to pick one. Why should this trio with unfinished business be theirs? Why Team ED?
Because we're like the perfect blend between like being very competitive and professional in that regard and still having a lot of fun. Like me, Noah, and Grad genuinely have a really good time while we're playing, and I would encourage anyone like just to like peek into I stream our scrims and stuff, and so I'd encourage anyone like peek into our scrims and just watch the way that like we communicate with each other. Like I genuinely love Noah and Grad to death. They're like family to me, and so we have that tight knit bond, and I think that's why our community is as good as it is. You know what I mean? I think that's like the people that we've fostered like in our chats, the people that support us, like everybody's so on board, and it's just all one big ship, and it's it's a cruise. Everyone's
Yeah.
invited, and it's just a good time.
Yes.
So like, yeah,
I love it.
I think it would be easy to support us if you just took the time to peek in a little bit and see what we're about.
Yeah.
Everyone's invited. I love that, June. I'm going.
Nuh-uh, you are not going on a cruise, Scotty.
I am going on the cruise.
Folks, that is the three of them. Third at the last major, then apart, then back together, and now signed.
And still chasing it.
Welcome back, everybody, to TGM26. Cycle 3, top 8. We've made our way all the way through the bracket thus far, and we are at the final 4 right now, and this is going to be an absolute gobsmacker of a game. That being said, let's take a look at the top 8 leaderboard. I'm joined by Dread and Hyperactive. Dread, why don't you break this down for me? What are we looking at? Where have we been? Where are we going?
So this is how the top 8 for Cycle 3 today is ending up so far. Remember, that first place gets 100 series points and the $2,000, but that top 4, everybody's going to be in the money there. Everybody in the top 8 is going to be making a little bit of series points. We already see KCP locked themselves in 5th, so they banked themselves 20 more series points. Defy got 6th, got 15 points on the board. Envy, who was already pretty high up on there, only got 10 left now, and Unfazed, who were previously in the very top spot, only got 5 more points. So we'll see after these finale ends with this last top 4, who's going to get that top spot, and if that changes, knocks Unfazed off the top.
Yeah, we'll see if Unfazed does get knocked off the podium right now, but let's take a look at this top 4 finale teams right now and how this will work. That being said, our final 4 teams are Pulsar, Nightmare, Darkside, and Luminon Gaming. They will play a best of 1 cash out series to see who are the top 2 of that match. The top 2 will then move on to a final best of 3 3v3 to crown the winner. I mean, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath in this cash out round. This is a big game. You thought that last cash out to 3v3 was big? This is even bigger. Hyperactive, what do we got? I mean, we got some absolute demons here in this next lobby. Why don't you break down how this matchup might look?
Well, let's start off with Pulsar. You're looking at a squad that qualified first, who demonstrated that even though they're running something completely different, this season was designed for them. Llama is back, baby. That sledge looking as strong as anything. Then you got Nightmare, who ups and downs have been showing that actually, you know what? When you lock it down, nothing gets past them. Darkside, here to upset. Here to make sure that you are doing everything perfect, because as soon as there's a small mistake, they come running in and they'll take it off you. And then Luminon, strong, but they have been beaten up so hard. So it is going to be a question mark on how they can perform after some ups and downs. And so, Soyo, I have a question for you quickly. Would you like some quick number facts?
I mean, let's get through this map veto, then we can go through those numbers real quick, all right? So let's take a look at these vetoes. Luminon Gaming banning their tried and true Fortune Stadium. Shocker, honestly. But Darkside taking out Las Vegas Stadium. Nightmare do not want to see Fongwai City. And Pulsar taking out Skyway. They do not want that RNG. They want to lock things down, keep things nice and close with that sledgehammer butt. Finally, we're going to be ending up on Bernal, and I think that feels pretty balanced overall. I think this is a well-loved map from the comp scene, but Hyper, why don't you break down some numbers really quick and see what we got going for us?
Yeah, so the numbers is relating to this championship. I like to give you a little tease. For a situation to get second place for Pulsar and Luminum, they have to be 3rd or above. That is the minimum requirement. For Luminum, they would tie for second with MV, as of course MV started at 120. They would gain 10 points for being 7th, so they'll jump up to 130. However, if both of them make it into second place or above, they will jump ahead of Unfazed, meaning we'll have 2 new leaders.
Yeah.
And it all depends on which way around it goes.
So my breakdown is lots of numbers, and there's a chance Unfazed gets dethroned. That being said, we're gonna rock into predictions. I guess I'll kick us off here, and I'm feeling, since it's Bernal, I'm feeling Pulsar, but we're gonna throw to Hyper and see where he goes as well.
He's thrown it to me because behind the scenes I was like, hey, let's all go something different and give me an opportunity to get back in the game. You know what? I'm gonna go against my word. I know this is Pulsar's map, and I'm not walking away from that fact. It is Pulsar for me. I'm sorry. I'll go against my own word.
All right, Dread, you might be thinking something different. I know you're ride or die with momentum. What do you got going?
You know, it's a tough one. This is the last cash out game of the day. It's really going to decide everything coming into this 3v3. Dark side, they've been proving that it might be the dark side of the timeline. And, you know, they are in their villain era. They've been going absolutely crazy all day in every cash out game. So I'm going to go Luminon.
I mean, I can't blame you guys for that one. Honestly, I think we're going to get this game started very soon, but Bernal is a map that is very well balanced. You have a lot of head glitches, a lot of long range fights. To me, it really depends on where those cash outs do spawn in. That is what we're going to be looking at. Those cathedrals, as church, as well as that amphitheater are kind of the monkey wrench in this cash out game. That being said, honestly, it could be anyone's game and everyone's fighting for a lot on the line. Any final words, Hyperactive, before we hop into this one very quickly?
I'll do it in one. Neat.
Dread? What are you thinking here in this?
I don't think I can
what are you thinking?
reduce this down to one word. I don't know if I can.
One letter. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
My brain is way too fried for that. I mean, this day has been absolutely insane. So much stuff. I mean, even in the top 16 coming into this, there was so much that had no clue was going to happen. I mean, Auntie's Two Boys didn't make it into the top 8. Nobody thought that was going to happen either. The meta shift kind of threw, like you said, threw a monkey wrench into everybody's plans. And it's been a crazy day. I'm excited to see how this cash out goes. You know, I'm confident in Luminon, but it really could be anybody's game. And then the 3v3 for the winner gets even crazier too, guys, because remember, it's a best of 3. So that could definitely change things.
Yeah, and best of 3. We've seen those single games go the distance, but when you can potentially draw it over 3 entire matches, that's when things get crazy. A lot of counter picks come in play there. A lot of mental strats as well. I mean, I can't remember who said it was it Hyper or Dread who said they got strats from Paris to Las Vegas. Is that what you said, Hyper?
Yep, from Paris to Las Vegas. The day we have a Paris major is the day that I'm rooting for that one. Embark. Go to Paris if you've seen what's been happening around the world and know how brilliant French fans are. We need to go there. We need to go there.
Well, we'll have to see in due time. That being said, I mean, I'm curious on what you think of the meta, Dread. Do you kind of like the KS23? Do you think people are overusing it right now? Is there any better options? Seeing that there are a little bit of a nerf on the KS to 104 damage and a buff to the BFR, do you think people are sleeping on the BFR a little bit and just sticking to the KS, or is the utility of breaking walls just so strong?
I think there's a potential that they're kind of sleeping on some of the other guns. I'm definitely not a fan of the KS mesh meta at all. But we've kind of been seeing today too that you know, after the rollback a little bit on the KS buff, that it is a little bit more wide open. We've been seeing more weapons today. We've been seeing Lewis gun come out. We've been seeing SA-12 more. You know, we've been seeing M60 come out. And so I think it's definitely a little bit more open than people think. So I think we're definitely trending in the right direction. but I'd like to see it open up a little bit more. The gadget side, I think, is perfect. I mean, we've been seeing so many gadgets, like pretty much every single one. We've been seeing data reshapers come out. We've been seeing lock bolts come out. We've been seeing pyro mines come out. You know, even in the top 16, we see a bunch of grav cubes come out. Lasagna in the top 16 was rocking grav cube too. Like, gadgets are in a really good spot.
Yeah, I do think everything's pretty balanced. Maybe tone back that KS just a little bit more and everything would kind of open right up. Or maybe there could be weapons that people are sleeping on. My big standout weapon that people are sleeping on right now, again, map dependent, would be the model hyperactive. That to me would be the one standout weapon that I don't know a lot of people using. It does pump out a lot of damage, but ultimately, is there anything you think is being slept on, Hyper, or are you just kind of or are you a fan of this current meta?
I'm not a fan of the current meta, but I see the use, how powerful it can be.
Yeah.
I see why people are using it. I think there are some very slept-on weapons. P90 being one of them is a fantastic weapon. Unfortunately, it's not the weapons for the medium. It's the utility and how medium is used that is the problem. And I think once I get adjusted, then we're going to see medium back again. But this is going to be a really far-fetched one because I saw it in APAC. For those who aren't familiar, of course, there are 3 regions going on: EU, NA, and APAC. And during the APAC, we saw, I think it was Ace Skirmishers decide to bring out the flamethrower. And I tell you what, in Cash Out, it worked really well. And Mame brought it out with the flamethrower. So I think that could be, with a little bit of tweaking, could be a fun one that really could be useful in a Cash Out.
I mean, it's definitely a fun one, and I think it's it forces a close range map to be able to be utilized, as well as a good utilization of Lockbolt. I mean, Y Satan Y is a great flamethrower player to name, but that being said, I mean, honestly, let's take a look at this bracket just shortly as we wait for these teams to lock in and get in this match. Swap over to that, but Dread, I mean, taking a look at where we've been, I mean, we talked about momentum, and I think you're kind of rooting for that one momentum team. Luminon Gaming started off great early on, ultimately making their way through that first round, and unfortunately for Unfazed, they were knocked out. And how much of a game do you think the finals is based on momentum going into Cash Out to 3v3 to Cash Out to 3v3? Do you think momentum's a massive part of it, or is it something else?
Yeah, I think momentum is definitely a massive part of it too. And I think part of that doesn't get talked about enough, especially in the pro scene. But the same thing can be said about, you know, your normal ranked matches as well too. Is not just the momentum in game, but the momentum in real life too. The mental momentum that can be going into it. You're coming off of a win in the Cash Out, going into the 3v3.
Exactly.
The mental positivity can mean a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with such a long day ahead of them, momentum's got to keep rolling, got to keep that energy up. But we're headed into this game. Hyperactive, Dread, take it away. Let's see who will come out on top.
If you've been here since the very start, when I say the very start, been watching maybe the European top 16 that's been going down, then you've had a very long day. But if you've just woken up for the Americas, well, we're getting to the end of it all. We are finally able to close out a potential winner, but look who we have on our screen first. Nightmare versus Pulsar to kick things off. Sledge versus, well, fairly standard from Nightmare.
Yep, absolutely. Lasagna rocking that KS-23. Going to be shooting through those walls, trying to line up some shots on the Pulsar here. He's able to find them a little bit, but they're just going to hop to grab that box and just get out. They already have a reverse gateway set up, ready to go. Lasagna's just going to hop right through that. Busy's going to jump through it with an RPG in hand. Same thing followed by Stooge. Stooge is going to go ahead and take out Llama, but he is going to get traded out by Spawns there. Spawns being the last one alive on the side of Pulsar. It's going to be the last one to go through that gateway and just kind of say hi to Lasagna for just a second. He's going to go ahead and get wiped there, but quick plug and quick wipe from Nightmare. Looks like on the other side of the map too, Luminon has won their fight and got a plug at just about the same amount of time. So not too much of a stagger here.
Should be quite standard off the rip. One side gets wiped, the other side, the other team then goes and has a happy day, but immediately spawning back in. Darkside is going to flip over to the opposite side, so we are actually going to see Darkside now face Nightmare and Pulsar go against Luminon, which is really nice to see because they've already shaped up to one of the teams. Now you're going against a fresh face with a different strategy. It could change things up entirely as Busy opens things up. Says, you know what, even with a new strat in place, a new team, Myro is no match for me. And Nightmare, well, they're hunting for more. How about a second here, but caught off guard. Lasagna getting a little too aggressive, will drop to the floor.
Yeah, Recobs was just barely able to get out of there, but Busy and Stu come to the rescue to save their boy Lasagna there. Finish off that team wipe, and look at, they're already going towards the cathedral there, towards the middle of the map, because they know that there's still a fight going on the other side of the map, and they know that nobody's going to spawn up in time to get that box. They have that first box pretty much secured. Maybe one of them's going to stay back just a little bit, but on the other side of the map, we do have Pulsar fighting with Luminon here. Not a lot of time left on the box. We got trades coming in for both teams here. Llama's still alive. He's very hurt, though. Normalize and grab. They're still up top. Llama is going to winch Normalize down, but he's too hurt to really commit to that trade there, so he's going to winch him down and just kind of back away. They're going to go for the point. He has to stick it now. This is the last time he can hop on that. Here comes the heals from Cafaneo, but it's not going to be enough. Normalize and grab. They're going to hop down there. They're going to stop that. With a kick to end Llama's life. Down goes Cafaneo as well. Luminon securing that box and the wipe on the other side of the map. Nightmare did secure that. Darkside came in for one more fight, it looked like, but Nightmare was there to secure it.
Hats off to Luminon, recognizing they were going against Pulsar, and in doing so, I'm sure you noticed how quickly that Luminon stepped away. Not away, but spread themselves out, made it harder for Llama to go and swing that sledge and cause a load of havoc and damage that he's done previously. So hats off to Luminon for recognizing that. However, we're playing with Bungie, are we, Lasagna? I know he's all for fun and games, but maybe not in the middle of a firefight, as he has to go up against Lamp. And in doing so, Lamp gets dropped to the floor.
Yeah, he was using that healing emitter to block some of the shots there, but it wasn't enough. He was in a 1v2 there. Stuck in between Busy and Lasagna. He's going to end up going down. Normalize trying desperately to make it away from Lasagna here. He needs this regen to start. The dome shield ends up going down. Turns it on to Llama, able to get the kill, but he immediately gets trayed out by Stu-J. Now it's only Grad left alive. Definitely doesn't want to wipe here. They need to keep that money. And Nightmare does get that plug. And that was a pretty important fight for Nightmare because that puts them in the lead over Luminon now. But Luminon didn't quite fully wipe, so they're going to be able to come back and fight this again. This is going to be a really, really important box between those two. On the other side of the map, Darkside was able to win their fight against Pulsar and get the plug.
You have to remember that Darkside against Pulsar, that would really favor Darkside with the two lights if they play distance, because I believe one of them is using XP and the other one's using the LH1. So you have range and then you have that CQB, which can come into play in its right moments. However, this is a lot of noise from Luminon. Oh, come on, boys. It's getting to the evening for the UK. We have a noise complaint coming in. Way too much, and giving their position away.
Yeah, but they are also giving all of the cover away so that Nightmare has to back up. And look at Grad with the huge flank, making them back up even farther so they're able to get that steal. Nightmare's going to opt to play for the retake here. Big RPG, unfortunately, doesn't really connect for Normalize. Just hits barely that edge right in front of him there. Luckily, he doesn't do too much self-damage, though. He's going to drop down that healing emitter, trying to break through the floor to peek. Lasagna ends up going down. And now, there's only two up left alive for Nightmare. And two, now they actually do get that trade over on Lamp. I didn't even see that. So Luminon, they're going to have to hold on to this. Drops coming through. Hyperactive, they're going to have to go for this now.
Gotta commit to the steal, gotta commit to make it work. Still going through, now they get pushed off. And all the chaos endues in itself as Nightmare will take advantage. Lamp is the one left alive. He needs to find a way to create that denial, but still Nightmare continue to batter Bruise and push him to the floor. Nightmare will get it. On the other side, Darkside has been beating up Polestar. One last opportunity. Polestar's got to commit, got to make sure it comes through in a pitch-perfect way. Has there been a stall? It has been installed.
Nope.
Darkside are finding themselves in second place right now.
No way Darkside was able to hold on to that in the absolute chaos. Recops being the last one left alive, able to win that 1v1 against Cafaneo after that box ended as well. And Nightmare winning that fight against Luminon was huge for them because that puts them in first place going into these last set of boxes, which is absolutely massive. Puts Luminon in a pretty tough spot now because they have to get a plug here, and they really wanted to get split. But on the other side, Pulsar, they really could use a double or a split. Either way, they just have to make sure at least one of these boxes get plugged. So this is really coming down to the wire now for all of these teams. Nightmare got to be really careful about not wiping, and they get that plug too. So Nightmare have pretty much secured themselves through, at least now, unless somebody gets seen here at the last second. But it looks like we are going to get a split. Lamp really making his way across on those zip lines there. The split does come through. I think everybody in this lobby, Hyperactive, are going to be capitalizing on this box because especially Pulsar, even if they take it from Nightmare, they're not going to pass him.
Exactly. I was about to make that point. Great minds think alike, doesn't it, Dread? Polestar desperately will have to fight B. If they go and steal on A, yeah, sure, they're probably going to get it for free. Polestar, Nightmare ain't going to think much about it. But the reality is they need to fight. And why? Why, Polestar? Why are you fighting for this? It seems wrong to fight for it. But at the same time, it does kind of make sense because you're having to face off Luminon. You've got to stop them from getting that point as well because that makes life even harder for you.
Yeah, Pulsar and Darkside are both here on this point. I mean, Pulsar, they're in a really tough spot here. They have to get the wipe onto Darkside, and they've got to be able to get the box. Spawns does get the pick onto Stu-J there. And Luminon, they really need kills as well, too, especially if Pulsar is able, or excuse me, if Darkside is able to take this box, Luminon is going to need kills. And here comes the steal coming through. Pulsar's got to stop this. Miro ends up coming down, but it actually goes through. Are they going to be able to hold on to it, though? Kusanagi is the last one left alive. Spawns getting a double kill. They're hopping on it now. Here comes Nightmare to try to stop them from taking it away from Darkside, but it goes through again. Luminon are just barely ahead of them. Are they going to be able to hold on to it?
Pulsar looking like they're playing for third here. I think they've realized their mistake in accepting fate, so if they can just hold on for a few more seconds, at least they can play upsets to whoever is in front of them. Luminon has the sight on the other side. They're not wanting to fight here, but it's still kill race territory, and they can secure safety. They can get safety if they can get a few more kills onto their side. Nightmare still going, making sure they can keep the kill count up, but it doesn't matter. The score is set. Nightmare versus Luminon will be your battle.
Wow, and look at how close the money was at the end there, but Luminon was able to hold on. It got a little sketchy for them fighting Nightmare for that second to last box. Nightmare was able to come out on top, but Luminon was able to bring it back and get that last box to bring them up in there. Darkside ended up getting fourth place, and Pulsar ended up getting third. But what a close cash-out game to end that one. Soyo, what do you think?
Nightmare versus Luminon. This could not be better. This is an absolute cinema matchup coming up in this best of 3v3. That being said, this match could have went any which way. Pulsar losing a little bit of momentum early on, opted to play for third. There was basically no other opportunity. I was surprised they opted to go fight that third party situation because Nightmare was trying to help Darkside in, maybe thinking they were an easier opponent. But I mean, right here, I mean, beautiful steal from Darkside, but not going to be enough because Pulsar got that back and secured themselves a third place. Hyper, I mean, what do you think here?
I think there was a lot of mistakes that in this game that really cost a lot of teams. First of all, Pulsar, right at the end, the obvious one. They were at the wrong site. They were attacking the wrong site that could have given them a true opportunity of advancing through. So that was mistake number one. There was a point, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, I think it was, it's gone. I think Luminon missed an opportunity. Thankfully, it didn't matter too much of not pushing quick enough. There was a lot plated all through that game.
Well,
In terms of professionalism, I'm actually disappointed with this match because it was chaotic and uncoordinated. But for a viewer side of things, hell yeah, that was the greatest game to watch.
yeah, I mean, that was a great match to watch, honestly. But let's take a look at this bracket and kind of look at how this has gone. We talked about it before. Nightmare and Luminon being that top 2 spot in that cash out round means they will be moving on to this final best of 3 3v3. This is for all the marbles here, first and second place. I mean, Dread broke it down earlier. You got series points as well as cash on the line. You definitely want to be in that first place slot. It would mean a lot for Nightmare to get a first place here, and I mean, it would continue Luminon's momentum going into this as well. But that being said, I mean, any short thoughts, Dread, on how this might play out? What maps might be favored in these fights?
Well, we saw this a little bit earlier, right? This is a rematch today, actually. Luminon and Nightmare, they did face each other earlier. It was actually really close. Nightmare ended up going out on top to secure their spot in that top 4 a little bit earlier. But it's going to be a best of 3 this time. So,
yeah,
I think it's going to go the distance.
Yeah, and that match was extremely close, going down to the wire. I mean, that was an insane match to say the least. But guys, before we check out this best of 3 3v3, we're gonna be cutting to a short break, so stay tuned. Don't miss the action. This is where a winner will be crowned. Catch you later.
We're back, folks. And while we take a break from today's live action, let's relive some more memorable moments by the teams from the Americas during the TGM26 online series.
That we will, Scotty. In this episode, we'll check out the action from the top 8.
Where's this other box? Where'd it go?
I mean, KCP, they've just taken full control. They're the beneficiaries of this massive third party, that sort of three-way brawl that's been going on. And you're right, the box has been sent to Narnia. I don't know. There's 45 seconds left to grab that and get it back towards B. Maybe people are thinking, okay, let's just focus, or get it back towards A. Let's just focus on B instead. That's certainly what Pulsar are doing right now. They want to take a fair 3 versus 3 against Kansas City Pioneers. We're already halfway through. I say 3 versus 3. Unfazed have also done the same. Everyone's moving over to B instead. Where is this last box? And have task managers played a blinder? Do they have it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think task managers just grabbed that box, yoinked it, and brought it over to the other side of the map, because all they need to do is keep that box out and they secure their top 2. But we only have 50 seconds left in this match about, and it's going to come down to the wire. Everyone's collapsing right on top of KCP. Cafaneo finds 2 with that revolver. Just amazing shots. And now it's going to be Pulsar going to be dropping like flies as well. Finally finding that reset. This is going to be it. They're going to be trying to go for this steal right here, but Varian not going to be the wiser, kind of falling up a little bit early.
The body block
as well. They do get the flip, but they're all dropped. It's all up to Varian, and KCP full back up on this defender coin, but Varian going to be taken down while everyone's just piling on top of this dog pile right now, going for every single push. Unfazed is stealing as well, Jerry.
Unfazed is stealing, they get it! Unfazed just ahead, but they have to avoid a wipe right now, otherwise the percentage lost will cost them. There's 2 alive right now. Normalize and Nastrak have to stay safe, but KCP, they need to go for the steal to get this back. They could play for kills, they could play for the steal. The heals are coming in. Task Manager's coming to get kills. That helps. Unfazed. The wipe comes out onto KCP.
Absolute scenes at the end with task managers coming out on top.
Pioneers tumbled from 1st to 3rd at the close with that dramatic double steal and wipe.
Task Managers have abandoned. This is now a fair 3 versus 3 between AGB and Unfazed. But like you say, they have to get the res. A good RPG, and that drops Apo down to the bottom as well. This is not good. As look at the height. No, Apo's still above. He's got that Lewis gun. He can rain damage down onto Juka. And look, they're in a position to try and go for a steal. But now, Task Managers, they've come back. They've realized that Nightmare were holding that box. There was no chance of trying to take it. So everyone's here now in the final 20 seconds. There's a steal being stuck. Who's going to get it?
Less than 20 seconds left and Task Managers have a bold strategy. Close your eyes, make a goo wall and pray.
They're not defending the box, June. They're sitting on it. And Apo from Anti's Goo Boys is left on his own. And even though he makes 2 valiant eliminations, there's no time left for the steal. The show is over.
That's right, Scotty. It's Task Managers and Nightmare that are the teams going through to the 3 versus 3.
But here we go. Final engage attempt from Task Managers as they close the distance with about 20 seconds left. They're just going to go gung-ho at the point. Create a little goo bridge. Oh, no. It's scuffed there as they fall down to the ground, but so does the cash out. There's a chance to maybe stick it on the ground. Lasagna, though, finding Wade yet again. And there's only about 8 seconds left on that timer. In come the kills. Lamp secures it with that melee onto Jimbo.
Nightmare dispatches Task Managers in absolutely clinical fashion.
You have to fear the Nightmare people, and don't they know it? They aren't horsing around.
40, 50 seconds left, I want to say. 40, maybe, for KCP to get this push going. They've got the gateway to speed them along. Invis to get as close to the box as possible. Unfazed holding height here.
They're just going to drop this and winch it somewhere else and try to use the goo to barricade themselves in. The question is, does Unfazed read that? There's a door right inside, and it looks like Juker just dives through. He gets the winch. He dances around the bubble, but Juker goes down.
This is the moment of truth.
Team Mills gets the clutch, and with this steal done and dusted, KCP will book their seat in the finale.
Wowzers! That one could have gone either way, June. I guess T-Mill's hours on the treadmill paid off after all.
Apparently so.
I cannot wait to see what Task Managers is cooking up, but I think the Unfazed, they're set for anything. Aztract has that wide angle out to the alleyway. And as Task Managers start to make their way in, Sotsoyo, it seems the Unfazed was ready for anything as Bimo goes out early.
Yeah, Bimo going to be taken out, and Wade finds that pick back, but there's only going to be 20 seconds left. They need to do something right here. They have the opportunity. They have a little bit of an opener, but they are still in a 2v2 already.
There's no chance. I mean, Bimo gets res, but the timer's already gone. Jimbo gonna just sit up the top to try to stick it through. That ace plus diffuser can't come out early enough, and even though Juker goes down, it is Unfazed to take the series, and that's going to be Unfazed in that final slot for the finale coming into stage 3. I mean, this is kind of insane to me, though. KCP, they know that if they can get a plug on the other side of the map, that they'll be gunning for that position. But it is still dangerous because they might not need to plug, if anything. But Nightmare, I think they've got one player waiting on the side there. I did see a nameplate for just a brief moment. KCP gets this plug. This is dangerous territory now, as KCP and Envy are vying for the top 2.
Yeah, I think what Nightmare wanted to do, they want to force this stagger so they have as many opportunities as possible to get in the lead. They're going to use that reset, collapse on top of Cash Out B on this third party, but a big RPG hits Lamp, and now, or Lasagna, now he's going to be winched in, but Normalized
Nightmare's
also dropping
out
as well, and Nightmare taken out. It's just going to be up to Unfazed to try and fight their way up against Envy. They're finding that reset right now. They have 20 seconds left, but look at this high ground approach. Not Bubba poking them away. Astrax on top of it, smoking out the fire. Pyro mines right now, they're on it. Do they get it?
The flip! Unfazed got the flip! That's a little bit of a goose stall here! Envy can't get back in control, but Unfazed, they don't even get first with that. They get wiped, and they're in third place still. Envy still holding second, but now it's more important than ever that KCP remains in control. If Envy does not have control of this, and if KCP does not have control of this, Envy is gone. That means Envy and KCP will both be defending this box.
One box, 3 teams. Whoever holds this lives.
No time to plug, but there's only 30 seconds left. We see Nightmare on the field right now. They have to go for it before everyone Here we are back again for the top 8. TGM26 Cycle 3. We've made it all the way to the final 3v3 here. Luminon Gaming versus Nightmare. I'm joined by two fabulous casters here, Dread and Hyperactive, but let's take a look at the last match very shortly. Nightmare and Luminon Gaming, top 2 up against Pulsar and Darkside. A little bit of math in the background, and now that Luminon Gaming has made it to the top 2, Hyperactive, I believe that makes them 100% guaranteed to be that #1 spot in the cycle, but we'll have to see how many points they get, if I'm not mistaken, right, Hyper?
That is correct, indeed. So Luminon Gaming will be your new championship leader. It depends on, are they going to gain 75 or are they going to have an additional 25 to give them that extra breathing room? So that's the question mark we're looking into when facing off against Nightmare. But for Nightmare, it's, well, that's a major jump up, 75 or 100. Not factoring in anything else, they would just be shy of 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, 100 points is a lot, but that being said, let's take a look at our map vetoes as we prep for this 3v3. And like we saw previously off that cash out round, our default map will be Bernal. That being said, Nightmare has first pick. Being in that first place slot, I'm gonna pick Fong Wai City or ban Fong Wai City. Luminon Gaming is banning Fortune Stadium. Luminon Gaming is banning Monaco. Nightmare banning Nozomi Citadel. And last but not least, we will go to Las Vegas Stadium first after Bernal, and ending, if we get there, on Skyway Stadium. I mean, wow, 3 games, Dread. This could go the distance. We were talking about it in the pre-show during that break and how this could potentially break down. And what are you thinking here? Do you think it has a possibility to go the distance? What are you thinking?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be surprised if it doesn't go the distance. This is old Nightmare versus new Nightmare. Also, former SSG on the side of Luminon. I mean, those guys have been playing for a while. Then they kind of, you know, went their separate ways a little bit and then came back together. I mean, these guys might be meant to be. We'll see how it ends up going out. But like I said, I'd be surprised if it doesn't go the distance because Nightmare, they're all heavy hitters as well. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I put 2 situations in the book for me, and we'll lock in predictions here. But honestly, I think if Luminon Gaming takes the first map, they will take it in 2. And if Nightmare takes it, it'll go down to the 3. But that being said, I'm feeling Luminon Gaming will take it, and I think they'll take it in 2. But Hyperactive, what are you feeling on this one?
Because I'm way out of the prediction game and I've completely lost. I'm going to ask you a question. I have 10 krona here in my hand. I'm going to put NTMR on heads and then Luminon on tails.
I'm going to say
Call
tails.
It for me. Tails? It is tails. So, wait, which way around did I say?
That's Luminon Gaming for you.
That's
Luminon Gaming. I got you.
Thank you.
50-50 coin flip. Dread, do you have any method to your madness here? What are you thinking?
I don't know. I mean, it's so tough. I mean, I love Nightmare as a team too. I mean, they're all individually, they are absolutely insane players. I mean, Busy, absolutely insane. Probably one of the best mechanical players in the world, arguably. And then Stu-J, absolutely insane. Just, you know, if you think about lights in the finals, Stu-J is one of the names that immediately pops into your head. And then Lasagna as well has been a name out there forever. I think I'm leaning towards Luminon on this one, but it's a really, really tough choice. Like I said, it's going to go the distance. It seems
unanimous, but it could go the distance. We saw how that last matchup went. Nightmare clutching up. That being said, we're going to be hopping into this first match on Bernal. Nightmare versus Luminon Gaming. Here we go. Best of 3. Dread, Hyperactive. Let's make it to the finish.
Holy moly, Hyperactive. Here we go. The final head-to-head best of 3. Nightmare versus Luminon Gaming. How are you feeling?
Well, I think I very clearly expressed myself with a coin flip to decide my vote. So if you're sitting on the sideline saying, oh, he chooses Luminon. No, it was a coin flip. I promise you that. But nonetheless, it should be close. Nightmare, their biggest problem, as I've been mentioning since, well, the second upper bracket series, is their attacking. If they can get control of this vault, if they can quickly get a defensive position started up, they will become unstoppable. But it's that vault fight they need to win off the rip. That's the hardest bit.
Yeah, looks like Normalize was spotted out just a little bit there. He's forced to back up, taking some shots from both Busy and Lasagna there. And this is going to be crazy because this is kind of a hide-and-seek battle between Stu-J and Grad here. These lights both kind of gargoyling out, trying to find as much information as possible. Really important to pick the other light here. Who's going to find who first? We do have a gateway coming out on the side of Grad. Or, excuse me, on the side of Stu-J. And he does find Grad there. Grad ends up being the first one to go down. Lasagna taking a lot of damage, though. But now, Stu-J kind of has free reign on that high ground now that Grad's gone. He's able to help with the battle against Lamp. Lamp's going to go down. Normalize being the last one alive on the side of Luminon. Now Nightmare able to get this box moving.
Well, with 2 players gone, it makes life a little bit easier. Nightmare being exactly their name off the rip. Great opening picks. Find one, collapse on them, and go from there. No surprise, get this to the Cathedral. Get this to one of the hardest sites to defend. Well, hardest sites to attack. Because immediately, Nightmare will situate themselves on so much height. Trust me, I've been in these fights too many times. I'm sure you have, Dread. It feels impossible to attack.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one on this top Cathedral here, but those KSs make it just a little bit easier to try to bring the box down towards you and bring as much walls down as you can going into it, as we see Luminon making their way in now. But Normalize, he was spotted. Took a little bit of damage, so he's going to have to find a different angle now. So he's bringing that box down. They don't have a winch to move it. They do have that lock bolt, though. They might be able to use that to move it. But that's going to spend one of their resources and some time to be able to move that. But look at Lamp trying to sneak up on here. They're trying to set something up here. Grad's trying to get an angle somewhere. Looks like he did spot him. He fed that information to his team. Stu almost going down. Not quite dying, though. Lasagna taking some damage now. As the battle ensues, Lasagna finally ended up going down. Normalize, able to find that pink Lamp. Had to drop all the way back down. So did Normalize. Lamp finally made his way back up. He's getting healed by Grad now. And it is a 3v2. Stu just barely alive, trying to get that body from Lasagna. But while he's getting that body, Busy, he's getting ran down now. Luminon, they've got to make something work here. Stu is able to find Normalize. And I think he's got that body over there as well, too. We're running out of time here. It is a 2v2. Stu's going to opt to not go for that res. They're going to go for the stall.
Try and do whatever you can at the final dire moments. Only 7 seconds left to get the coin back in, but wiped off the rip. Luminon, their attack unsuccessful. Nightmare. Well, you heard me go, oh no, in the background. That was because Lasagna, Stooge, his throw of the glitch barrel didn't throw. He was too close to the wall, so it did nothing, and I thought that was going to cost him dear. Thankfully, he was able to chuck another glitch of his own into the building, into the stairwell, and be able to nullify everything that was going on from Luminon and reset the entire game. If you're Luminon, that's gonna suck.
Yeah.
Opening fights, and you were... I would respectfully say it was a decent attempt, but you still got wiped off the rip.
Yep, still anybody's game, though. Like we were talking about earlier, that is a very tough one to attack. They got pretty close in the end. Nightmare was able to hold on to that first box. Now we got another vault fight breaking out. Lockbolt connecting. Lasagna taking a lot of damage here. Lamp's got to reload a little bit, though. Dome Shield's coming out for both of them, pushing. But he actually misses the shot on the inside of that. Lasagna turns it around onto Lamp. He ends up going down. In the background, Stu ends up finding the pick onto Grad. And Busy able to find the last pick onto that one. What a crazy turnaround from Lasagna there. I thought for sure he was going to end up going down to Lamp. but he was able to dance in and out of that dome shield just long enough.
I tell you what, it's not just Lasagna. Nightmare. Their attacking is looking good. That's something you probably wasn't expecting to come out of my mouth after the narrative I've been playing today. But genuinely, this is looking a lot better. They're looking a lot more comfortable. Whatever conversation that Nightmare has had has clearly worked. And they are looking like a whole different team when it comes to these vault fights, when it comes to their attacks. It looks great. Of course, they're defending. Well, you just need to see the previous cash box, and that explains everything. However, this one, not necessarily height, but it is just as open and just as difficult, Dread.
Yeah, definitely just as difficult. Lamp tossing out that C4, trying to maybe land it onto anybody over there on Nightmare as far as he can. Unfortunately, it goes just a little too short. Normalize underneath it now, though, is going to go ahead and drop it. They're going to try to force him over here. Are they going to bait it, or are they going to full stick it? It looks like they might actually full stick with that RPG. Knocks the box down, but it is tracked by Normalize. The swap does go through. Everybody on both teams, though, still very, very healthy. This fight is still going to ensue. Big RPG coming out busy, taking lots of damage. Lasagna as well. They got to hold up those mesh shields back up just a little bit, trying to turn it on to Normalize. Normalize ends up going down, but so does Stu, turning it into a 2v2. Everybody is so hurt. Grad, last one left alive. It's a 1v1. Busy versus Grad. Who's going to end up getting it? The reverse gateway ends up going through. Grad's going to have to go back and get a body. That's such a great heads-up play coming out of Grad here. Busy staying alive as well. I'm not sure if he was able to get a body of his own. It looks like he does. I don't know if Grad saw him. He was right underneath him. He does get the res up. Grad didn't get his. The glitch is going to end up going through. Stu, 1v1, Grad gets him, but the steal ends up going through. Nightmare is going to take map 1.
Brilliant from Busy. Brilliant. Fake a dip away. Fake that ability to get out of that scene. It forces Grad to quickly go and try and get healed. Then he hears him come back. And of which point he's like, well, he's got to be finding covers. No way in hell he would have res somebody in time. And then he goes and pushes off the ability to heal and makes the mistake. Allows Busy to get that heal to come through. Brilliant mind games from Nightmare. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that was so close there. I don't know how Grad didn't hear him step underneath him there. He literally got that res right underneath his nose. I'm not sure if there was a comm that went off on the side of Luminon to tell him to stop the res and just play for stall, or what happened there, but he had the body. He could have just stuck that res. I mean, obviously he didn't hear anybody.
Oh,
if he did, he would have dropped down and shot Busy if you heard anybody. But wow, I mean,
Dread, look at Lamp. Look at Lamp. 0 eliminations to him. 0-4. That's a horrid kill death. I would not want to be Lamp in that game. That is definitely going to hit hard.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, though, just to play devil's advocate, he is on par with combat pretty much from everybody else, and he is kind of playing stall. Like, that's kind of his whole role. We've seen that from Lamp a lot, that he's able to play his mesh shield so well. He's able to kind of stall out those fights and kind of keep the attention on himself, kind of enable Normalize and Grad to kind of get into the fragger roles and get into those kill roles. He's kind of more the, like, frontliner, I would say, in that team comp. So that's kind of on par, I think, for him. But definitely a rough one all around. But this is a best of 3. So we still could potentially see 2 more maps. Nightmare is up 1. If they win this next map, they are going to be the champions of Cycle 3 for AMER.
Well, it is Nightmare's pick as well as we go to Las Vegas Stadium. Another map that favors long range and then the comfort inside CQB zones that you can play in, but the rotation is hugely long range. So in a way, just by the fact also it is Nightmare's pick, I think us going Can't even get the words out today. It's getting to the end of the day. Aluminum, to finish it off and to come back, they've got to do something exceptional. They've got to make sure they beat Nightmare at rotating, because that was what Nightmare was winning. They were winning on the rotates.
Yeah, we were kind of touching a little bit of this earlier too, but definitely on the mental side of things, behind the scenes, outside of the game as well. You know, Luminon, that is a rough one to lose, especially when you had the body, you had to go for that res, but it's a best of 3. You gotta, you know, one thing I like to say, if there's any fans that show Ted Lasso in here, be a goldfish. 1 second memory. You gotta forget about it and move on. You gotta play the next game. You can still make a comeback.
Even though that's a show I desperately want to watch, and I still don't have an Apple TV subscription, I still understood that reference. Great one. Absolutely great reference. And I agree. You do need to forget everything that's happened before. Come in with this with a fresh mind. Because if you start letting that build in the back of your head, your decisions will be based off your previous map. And so easily that can go wrong. As I said, the key thing that Lumina needs to do here is be faster. Come with a bit more oomph with their attacks. Or force Nightmare to slow down.
Yeah, we're going to see how it plays out now. Just a reminder to everybody watching, Luminon, they need to win this game and the next one. In this best of 3, Nightmare is up 1-0 right now on these maps. This is the very beginning of map 2. You now have this first fight starting off, a little bit of damage going off on both sides here. Glitch not really able to connect from the side of Luminon there. Now the fight's going to slow down a little bit. We already have a plug. It is in favor of Luminon. They are going to take that high ground there, move their way kind of around on the side of Nightmare, just kind of holding that down. And Luminon, they're in a pretty good spot here, Hyperactive, just to kind of keep kiting around. Looks like they have a reverse gateway set up, but they are spotted out by Nightmare.
That initial push. Bit of a scare tactic, but it's not clean enough sight lines to create the attack. But look at these little these little rat runs that they can create. They can scurry their way through and find their way back to site no matter what happens. But now they're starting to get all so close to each other. Lasagna's dropped down to half, but Normalized will be the first to drop. The Lamp is down low. Grad's gone. Lamp's gone, and Nightmare will open things up. And as it stands, if the cash out goes through, we could be looking at a cycle point.
Yeah, and that was a huge glitch from Stu there. Luminon backed up just enough for them to be all stacked up. And Stu landed that big glitch, which really opened up the fight for Nightmare there. They were able to get that wipe. And I don't know. There's not a lot of time left on this box. They're going to need to go in really fast here. You got a glitch barrel in the hands of Nightmare here, waiting for them to come in. Looks like Luminon is back on the roof here. Not enough time, though. They're going to opt to go back over to the middle and play for the next box. Like you said, coming up on cycle point here. If Nightmare takes one more cash box, they will be the champions of cycle 3. Big RPG connecting to all 3 there. Stu getting brought down to half HP. He's going to go ahead and heal Busy right back up. Normalized trying to capitalize on this, but Nightmare gets out of there so quick.
When it comes down to 3v3s, we know that Nightmare had won. If I cast my brain back, I believe it was on this map, onto Las Vegas against Luminon. They would love to be able to rinse and repeat. Luminon's been having problems when it comes to 3v3s as well. Took them 3 attempts to qualify at that 3v3 stage. Dominant when it comes to cash out, but as soon as you get to that 3v3s, something's not adding up. And at this current point in time, it's looking to be a similar story.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of a tough spot for Luminon here because they have to be the ones to make the move. They need to get this box plugged. But Nightmare just kind of sitting and waiting, ready to pounce on Luminon as soon as they go for this tap here. Stu kind of crouching out there, and Invis going to go ahead and get that gateway up. They know they're on the roof there. Gateway doesn't go through. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it broke, or maybe he saw him at the last second, but Luminon spotted them as he tried to throw that gateway up. Looks like it didn't quite make it all the way up to the roof, so maybe he just opted to not fully send it. Maybe it bounced off of that balloon there. But now they're going to have to take a different approach, and they are getting taxed for it a little bit.
Going up the stairs, going up through the building is going to cost them dear. Busy down to half. All of this just from the map position to allow them to be the first team to set up on the cash out. Normalize gets taken down, and there comes the open opportunity. We're going to start to see Nightmare wanting to get a bit more aggressive now. They so desperately want to get it, but look at that beam that starts to come through. Brad putting in the work with that XP, but is it enough to take one down? The moment, no, because Nightmare are still methodically going step by step, pace by pace, understanding they just need a good moment to come through. Now comes the play pigeon shooting with the KS that starts to come in. Normalize, coined. So it's not a wipe. And Normalize is going to walk right into this battle immediately. So the rotation still isn't there. It still isn't clean. Normalize going to go straight into it and finally get wiped. Full 22 seconds of setup time for Nightmare.
Yep, this could be it. It's all coming down to this. Match point here for Nightmare. They got that plug really fast after that wipe. Because Stu didn't have to use his gateway in that battle, he had it set up and ready to go to get this box plugged. Luminon is back up and ready to go. They're making their approach right now.
This is major points for Nightmare. 100 points. $2,000. Just sitting, waiting for them. But the push starts to go in. Luminon wants to take this early. They want buffer time to keep themselves on top. But in doing so, they're going to get hit really hard. Lamp really down low. Thankfully, heal infused quickly kicks in, but he's straight back to low health. Lamp needs to find some cover. He needs to find some safety net, and his mesh shield's getting dropped low. So is he. He's down on the floor. Normalize, down low, gone. Grad left alive. He's gone too. And the time is running so desperately low. There's enough time for one Hail Mary, and it will be one hell of a Mary.
Stu's positioning this entire series has just been so on point, and those glitches as well. I mean, every single time that Luminon get a little bit too close together, Stu is ready with those glitch grenades, ready to go. And now here comes Luminon. This is going to be the last push available to them. Nightmare, match point for them. Are they going to be able to hold on? And Luminon coming in right now. Dome shield's going out, but they do have a glitch barrel ready to go. Big damage coming out. Busy knows it. He's got the E-mode going, and that's going to be Nightmare taking Cycle 3.
Oh, you know when you've done it, when you hear the countdown go and rain through the crowd, and 7 gets called, and you create the stall. Busy knew he could pull out the pistols. He could tell the world that they have done it. Nightmare, who started this entire cycle on a back foot, who demonstrated that they weren't capable. They were problems throughout. Problems in their attack, problems with the way they played. And it took them a gracious victory against Luminon to get them this top 4, and I tell you what, I will take back what I said. Their attacking is on point again. Nightmare is back.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Sensoyo, how'd you like that one? My predictions out the window. Didn't go all the way. Nightmare with a clean 2-0 sweep.
Busy Lasagna Stu J. Absolute domination in that 3v3 Nightmare. Huge congratulations for their first place win in Cycle 3. Oh my gosh. I mean, Dread, if you look at this scoreboard, is there any other word to use besides domination?
Well, I think Dread died. I think he's that excited.
Fainted from excitement.
Yeah.
Am I back now? Am I back now? CNS might have
he is there.
Kidnapped me just a little bit. I can hear you now.
I'll answer the question. Yes, 100%. And it is incredible to see, as I mentioned kind of at the end, the transition from being a team that I genuinely thought there was a problem with this Nightmare roster, that something wasn't clicking. And it's so good to see that when it came to the finale, well, in a way, they had that opportunity to tell everybody that I'm wrong and everyone else is wrong and that there isn't anything wrong. That's when it matters. And to get that victory is just the icing on the cake.
I mean, we started with 8 today, went down to 7, ended up with 4. And then there was 1. Nightmare made their way through this bracket, just absolute cinema, beating Luminon not only once, but twice in these 3v3s. And it was just absolutely fantastic. Dread, I mean, did you have any doubt? They showed it once, they showed it twice, besting Luminon.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought it was going to go a full series, but Nightmare, they got the 3v3s locked in. I mean, it was a little bit close in the best of 1 in that first one they did in that upper bracket 1. But man, it was a completely different story coming into the best of 3. I mean, they showed up ready to fight, and with a newly formed roster, the first time that specific Nightmare roster has played in a cycle, and they win the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. And a 2-0 sweep as well. Honestly, Nightmare proving themselves once again. You thought there was so many other teams that were better than them, but not today. Nightmare showing out with that new roster, looking so strong out here. Stu-J, honestly, insane in that 3v3. I mean, even on that Las Vegas, that little hole found the perfect position to swing that fight. I mean, he may be the best light in the game right now.
Yeah. You know what? I'd double down and back that. Stu-J demonstrated how great he was at these rotation game, which is one of the biggest things, you know, I talk about a lot, is that rotation. How great are you from getting one place to another? And usually, like, the contenders you talk about is Uni, Grad, you know, those two are like the big people who know how to move around. I could even throw in some APAC people of Yuchi and how great he is as an Invis Light. But Stu-J has put his name in that conversation and put it with authority. So I would say, yes, he's in that conversation.
Yeah.
He's still got a bit to do, but he's definitely in the conversation.
I don't know. He's been there time and time again, and as well as Lasagna being a great flex player, right, Dread? Going from medium to heavy now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd argue that Stu-J, maybe it might be a hot take. In my mind, he's always been top 3 lights in my mind. And he played absolutely insane in that series right there. But yeah, Lasagna as well, too. Flexing over to the heavy, going absolutely insane, and being super flexible with the gadgets as well.
Yeah, well, let's bring in Lasagna, speaking of the GOAT, for a quick interview. Lasagna, I see that big smile on your face. How you feeling, bud?
Hello, Sensei. How you doing?
Doing good. How you feeling after that win? I mean, that was absolute cinema. I mean, with the new team, everything, it's working out well for you guys, huh?
Honestly, it was exciting as fuck. Exciting as fuck. We didn't get to scrim yesterday, so we're kind of uneasy on how the 3v3s are going to go, but we went through it. We dominated on the 3v3s, so it felt nice.
Well, I gotta ask, I mean, what prompted the decision to change the roster, especially when making moves like that always carries some risk? And I mean, we saw it pay off ultimately. Like, was it chemistry? What do you feel with Stu-J and Busy as well? Like, what's going through your head with that roster change?
I think it's a mixture of chemistry and like the ambience. So with this team now, we're always feedback, we're always voting, we're always giving each other info on how to improve, and everybody takes it like amazingly well. And Stu is an amazing Stu is so smart. Like if you've ever played with Stu, like the way he VODs is like so different from any other player I played with. Like he actually thinks really, really fucking smartly for the game. So it's easy to have coordination with him. And like he receives feedback and he gives feedback very well too. And Busy, amazing player. So it's a vibe.
Yeah, I mean, Stu J really showed out today. I mean, especially with you being a flex player, I mean, it just proves your depth and the knowledge in the game. So it's a big congratulations to you, Dread. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to piggyback off of the being the flex player thing, how did you feel coming into this, moving off the medium onto the heavy? I know you kind of flex a little bit. It looks like sometimes I'm watching you stream, you're playing ranked, you're playing a little bit of light, a little bit of heavy sometimes, but usually in the comp scene, you've historically just been on that medium. How did you feel kind of moving into that heavy role?
So historically, they didn't feel like different at all. I actually my least played hours is on medium, and I only played medium on scrims or comp. When it's ranked or anything, I don't play medium at all. So it didn't feel anything different. Like I hopped on heavy, it was just smooth. So it felt good.
Gotcha. And what about kind of behind the scenes, your guys' mental game when you're coming into this, especially, you guys slammed the first cash out, first 3v3, but then you got to wait in that waiting list in that upper 4. Do you guys kind of feel like you get cold a little bit while you're waiting for the next cash out to start, or are you just kind of always ready to go?
Kind of always ready to go. It's more of like watching the other players' matches because like you're friends with them. So you watch these matches, you see whether they're going to qual or not, and you get nervous for them rather than yourself. Like the KCP versus Luminon, that was nerve-wracking watching. I was like excited to watch it.
Yeah.
It was nerve-wracking down to the last second.
Awesome. Great to hear. Congrats again, Hyperactive. What do you got?
I'm gonna go for a bit of a nitpicky question. I don't know how much you had heard about me critiquing Nightmare and your attacking. What was the difference between the first 2 stages compared to the finale? What did you change to make what was a questionable attacking Nightmare into an absolute god of an attacking Nightmare? What was that change that you did?
I was just playing SA12 Winch. So as soon as I switched from Winch to Mesh, that was literally the only change. And then we started playing together. I was able to live longer, and we just dominated from there.
Well, yeah, I mean, momentum carries through. That's my big thing, especially with tournaments. Like, once you get hot, you just keep the ball rolling. But was there any particular moment when you realized you were capable of winning it all? Was it that match against Luminon earlier in the day? What was that kind of breakthrough moment for you guys?
I don't think there was really a breakthrough moment. I think it was more of like we were so locked in on playing together and calming for each other that we didn't even think about whether we were winning or not. We were just going through the motions. Like we were literally just calming, giving info, like calming how much time is left on box, and we just kept going and going past. Like it was just felt nice.
Yeah, Dread?
Yeah, as far as these tournaments are played on live servers. Sometimes when those balance changes coming through, you guys coming into this cycle with the KS changes, with gun changes, does that ever worry you? Do you ever think that you're going to kind of like fully lean into the meta, or do you always just kind of go with what's comfortable to you guys? Because I know, like you said, you were swapping around a little bit between Winch and Mesh. How do you guys feel towards that? You just use what's comfortable, or you just try to go with what is quote unquote the meta?
I go for a mixture of both, so I see what works. We didn't have a lot of, since the patch notes came out like 2 days ago, we didn't have a lot of practice, and we didn't scrim yesterday. So it was more of like, I was kind of figuring things out mid-tournament of like what actually felt nice and what felt right and what felt good. But then my teammates told me to get the fuck off Winch, so that's kind of what happened. And then I hopped on Mesh. So yeah, that's basically what happened.
I gotta ask you I got one final question, and I'll let you give some shout outs, but for the audience, what do you think separates some of the best teams in the finals from everyone else right now? What's some advice you want to give out to chat here?
So what separates the best team from everybody else?
Yep.
I think the best thing that like really separates the best teams from everybody else is mainly just chemistry and communication and understanding the like game sense is such a big part of this game. Like everybody has amazing aim when it comes to like the best players in the game. But it really comes down to game sense and consistency. Just be consistent. Work on improving yourself. Work on your aim, of course, but work on like the knowledge of the game. Like when should you push? When should you defend? When should you like actually play with your team or play by the side? Like depending on what role you're playing. There's so many like in-depth little things that you need to know that's game knowledge that top players know that like other players don't know, that they just need to learn through just playing the game more.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But any shout outs before we let you go and go celebrate with your team?
Shout out to my team in flag. I don't know. Shout out to Embark. Shout out to Embark.
All right. Well, congratulations, Lasagna. I mean, that's got to feel good going into the next cycle. So best of luck there. And congratulations yet again. This is a big day for you. So keep that ball rolling. All right.
All right. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Congrats.
It's awesome.
Well, guys, what an amazing day it has been. I mean, big shout outs to Nightmare as well as Luminon Gaming. Nightmare, Busy, Lasagna, Stu J, just fantastic gameplay through and through. But let's take a look at this top 8 leaderboard and see where we stand. Hyper, you want to break down today's leaderboard?
Yeah, I'll run it through from bottom, from top. The first team to go out was Unfazed, the biggest upset of the night, and then it just kept getting even more interesting. Envy not having the day themselves either. Defy in 6th, Kansas City Pioneers fighting just shy of getting a little bit of dosh on their side in 5th. Dark Side, the biggest upset and the dark horse that they are, showing Latin America that they want to be in this competition, up in 4th. Pulsar in 3rd. Luminon Gaming that we just saw coming just shy against a 2-0 defeat against our TGM26 champions, and now Cycle 3 champions for the TGM26. I think that's a pretty good day, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good day. A lot of points handed out. And let's take a look at our global leaderboard and see how things have shifted around due to those placements. I mean, we thought Unfazed was going to be dethroned, but with Luminon 2nd place, they're tied in 1st. That being said, Dread, you want to take us down the rest of the list with Pulsar?
Yeah, looking at the Americas here, like you said, Unfazed and Luminon. Crazy day. Did not think that was going to happen. Ended up tied there. Pulsar in 3rd with 140. Only 10 points behind them is Envy in 4th. And the new Nightmare. First cycle for that team, coming in with no points, making it out in 5th after just playing one cycle with 100 points. And then KCP right below them, just 5 points below them in 6th. Darkside coming in with 35. Young Guns at 30. And then Auntie's Goo Boys at 25 in 9th.
I mean, if this leaderboard says anything, this final cycle is going to be absolute insanity. You see how those top 6, honestly, are so close to each other. It almost seems like anyone can end up on top. But honestly, I cannot wait to see not only the qualifiers for that top 16 and then that top 8 for that cycle 4. I mean, Hyper, you got any final thoughts for us before we sign off?
Cycle 4 is going to be a bloodbath. The battle for the golden ticket is still on the table, and the battle for a chance at the closed qualifiers, that's still on the table. Taking account its top 6, and only 5th to 2nd gets a direct invite to the closed qualifiers. There's 2 storylines, 2 narratives. Sensoyo, I genuinely can't wait for me and you to go back at it again.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 spots first and moving on earlier just means so much, Dread. What do you got for us? Any final thoughts, final words, final goodbyes?
I mean, it's just absolutely crazy day. A movie of a day, to say the least. I mean, this is why we love the finals. You can only predict so much of it. There's so many last-second steals that can happen, last-second dynamism that can absolutely go crazy. And it ends up with crazy stuff like a brand new Nightmare roster taking the championship away for Cycle 3. But As always, thank you to production and to Embark putting this amazing show on, and my co-casters here as well, and everybody behind the scenes. I mean, love to be here. It's so fun. Even from a viewer standpoint, it's so fun to watch.
Yeah, thank you, the viewers. Thank you, everybody. Production, Embark. I mean, this has been TGM26 Top 8, Cycle 3. Nightmare came in first place, and we'll see you next time. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Absolutely. So, our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system.